Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the caves, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, won't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. This disrespectful. That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home.
Oh, y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style with discussing is whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
This our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your goodness, I can just fly home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your goodness, I can just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. Still is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that vibe. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our flames are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what's needed. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't. Go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up.
Do you like that?
Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type with the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Yes, good evening. Good evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Krumah. We should be joined with our other host, Lady Che, hopefully, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 6, episode 27, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is Malcolm X, brother's 101st birthday was last week, or earlier this week, rather. And we covered that on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. But we did not get to his most famous speech, which was the Ballot or the Bullet. So, Malcolm X, if you're Black, watch this before they censor it and take it down. The Ballot or the Bullet speech. Then we got BlaccAmerica drops a Lego diss song roasting Donald Trump for policies crushing Black dreams. White House lockdown, gunman incident update. Trump pushes the White House ballroom again after recent security scare. Black Americans check Tom Steyer about reparations. Great news. Tariq Nasheed talks about how Democrats disrespect Black people who don't vote for them. Black Americans speak out about Republicans and Democrats. Democrat admits that Black Americans have been neglected by the party. New York Reparations Commission public hearing. Are Black Americans tribal? And last but certainly not least, Tariq Nasheed talks about the agenda behind the is God behind this the God. I forgot what the name of that damn movie is. Anyway, that new movie that's coming out, something about the God movie. We're based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado, getting the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first, which was started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding and original Black Panther Party for self-defense. It started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Just make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, fam, hit that like and subscribe, like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Definitely make sure y'all sub it to the backup channel. Let me put that link in the chat so y'all can sub up to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings in Denver and Aurora, and the local Denver and Aurora Black events. So I'm gonna put that link in the chat so y'all can subscribe to that. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub up to that. So Lady Che can start going live on that channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA. Make sure y'all sub up to that, the Revolutionary Agenda. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub up to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. Then we got Then we got our brother, our cousin Jay Militant out the Bay Area. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother out the Mile High, Kool Keezy. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, Kool Keezy 5100. He drops the FBA culture reports, and he is an MC / hip hop artist out of Denver, Montbello to be exact. So check him out. He drops dope music. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, who's still live, I believe, out of VA, Virginia, by way of Hempstead, Long Island. And he just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So make sure y'all sub up to Breeze. He might be coming over here after he's done with his live. Then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power, who's out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. And was just live earlier tonight. He just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. So salute to Church of Black Power. He shows us love, so we show him love back. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a good decade now. And he actually put Lisa Cabrera on, and he's about at 77,000 subscribers. Let's help get him to 80,000 subscribers. And last but certainly not least, he's in the DMV area as well. Then last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus but did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And the link to that is also in the description. The link to the Rolodex and the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got the Anti-Reparations Fund link, meaning the Anti-J6ers Reparations link. And the link to that is also in the description. Not only J6ers can apply for this, but the FBA can apply for it as well. Basically, anybody that's been aggrieved by the Biden DOJ can apply for this. That includes those that were fired for not getting the jabby jab, etc. So if that's you, I suggest that you apply for this fund where you the target of politically motivated actions by the Biden DOJ. Was the DOJ weaponized against you? Meaning the Biden DOJ. If the answer is yes, I would hit that link and submit your claim. And then we got our sister Brooke out of New York. She was on Church of Black Powers earlier. Shout out to Sister Brooke. Take action now. Her call to action, a link to her call to action in New York is in the description. Submit those letters, submit those emails, so we can get that Freedmen's Bureau off the ground in the state of New York. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if y'all haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got Standing with Joshua and family after the shooting from Dalton, aka Chud the Bussy. This brother was defending himself against that crazy Nabisco, and he ended up getting shot in the process, but he ended up getting an assailant to shoot himself. Oh, Chud the Bussy was copping pleas now, begging us for help with his $1.25 million bond. Then we got myself, Jesse Parrish, aka Chain Crewman. Jesse Parrish for House of Representatives in the state of Colorado for House District 8. I am on the ballot. The election is in November. If you live in Denver, you can vote for me. If you live on the east side, Park Hill, Central Park, any of those neighborhoods, even East Colfax, I believe, is in my district, you can vote for me. So that's about 50,000 or so people that can vote for me. 50 or 60,000 people. And then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. We got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Millie Fuller Jr., transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. In other words, replace this global wicked system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And that's straight out of the United Independent Contestatory Code concept, system code concept, a textbook workbook for thought, speech, and or action for victims of racism and white supremacy right here. You can get on ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Millie Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, I already did that one. And last but not least, we got racism and white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by that's by Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, our master teacher, warrior scholar, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of a month ago. And shout out to our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, Tariq Nasheed, preparing for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, I'm going to hop right into it with the ballot or the bullet. So it's 2026, and it's still the ballot or the bullet. So back in 1964, our good brother Malcolm X told us, it was the ballot or the bullet. So I'm going to play his famous speech. Let me share my screen. One of my favorite speeches from the legend known as Malcolm X. I'm going to start this because it looks like it already started without me.
Just as much a colonial power as England ever was. America is just as much a colonial power as France ever was. In fact, America is more so a colonial power than they, because she's a hypocritical colonial power behind it. What do you call second-class citizenship? Why, that's colonization. Second-class citizenship is nothing but 20th century slavery. How are you going to tell me you're a second-class citizen? They don't have second-class citizenship in any other government on this earth. They just have slaves and people who are free. Well, this country is a hypocrite. They try and make you think they set you free by calling you a second-class citizen. No, you're nothing but a 20th century slave. Whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or a nationalist, we all have the same problem. They don't hang you because you're a Baptist, they hang you because you're black. They don't attack me because I'm a Muslim, they attack me because I'm black. They attack all of us for the same reason. All of us catch hell from the same enemy. We're all in the same bag, in the same boat. We suffer political oppression, economic exploitation, and social degradation. All of them from the same enemy. The government has failed us. You can't deny that. Anytime you live in the 20th century, 1964, and you walking around here singing, "We shall overcome," the government has failed. The economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that we have to become involved in a program of re-education to educate our people into the importance of knowing that when you spend your dollar out of the community in which you live, the community in which you spend your money becomes richer and richer. The community out of which you take your money becomes poorer and poorer. And because these Negroes who have been misled, misguided, are breaking their necks to take their money and spend it with the man is becoming richer and richer, and you're becoming poorer and poorer. And then what happens? The community in which you live becomes a slum. It becomes a ghetto. The conditions become run down. And then you have the audacity to complain about poor housing in a rundown community. Why, you run it down yourself when you take it down.
They told us freedom was coming. They lied. They told us to wait, to sing, to vote, and to be patient. But in 1964, Malcolm X stood before Black America and said something that shook the entire system. This is the year of the ballot, or the bullet. This wasn't just another speech. It was a warning, a wake-up call, and a mirror held up to a nation built on broken promises and black suffering. Malcolm exposed how religion was used to divide us, how politics was used to deceive us, and how integration became a trap instead of liberation. He spoke directly to Black people, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, but as victims of a system that never intended to free us. This message wasn't polite, it wasn't comfortable, and it wasn't meant to be. Because Malcolm wasn't asking for acceptance, he was demanding power, political power, economic power, and mental freedom. While you watch, understand this. What Malcolm warned us about in 1964 is still happening today.
Mr. Moderator, Reverend Clee, brothers and sisters, and friends, and I see some enemies. In fact, I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we had an audience this large and didn't realize that there were some enemies present. This afternoon, we want to talk about the ballot or the bullet. The ballot or the bullet explains itself. But before we get into it, since this is the year of the ballot or the bullet, I would like to clarify some things that refer to me personally concerning my own personal position. I'm still a Muslim. That is, my religion is still Islam. My religion is still Islam. I still credit Mr. Muhammad for what I know and what I am. He's the one who opened my eyes. At present, I'm the minister of the newly founded Muslim Mosque Incorporated, which has its offices in the Teresa Hotel right in the heart of Harlem. That's the Black Belt in New York City. And when we realize that Adam Clayton Powell is a Christian minister, he has the Abyssinia Baptist Church, but at the same time, he's more famous for his political struggling. And Dr. King is a Christian minister from Atlanta, Georgia, or in Atlanta, Georgia, but he's become more famous for being involved in the civil rights struggle. There's another in New York, Reverend Galamison. I don't know if you've heard of him out here. He's a Christian minister from Brooklyn, but has become famous for his fight against the segregated school system in Brooklyn. Reverend Cleave, right here, is a Christian minister here in Detroit. He's the head of the Freedom Now Party. All of these are Christian ministers. All of these are Christian ministers, but they don't come to us as Christian ministers. They come to us as fighters in some other category. I'm a Muslim minister. The same as they are Christian ministers, I'm a Muslim minister. And I don't believe in fighting today in any one front, but on all fronts. In fact, I'm a black nationalist freedom fighter. Islam is my religion, but I believe my religion is my personal business. It governs my personal life, my personal morals, and my religious philosophy is personal between me and the God in whom I believe, just as the religious philosophy of these others is between them and the God in whom they believe. And this is best this way. Were we to come out here discussing religion, we'd have too many differences from the outstart, and we could never get together. So today, though Islam is my religious philosophy, my political, economic, and social philosophy is black nationalism. You and I, as I say, if we bring up religion, we'll have differences, we'll have arguments, we'll never be able to get together. But if we keep our religion at home, keep our religion in the closet, keep our religion between ourselves and our God, but when we come out here, we have a fight that's common to all of us against an enemy who is common to all of us. The political philosophy of black nationalism only means that the black man should control the politics and the politicians in his own community. The time when white people can come in our community and get us to vote for them so that they can be our political leaders and tell us what to do and what not to do is long gone. By the same token, the time when that same white man, knowing that your eyes are too far open, can send another Negro into the community, get you and me to support him so he can use him to lead us astray, those days are long gone. The political philosophy of black nationalism only means that if you and I are going to live in a black community, and that's where we're going to live, because as soon as you move into as soon as you move out of the black community into their community, it's mixed for a period of time, but they're gone, and you're right there all by yourself. We must understand the politics of our community, and we must know what politics is supposed to produce. We must know what part politics play in our lives. And until we become politically mature, we will always be misled, led astray, or deceived or maneuvered into supporting someone politically who doesn't have the good of our community at heart. So the political philosophy of black nationalism only means that we will have to carry on a political program of re-education to open our people's eyes, make us become more politically conscious, politically mature. And then we will, whenever we get ready to cast our ballot, that ballot will be cast for a man of the community who has the good of the community at heart. The economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should own and operate and control the economy of our community. You would never find, you can't open up a black store in a white community. White man won't even patronize you. And he's not wrong. He got sense enough to look out for himself. And you who don't have sense enough to look out for yourself. The white man is too intelligent to let someone else come and gain control of the economy of his community. But you will let anybody come in and control the economy of your community. Control the housing, control the education, control the jobs, control the businesses under the pretext that you want to integrate. No, you're out of your mind. The economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that we have to become involved in a program of re-education to educate our people into the importance of knowing that when you spend your dollar out of the community in which you live, the community in which you spend your money becomes richer and richer. The community out of which you take your money becomes poorer and poorer. And because these Negroes who have been misled and misguided are breaking their necks to take their money and spend it with the man is becoming richer and richer, and you're becoming poorer and poorer. And then what happens? The community in which you live becomes a slum. It becomes a ghetto. The conditions become run down. And then you have the audacity to complain about poor housing in a rundown community. Why, you run it down yourself when you take your dollar. And you and I are in a double trap. Because not only do we lose by taking our money someplace else and spending it, when we try and spend it in our own community, we're trapped because we haven't had sense enough to set up stores and control the businesses of our community. The man who's controlling the stores in our community is a man who doesn't look like we do. He's a man who doesn't even live in the community. So you and I, even when we try and spend our money in the block where we live or the area where we live, we're spending it with a man who, when the sun goes down, takes that basket full of money in another part of the town. So we're trapped, double trapped, triple trapped. Anywhere we go, we find that we're trapped. And every kind of solution that someone comes up with is just another trap. But the political and economic philosophy of black nationalism, the economic philosophy of black nationalism shows our people the importance of setting up these little stores and developing them and expanding them into larger operations. Woolworth didn't start out big like they are today. They started out with a dime store and expanded and expanded and expanded until today they're all over the country and all over the world, and they're getting some of everybody's money. Now this, what you and I in General Motors, the same way, didn't start out like it is. It started out just a little rat race type operation, and it expanded and expanded until today it's where it is right now. And you and I have to make a start. And the best place to start is right in the community where we live.
Malcolm X makes something very clear from the beginning. This struggle was never about religion, and that distinction matters because for too long, black people were divided by labels: Christian, Muslim, Baptist, nationalist, or even activist. Malcolm cuts through all of that and brings the focus back to one undeniable truth. We are all black and we all face the same enemy. He explains that his religion is personal, just like the religion of Dr. King, Adam Clayton Powell, and other leaders of the time. But when they step into the public arena, they don't come as churchmen. They come as fighters for black liberation. And that's the point Malcolm is driving home. Religion stays at home while the fight comes with us. Because the enemy doesn't ask what church you attend before he oppresses you. He doesn't ask whether you're Muslim or Christian before denying you jobs, housing, safety, or dignity. You are targeted for one reason: because you are black. This is where Malcolm introduces black nationalism, not as hate, but as self-respect. He defines it simply: black people controlling the politics, the economy, and the direction of their own communities. No more outsiders coming in, asking for our votes, then disappearing once they get power. No more being led by people who don't live where we live, don't suffer what we suffer, and don't care about our future. Malcolm warns that as long as we remain politically immature, we will always be manipulated, voting against our own interests, supporting leaders who exploit us, and celebrating symbolic victories while our communities decay. Political awareness, he says, is not optional. It is crucial for our survival. And this is what makes his message dangerous to the system. Because once black people understand politics, once they understand power, they can no longer be controlled by empty promises. The ballot stops being a ritual and becomes a weapon. Malcolm wasn't calling for chaos here, but for clarity, for unity beyond religion, consciousness beyond emotion, and for a black community that finally understands its own strength.
So our people not only have to be re-educated to the importance of supporting black business, but the black man himself has to be made aware of the importance of going into business. And once you and I go into business, we own and operate at least the businesses in our community. What we will be doing is developing a situation wherein we will actually be able to create employment for the people in the community. And once you can create some employment in the community where you live, it will eliminate the necessity of you and me having to act ignorantly and disgracefully boycotting and picketing some cracker someplace else trying to beg him for a job. Anytime you have to rely upon your enemy for a job, you're in bad shape. And he is your enemy. Anytime you wouldn't be in this country if some enemy hadn't kidnapped you and brought you here. On the other hand, some of you think you came here on the Mayflower. So as you can see, brothers and sisters, today, this afternoon, it's not our intention to discuss religion. We're going to forget religion. If we bring up religion, we'll be in an argument. And the best way to keep away from arguments and differences, as I said earlier, put your religion at home, in the closet. Keep it between you and your God. Because if it hasn't done anything more for you than it has, you need to forget it anyway. Whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or a nationalist, we all have the same problem. They don't hang you because you're a Baptist, they hang you because you're black. They don't attack me because I'm a Muslim, they attack me because I'm black. They attack all of us for the same reason. All of us catch hell from the same enemy.
Sorry, y'all. StreamYard acting stupid tonight. Let me try to reshare my screen so we can get back to this Ballot of the Bullet. What the hell is wrong with StreamYard today?
We suffer political oppression, economic exploitation, and social degradation. All of them from the same enemy. The government has failed us. You can't deny that. Anytime you live in the 20th century, 1964, and you walking around here singing, "We shall overcome," the government has failed. This is part of what's wrong with you. You do too much singing. Today it's time to stop singing and start swinging. You can't sing up on freedom, but you can swing up on some freedom. Cassius Clay can sing, but singing didn't help him to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Swinging helped him. But this government has failed us. Government itself has failed us. And the white liberals who have been posing as our friends have failed us. And once we see that all these other sources to which we've turned have failed, we stop turning to them and turn to ourselves. We need a self-help program, a do-it-yourself philosophy, a do-it right now philosophy. It's already too late philosophy. This is what you and I need to get with. And the only way we're going to solve our problem is with a self-help program. Before we can get a self-help program started, we have to have a self-help philosophy. Black nationalism is a self-help philosophy. What's so good about it, you can stay right in the church where you are and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can stay in any kind of civic organization that you belong to and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can be an atheist and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. This is a philosophy that eliminates the necessity for division and argument. Because if you're black, you should be thinking black. And if you're black and you're not thinking black at this late date, well, I'm sorry for you. Once you change your philosophy, you change your thought pattern. Once you change your thought pattern, you change your attitude. Once you change your attitude, it changes your behavior pattern. And then you go on into some action. As long as you got a sit-down philosophy, you'll have a sit-down thought pattern. And as long as you think that old sit-down thought, you'll be in some kind of sit-down action. They'll have you sitting in everywhere. It's not so good to refer to what you're going to do as a sit-in. That right there castrates you. Right there it brings you down. What goes with it? Think of the image of someone sitting. An old woman can sit. An old can sit. Anything can sit. Well, you and I have been sitting long enough, and it's time today for us to start doing some standing and some fighting to back that up. When we look at other parts of this earth upon which we live, we find that black, brown, red, and yellow people in Africa and Asia are getting their independence. They're not getting it by singing, "We shall overcome." No, they're getting it through nationalism. It is nationalism that brought about the independence of the people in Asia. Every nation in Asia gained its independence through the philosophy of nationalism. Every nation on the African continent that has gotten its independence brought it about through the philosophy of nationalism. And it will take black nationalism
All right, thank y'all for bearing with me. I don't know what the hell is wrong with StreamYard tonight. They don't want this truth to get out because this is acting really stupid all of a sudden. Let's try this again.
If you're black, you should be thinking black. And if you're black and you're not thinking black at this late date, well, I'm sorry for you. Once you change your philosophy, you change your thought pattern. Once you change your thought pattern, you change your attitude. Once you change your attitude, it changes your behavior pattern. And then you go on into some action. As long as you got a sit-down philosophy, you'll have a sit-down thought pattern. And as long as you think that old sit-down thought, you'll be in some kind of sit-down action. They'll have you sitting in everywhere. It's not so good to refer to what you're going to do as a sit-in. That right there castrates you. Right there it brings you down. What goes with it? Think of the image of someone sitting. An old woman can sit. An old man can sit. A chump can sit. A coward can sit. Anything can sit. Well, you and I have been sitting long enough, and it's time today for us to start doing some standing and some fighting to back that up. When we look at other parts of this earth upon which we live, we find that black, brown, red, and yellow people in Africa and Asia are getting their independence. They're not getting it by singing, "We shall overcome." No, they're getting it through nationalism. It is nationalism that brought about the independence of the people in Asia. Every nation in Asia gained its independence through the philosophy of nationalism. Every nation on the African continent that has gotten its independence brought it about through the philosophy of nationalism. And it will take black nationalism that to bring about the freedom of 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country where we have suffered colonialism for the past 400 years. America is just as much a colonial power as England ever was. America is just as much a colonial power as France ever was. In fact, America is more so a colonial power than they, because she's a hypocritical colonial power behind it. What do you call second-class citizenship? Why, that's colonization. Second-class citizenship is nothing but 20th century slavery. How are you going to tell me you're a second-class citizen? They don't have second-class citizenship in any other government on this earth. They just have slaves and people who are free. Well, this country is a hypocrite. They try and make you think they set you free by calling you a second-class citizen. No, you're nothing but a 20th century slave. Just as it took nationalism to remove colonialism from Asia and Africa, it'll take black nationalism today to remove colonialism from the backs and the minds of 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country. And 1964 looks like it might be the year of the ballot or the bullet.
At this point, Malcolm shifts the focus from awareness to pressure. He explains why 1964 felt explosive, not because black people suddenly became angry, but because they had been lied to for too long. Promises were made, marches were organized, songs were sung, and after all of it, nothing fundamentally changed. Instead, disillusionment set in. Malcolm describes a black community that is no longer asleep, no longer patient, and no longer impressed by symbolism. The famous March on Washington didn't bring freedom. Rather, it brought frustration. Black people were mobilized, marched between monuments built by dead white men, and then sent home with nothing but hope and empty words. And hope, Malcolm reminds us, does not feed families or stop police batons. This is where a new generation enters the story. Malcolm points out that young black people were no longer interested in odds or excuses. They had watched white Americans fight your most powerful empire on earth over taxation and representation and win. So the question becomes unavoidable. If white Americans could demand liberty or death, why should black Americans accept permanent oppression in silence? He calls out the fear narrative used to control us, the idea that resistance is too dangerous, too radical, and too unrealistic. Yet those same young black men were being drafted and sent overseas to fight wars against impossible odds. If they weren't afraid to die for a country that mistreated them, why should they be afraid to fight for themselves at home? Malcolm then exposes the political game being played. Election season arrives, and suddenly politicians flood black neighborhoods with smiles, handshakes, and promises. But these promises only deepen frustration because they were never meant to be kept. He states it clearly. This isn't a failure of one party. It's a failure of the entire system. Black people, he says, are not citizens enjoying democracy. They are victims surviving hypocrisy. What America calls the American dream, black people have only experienced as an American nightmare. And once people see the truth, once they recognize the lie, there is no going back to sleep.
Why does it look like it might be the year of the ballot or the bullet? Because Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They've become disenchanted. They've become disillusioned. They've become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent. Whenever you got a racial powder keg sitting in your lap, you're in more trouble than if you had an atomic powder keg sitting in your lap. When a racial powder keg goes off, it doesn't care who it knocks out the way. Understand this, it's dangerous. And in 1964, this seems to be the year. Because what can the white man use now to fool us? After he put down that march on Washington, and you see all through that now, he tricked you, had you marching down to Washington. Yes, had you marching back and forth between the feet of a dead man named Lincoln and another dead man named George Washington, singing "We Shall Overcome." He made a chump out of it. He made a fool out of it. He made you think you were going somewhere, and you end up going nowhere but between Lincoln and Washington. So today our people are disillusioned. They've become disenchanted. They've become dissatisfied. And in their frustrations, they want action. You'll see this young black man, this new generation, asking for the ballot or the book. That old Uncle Tom action is outdated. The young generation don't want to hear anything about the odds are against us. What do we care about? When this country here was first being founded, there were 13 colonies. The whites were colonized. They were fed up with this taxation without representation. So some of them stood up and said, liberty or death. I went to a white school over here in Mason, Michigan. The white man made the mistake of letting me read his history books. He made the mistake of teaching me that Patrick Henry was a patriot. And George Washington wasn't nothing nonviolent about old Pat or George Washington. Liberty or death was what brought about the freedom of whites in this country from the English. They didn't care about the odds. Right? They faced the wrath of the entire British Empire. And in those days, they used to say that the British Empire was so vast and so powerful, and the sun would never set on it. This is how big it was. These 13 little scrawny states, tired of taxation without representation, tired of being exploited and oppressed and degraded, told that big British Empire, liberty or death. And here you have 22 million Afro-Americans, black people today, catching more hell than Patrick Henry ever saw. And I'm here to tell you, in case you don't know it, that you got a new generation of black people in this country who don't care anything whatsoever about odds. They don't want to hear you, old Uncle Tom, handkerchief heads talking about the odds. This is a new generation. If they're going to draft these young black men and send them over to Korea or South Vietnam to face 800 million Chinese, you're not afraid of those odds, you shouldn't be afraid of these odds. Why does this loom to be such an explosive political year? Because this is the year of politics. This is the year when all of the white politicians are going to come into the Negro community. You never see them until election time. You can't blame them until election time. They're going to come in with false promises. And as they make these false promises, they're going to feed our frustrations. And this will only serve to make matters worse. I'm no politician. I'm not even a student of politics. I'm not a Republican, nor a Democrat, nor an American, and got sense enough to know it. I'm one of the 22 million black victims of the Democrats, one of the 22 million black victims of the Republicans, and one of the 22 million black victims of Americanism. And when I speak, I don't speak as a Democrat or a Republican. I speak as a victim of America's so-called democracy. You and I have never seen democracy. All we've seen is hypocrisy. When we open our eyes today and look around America, we see America not through the eyes of someone who has enjoyed the fruits of Americanism. We see America through the eyes of someone who has been the victim of Americanism. We don't see any American dream. We've experienced only the American nightmare. We haven't benefited from America's democracy. We've only suffered from America's hypocrisy. And the generation that's coming up now can see it and are not afraid to say it. If you go to jail, so what? If you're black, you were born in jail. If you're black, you were born in jail. In the North as well as the South. Stop talking about the South. As long as you're south of the Canadian border, you're south. Don't call Governor Wallace a Dixie governor. Romney is a Dixie governor. 22 million black victims of Americanism are waking up, and they're gaining a new political consciousness, becoming politically mature. And as they develop this political maturity, they're able to see the recent trends in these political elections. They see that the whites are so evenly divided that every time they vote, the race is so close, they have to go back and count the votes all over again. And which means that any block, any minority that has a block of votes that stick together is in a strategic position. Either way you go, that's who gets it. You're in a position to determine who go to the White House and who stay in the doghouse. You're the one who has that power. You can keep Johnson in Washington, D.C., or you can send him back to his Texas cotton patch. You're the one who sent Kennedy to Washington. You're the one who put the present Democratic administration in Washington, D.C. The whites were evenly divided. It was the fact that you threw 80% of your votes behind the Democrats that put the Democrats in the White House. When you see this, you can see that the Negro vote is the key factor. And despite the fact that you are in a position to be the determining factor, what do you get out of it? The Democrats have been in Washington, D.C. only because of the Negro vote. They've been down there 4 years. And all other legislation they wanted to bring up, they brought it up and gotten it out of the way, and now they bring up you. And now they bring up you. You put them first, and they put you last. Because you're a chump, a political chump. In Washington, D.C., in the House of Representatives, there are 257 who are Democrats. Only 177 are Republicans. In the Senate, there are 67 Democrats. Only 33 are Republicans. The party that you back controls 2/3 of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and still they can't keep their promise to you because you're a chump. Anytime you throw your weight behind a political party that controls 2/3 of the government, and that party can't keep the promise that it made to you during election time, and you're dumb enough to walk around continuing to identify yourself with that party, you're not only a chump, but you're a traitor to your race. And what kind of alibi do they come up with? They try and pass the buck to the Dixiecrats. Now, back during the days when you were blind, deaf, and dumb, ignorant, politically immature, naturally you went along with that. But today, as your eyes come open and you develop political maturity, you're able to see and think for yourself. And you can see that a Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat in disguise.
Now, Malcolm X pulls the curtain all the way back on American politics. He exposes the structure of power, not as democracy, but as organized deception. Committees, Congress, and so-called leadership are dominated by segregationists who pretend the South lost the war while still controlling the government from behind closed doors. Malcolm dismantles the myth of political choice. Democrat or Republican, North or South. He explains that it's all the same system wearing different masks. In the South, oppression is blunt and violent. In the North, it's hidden behind policies, gerrymandering, and fake representation. But the result is identical. Black people remain powerless. This is where Malcolm's analogy hits hardest. He says choosing between these parties is like choosing between dogs. A northern dog or a southern dog. Either way, you're still in the doghouse. That's not democracy, that's containment. He explains why civil rights legislation keeps getting delayed, filibustered, and weakened. The politicians blocking black voting rights know the truth. If black people vote freely and collectively, their careers are finished. That's why the Constitution is ignored. That's why justice is stalled, because power is at stake. Malcolm also exposes political loyalty as a trap. Black people delivered elections, yet were placed last when it came time to deliver justice. Promises were made, then abandoned. And Malcolm doesn't soften his language. He says continuing to support a party that betrays you isn't just foolish. It's a betrayal of your people. This is the core of Malcolm's message here. Political maturity, understanding power, understanding leverage, and understanding that numbers mean nothing without unity and strategy. Once Black people recognize their collective power, the system panics, because a politically conscious Black community cannot be ignored, managed, or deceived. And that realization is exactly what the system fears most.
You look at the structure of the government that controls this country. It's controlled by 16 senatorial committees and 20 congressional committees. Of the 16 senatorial committees that run the government, 10 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. Of the 20 congressional committees that run the government, 12 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. And they're going to tell you and me that the South lost the war. You today are in the hands of a government of segregationists, racists, white supremacists, who belong to the Democratic Party but disguise themselves as Dixiecrats. A Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat. Whoever runs the Democrats is also the father of the Dixiecrats, and the father of all of them is sitting in the White House. I say, and I say it again, you got a president who's nothing but a Southern segregationist. From the state of Texas. They'll lynch you in Texas as quick as they'll lynch you in Mississippi. Only in Texas, they lynch you with a Texas accent. In Mississippi, they lynch you with a Mississippi accent. And the first thing the cracker does when he comes in power, he takes all the Negro leaders and invites them for coffee to show that he's all right. And those Uncle Toms can't pass up the coffee. They come away from the coffee table telling you and me that this man is all right because he's from the South. And since he's from the South, he can deal with the South. Look at the logic that they're using. What about Eastland? He's from the South. Make him the president. If Johnson is a good man because he's from Texas, and being from Texas will enable, if Johnson is a good man because he's from Texas, and being from Texas will enable him to deal with the South, Eastland can deal with the South better than Johnson. You've been misled. You've been had. You've been took. In Washington a couple of weeks ago, while the senators were filibustering, and I noticed in the back of the Senate a huge map. And on this map, it showed the distribution of Negroes in America. And surprisingly, the same senators that were involved in the filibuster were from the states where there were the most Negroes. Why were they filibustering the civil rights legislation? Because the civil rights legislation is supposed to guarantee voting rights to Negroes in those states. And those senators from those states know that if the Negroes in those states can vote, those senators are down the drain. The representatives of those states go down the drain. And in the Constitution of this country, it has a stipulation wherein whenever the rights, the voting rights of people in a certain district are violated, then the representative who's from that particular district, according to the Constitution, is supposed to be expelled from the Congress. Now, if this particular aspect of the Constitution was enforced, why you wouldn't have a cracker in Washington, D.C. What happens when you expel the Dixiecrat? You're expelling the Democrat. When you destroy the power of the Dixiecrat, you're destroying the power of the Democratic Party. So how in the world can the Democratic Party in the South actually side with you in sincerity when all of its power is based in the South? These Northern Democrats are in cahoots with the Southern Democrats. They're playing a giant con game, a political con game. You know how it goes. One of them comes to you and make believe he's for you. And he's in cahoots with the other one that's not for you. Why? Because neither one of them is for you. But they got to make you go with one of them or the other. So this is a con game. What's he been doing with you and me all these years? First thing Johnson got off the plane when he became president, he asked, where's Dickie? You know who Dickie is? Dickie is old Southern cracker Richard Russell. Yes. Lyndon B. Johnson's best friend is the one who is who's heading the forces that are filibustering civil rights legislation. You tell me how in the hell is he going to be Johnson's best friend? Johnson be his friend and your friend too. No, that man is too tricky. Especially if his friend is still old Dickie. Whenever the Negroes keep the Democrats in power, they're keeping the Dixiecrats in power. This is true. Vote for a Democrat is nothing but a vote for a Dixiecrat. I know you don't like me saying that. I'm not the kind of person who come here to say what you like. I'm going to tell you the truth whether you like it or not. Here in the North, you have the same thing. The Democratic Party don't do it. They don't do it that way. They got a thing that they call gerrymandering. They maneuver you out of power. Even though you can vote, they fix it so you're voting for nobody. They got you going and coming. In the South, they're outright political wolves. In the North, they're political foxes. Fox and a wolf are both canine. Both belong to the dog family. You take your choice. You're going to choose a northern dog or a southern dog. Because either dog you choose, I guarantee you, you'll still be in the doghouse. This is why I say it's the ballot or the bullet. It's liberty or it's death. It's freedom for everybody or freedom for nobody. America today finds herself in a unique situation. Historically, revolutions are bloody. Oh, yes, they are. They have never had a bloodless revolution or a nonviolent revolution. That don't happen even in Hollywood. You don't have a revolution in which you love your enemy. And you don't have a revolution in which you are begging the system of exploitation to integrate you into it. Revolutions overturn systems. Revolutions destroy systems. A revolution is bloody. But America is in a unique position. She's the only country in history in a position to become involved in a bloodless revolution. The Russian Revolution was bloody. Chinese Revolution was bloody. French Revolution was bloody. Cuban Revolution was bloody. And there was nothing more bloody than the American Revolution. But today, this country can become involved in a revolution that won't take bloodshed. All she's got to do is give the black man in this country everything he's doing. Everything. I hope that the white man can see this. Because if you don't see it, you're finished. If you don't see it, you're going to become involved in some action in which you don't have a chance. We don't care anything about your atomic bomb. It's useless because other countries have atomic bombs. When 2 or 3 different countries have atomic bombs, nobody can use it. So it means that the white man today is without a weapon. If you want some action, you got to come on down to earth. And there's more black people on earth.
By this point in Malcolm's speech, he strips away every illusion Black America has been taught to believe about power, war, and fear. He exposes a hard truth the world already understands. The age of Western dominance through brute force is fading. Malcolm points our attention beyond America to Africa and Asia, where so-called poor and underdeveloped people defeated the most powerful empires on earth, not with nuclear weapons or advanced technology, but with belief, unity, and resistance. He makes it clear. The white power structure only looks strong from a distance. On the ground, face to face, it has been beaten over and over again. And this is where Malcolm flips the psychological script. He reminds us that fear has always been the system's greatest weapon. Fear of jail, fear of violence, and fear of standing up. But what is there to fear, he asks, when you were born into oppression, when your life has already been restricted, controlled, and undervalued from the moment you entered this country? From there, Malcolm exposes the government itself, not just individual racists, but the entire system as being complicit in denying black people their rights. Filibusters, delays, legal tricks, and political games weren't a coincidence. There were strategies. And once a government actively conspires to deny a people their humanity, Malcolm argues, it loses all moral authority. This is why he makes one of his most radical moves, shifting the struggle from civil rights to human rights. Civil rights keep the fight inside America's courts. Courts controlled by the same system causing the harm. Human rights take the issue to the world stage, exposing America's hypocrisy before the entire globe. Malcolm's message here can't be mistaken. You don't beg your oppressor for justice. You expose them. And you unite, and you reclaim your power, mentally, politically, and globally. This wasn't reckless talk, it was a strategic truth, and that's why it still provokes the system today.
I only got a couple more minutes. White man can never win another war on the ground. His days of war victory, his days of background victory are over. Can I prove it? Yes. Take all the action that's going on this earth right now that he's involved in. Tell me where he's winning. Nowhere. Why, some rice eaters ran him out of Korea. Yes, they ran him out of Korea. Rice eaters with nothing but gym shoes and a rifle and a bowl of rice took him and his tanks and his napalm and all that other action he's supposed to have and ran him across the Yalu. Why? Because the day that he can win on the ground is past. Up in French Indochina, those little peasants, rice growers, the might of the French army, and ran all the Frenchmen. You remember Dien Bien Phu? The same thing happened in Algeria, in Africa. They didn't have anything but a rifle. The French had all these highly mechanized instruments of warfare, but they put some guerrilla action on. And a white man can't fight a guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla action takes heart, takes nerve, and he doesn't have that. He's brave when he's got tanks. He's brave when he's got planes. He's brave when he's got bombs. He's brave when he got a whole lot of company along with him. But you take that little man from Africa and Asia, turn him loose in the woods with a blade. That's all he needs. All he needs is a blade. And when the sun comes down, goes down, and it's dark, it's even Steven. So it's the ballot or the bullet. Today our people can see that we're faced with a government conspiracy. This government has failed us. The senators who are filibustering concerning your and my rights, that's the government. Don't say it's Southern senators, this is the government. This is a government filibuster. It's not a segregationist filibuster. It's a government filibuster. Any kind of activity takes place on the floor of the Congress or the Senate, that's the government. Any kind of dilly-dallying, that's the government. Any kind of pussyfooting, that's the government. Any kind of act that's designed to delay or deprive you and me right now of getting full rights, that's the government that's responsible. And anytime you find the government involved in a conspiracy to violate the citizenship or the civil rights of a people, then you are wasting your time going to that government expecting redress. Instead, you have to take that government to the world court and accuse it of genocide and all of the other crimes that it is guilty of today. So those of us whose political and economic and social philosophy is black nationalism have become involved in the civil rights struggle. We have injected ourselves into the civil rights struggle, and we intend to expand it from the level of civil rights to the level of human rights. As long as you fight it on the level of civil rights, you're under Uncle Sam's jurisdiction. You're going to his court expecting him to correct the problem. He created the problem. He's the criminal. You don't take your case to the criminal, you take your criminal to court. When the government of South Africa began to trample upon the human rights of the people of South Africa, they were taken to the UN. When the government of Portugal began to trample upon the rights of our brothers and sisters in Angola, it was taken before the UN. Why, even the white man took the Hungarian question to the UN, and just this week, Chief Justice Goldberg was crying over 3 million Jews in Russia about their human rights, charging Russia with violating the UN Charter because of its mistreatment of the human rights of Jews in Russia. Now you tell me, how can the plight of everybody on this earth reach the halls of the United Nations, and you have 22 million Afro-Americans whose churches are being bombed? Little girls are being murdered, whose leaders are being shot down in broad daylight. Now you tell me why the leaders of this struggle have never taken it before the United Nations. So our next move is to take the entire civil rights struggle into the United Nations. Let the world see that Uncle Sam is guilty of violating the human rights of 22 million Afro-Americans, and still has the audacity or the nerve to stand up and represent himself as the leader of the free world. Not only is he a crook, he's a hypocrite. Here he is standing up in front of other people, Uncle Sam, with the blood of your and mine, mothers and fathers, on his hands, with the blood dripping down his jaws like a bloody-jawed wolf, and still got the nerve to point his finger at other countries. You can't even get civil rights legislation. And this man has got the nerve to stand up and talk about South Africa, or talk about Nazi Germany, or talk about Portugal. No more days like those. So I say in my conclusion, the only way we're going to solve it, we got to unite in unity and harmony. And black nationalism is the key. How are we going to overcome the tendency to be at each other's throats that always exists in our neighborhood? And the reason this tendency exists, the strategy of the white man has always been divide and conquer. He keeps us divided in order to conquer us. He tells you, I'm for separation and you for integration, and keep us fighting with each other. No, I'm not for separation and you're not for integration. What you and I are for is freedom. Only you think that integration will get you freedom. I think separation will get me freedom. We both got the same objective. We just got different ways of getting at it. I studied this man, Billy Graham, who preaches white nationalism. That's what he preaches. I say that's what he preaches. The whole church structure in this country is white nationalism. You go inside a white church, that's what they're preaching, white nationalism. They got Jesus white, Mary white, God white, everybody white. That's white nationalism. So what he does, the way he circumvents the jealousy and envy that he ordinarily would incur among the heads of the church. Whenever you go into an area where the church already is, you're going to run into trouble. Because they got that thing, what you call it, syndicated. They got a syndicate, just like the racketeers have. I'm going to say what's on my mind, because the preachers already proved to you that they got a syndicate. And when you're out in the rackets, whenever you're getting in another man's territory, you know, they gang up on you. And that's the same way with you. You run into the same thing. So how Billy Graham gets around that, instead of going into somebody else's territory like he's going to start a new church, he doesn't try and start a church. He just goes in preaching Christ. And he says, everybody who believes in him, you go wherever you find him. So this helps all the churches, and so since it helps all the churches, they don't fight him. We're going to do the same thing, only our gospel is black nationalism. Our gospel is white nationalism. Our gospel is black nationalism. And the gospel of black nationalism, as I told you, means you should control the politics of your community, the economy of your community, and all of the society in which you live should be under your control. And once you feel that this philosophy will solve your problem, go join any church that's preached. Don't join a church where white nationalism is preached. Now, you can go to a Negro church and be exposed to white nationalism. But when you walk in a Negro church and a white Mary and some white angels, that Negro church is preaching white nationalism. But when you go to a church and you see the pastor of that church with a philosophy and a program that's designed to bring black people together and elevate black people, join that church. Join that church. If you see where the NAACP is preaching and practicing that which is designed to make black nationalism materialize, join NAACP. Join any kind of organization, civic, religious, fraternal, political, or otherwise, that's based on lifting the black man up and making him master of his own community. It'll be the ballot, or it'll be the book. It'll be liberty, or it'll be death. And if you're not ready to pay that price, don't use the word freedom in your vocabulary. One more thing. I was on a program in Illinois recently with Senator Paul Douglas, the so-called liberal, so-called Democrat, so-called white man. At which time he told me that our African brothers were not interested in us in Africa. He says the Africans aren't interested in the American Negro. I knew he was lying. During the next 2 or 3 weeks, it's my intention and plan to make a tour of our African homeland. And I hope that when I come back, I'll be able to come back and let you know how our African brothers and sisters feel toward us. And I know before I go there that they love us. We're one. We're the same. The same man who has colonized them all these years colonized you and me too, all these years. And all we have to do now is wake up and work in unity and harmony, and the battle will be over. I want to thank the Freedom Now Party and the Goal. I want to thank Milton and Richard Henry for inviting me here this afternoon, and also Reverend Clegg. And I want them to know that anything that I can ever do at any time to work with anybody in any kind of program that is sincerely designed to eliminate the political, the economic, and the social evils that confront all of our people in Detroit and elsewhere, all they got to do is give me a telephone call and I'll be on the next jet right on into the city.
As Malcolm concludes his speech, his message becomes sharper, global, and unavoidable. He connects the black struggle in America to the liberation movements across Africa, Asia, and the colonized world. What's happening to black people in the United States, he explains, is not a civil rights issue. It is colonialism. And colonialism anywhere on earth has only ever ended one way: through unity and resistance. Malcolm exposes how America presents itself as the leader of the free world while denying freedom to 22 million black people at home. Churches are bombed, children are murdered, and leaders are assassinated. Yet this same government lectures other nations about human rights. Malcolm calls this hypocrisy what it truly is: a criminal behavior. That is why he argues the fight must be elevated from civil rights to human rights. Civil rights keep the struggle trapped inside America's legal system, the very system responsible for the oppression. Human rights take the case to the world stage, where America can no longer hide behind patriotic slogans and fake democracy. Malcolm makes it clear: no government that conspires against its own people will ever willingly free them. Waiting is not a strategy, begging is not a solution, and trusting your oppressor to correct himself is a dangerous illusion. His final appeal is not about revenge, it's about unity. Black nationalism, as Malcolm defines it, is not about separation for the sake of hatred. It is about black people controlling their own communities, their own resources, and their own destiny. Different paths, but same goal: freedom. And if freedom is not the objective, then the word itself means nothing. Malcolm X's speech on the ballot, or the bullet, is not just one frozen in history. It is a diagnosis of a system that still functions today. Every warning he gave, every deception he exposed, and every strategy he outlined still echoes in the black experience across the world. He challenged us to think beyond party loyalty, beyond religious divisions and symbolic victories. Malcolm demanded that black people recognize their collective power, political power, economic power, and mental power, and use it strategically. Because without unity, there is no leverage, and without leverage, there is no justice, and without justice, there can be no peace. This message wasn't meant to be comfortable. It was meant to be transformational. And the most dangerous thing about Malcolm X wasn't his anger. It was his clarity. If this message resonated with you, it's because the truth still hits hard. Make sure you like this video to keep these conversations alive. Subscribe to the channel.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Yeah, it's crazy how relevant his speech from 1964 is in 2026. We see the Democrats, they are nothing but Dixiecrats. They're not doing nothing specifically to help us. They're doing shit to harm us, but they want us to get our booties and souls to the polls. So yeah, that's why it's the ballot or the bullet. Still in 2026. So RIP to our Black nationalist revolutionary leader, Malcolm X. He would have been 101 as of last Tuesday. And his message still lives on. Everything he said is still relevant some 62 years plus later. So moving along, there's another Lego video. This time it is a message to dump, aka Donald Trump, to dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. BlaccAmerica drops a Lego diss song roasting Donald Trump for policies crushing Black dreams. So I'm going to play that next. Okay, let's see what they're talking about.
Black folks still fighting.
Donald Trump keep yelling America first, but Black America still hurt. Schools broke, rents high,
Jobs shaky.
It's that pressure music, it's that response.
Donald Trump talk loud on the stage and grin, but black folks still fighting just to win. Donald Trump cut deals for billionaire friends. Meanwhile, black dreams get crushed again.
Donald Trump, you ain't helped the hood rise up. All them speeches still the rent too high, bruh. Donald Trump had the cameras and the power, but black families still struggle every hour. Donald Trump love flexing on TV screens, while young black kids losing hope and dreams. Donald Trump said, great again for who? Cause the pressure hit Black America true. Donald Trump came in with the billionaire talk, gold buildings, loud mouth, arrogant walk, acting like struggle just disappear overnight. Why black community still fighting for life? Donald Trump pushed tax cuts for the rich elite. Meanwhile, poor neighborhoods can't make ends meet. Black workers still underpaid in the streets. Inflation high while the checks look weak. Donald Trump always bragging about the economy glowing, but homelessness kept steadily growing. Donald Trump yelled law and order with pride, while prison systems still swallow black lives. That tough on crime line sound old and fake. Communities need schools, not another cage gate. Donald Trump loved Twitter fingers and beef online. Whole presidency looked like reality TV time. Donald Trump mocked protesters demanding rights, while mothers cried after police violence nights. George Floyd protests had the whole world tense. People wanted justice. Donald Trump talked defense. Donald Trump posed with a Bible for the cameras quick. Meanwhile, hungry families needed real help, not tricks. Donald Trump kept claiming he the chosen one, but black unemployment fears never done. Student loans still drowning young black graduates. Donald Trump's speeches never balanced that. Healthcare buries half families stressed every week. Prescription prices too high for the weak. Donald Trump loves saying fake news every chance, but facts still hit harder than a billionaire stands. Black voters peep game, they read between lies, see the truth hidden behind them TV eyes.
Donald Trump keep capping like he's saving the day, but black America still gotta pray. Donald Trump talks slick when election time near, then disappear when the struggle gets severe. Donald Trump, you ain't helped the hood rise up. All them speeches still the rent too high, bro. Donald Trump had the cameras and the power, but black families still struggle every hour. Donald Trump love flexing on TV screens, while young black kids losing hope and dreams. Donald Trump said, great again for who?
cause the pressure hit Black America true. Donald Trump talk business, but factories closed. Families lost jobs while the pressure imposed. Donald Trump had folks divided by race, always stirring tension all over the place. Black history deeper than slogans and hats. Civil rights blood built path through attacks. Donald Trump never really spoke on them scars, just pushed division in social media wars. Donald Trump had supporters storm Capitol halls. Whole world shocked watching democracy crawl. Yeah, black protesters get labeled aggressive and wild. That double standard been obvious for a while. Donald Trump act tough every rally he hold, but truth hit harder than them chains of gold. Black America tired of empty campaign bars, need investments, fair wages, and equal odds. Donald Trump pushed culture wars non-stop while black schools lack books and support at the top. Teachers underpaid, neighborhoods ignored. Still politicians out here seeking awards. Donald Trump name ring loud in the media cycle, but black families still stuck in survival. That's why the people speak facts in the booth, turn frustration, pain, and history into truth.
Donald Trump can't silence the facts we know.
Black America
Still rise and grow.
every setback,
Only sharpen the flow.
truth hit harder.
When the speakers blow.
Read more, learn facts, never stay blind.
Know who
really fight for the people in time. Donald Trump got roasted all through these lines, cause black future's worth more than headlines. Donald Trump wanted praise from the culture so bad,
but the people still remember the pressure.
the division and the policies.
Black America's speaking back now.
Donald Trump thought the first track was enough. Nah, Black America still got receipts. We still watching the policies, the speeches, the lawsuits, and the pressure on the people. Donald Donald Trump. Yeah. Donald Trump move like, Donald Trump moved like every headline in a game show. Meanwhile, black families still trapped in the same road. Donald Trump screams strength every rally night, but wages still low while the billionaires flight. Donald Trump had photo ops inside black churches, trying to act connected while the struggle's still hurting. Donald Trump smiled hard when the cameras flash, then turn around and praise tax breaks for the cash. Donald Trump kept saying cities full of crime, like black neighborhoods ain't been ignored for time. Need grocery stores, jobs, and real investment, not politicians using fear as they message. Donald Trump got rich off branding his name, but black-owned businesses don't get the same lane. Loans denied faster, support comes slow. Then people wonder why the growth don't show. Donald Trump loves saying I did more than Lincoln. That line so wild had the whole hood thinking. Abraham Lincoln freed slaves to war and pain. Donald Trump just mastered reality show fame.
Donald Trump keep talking like he know the grind, but Black America peep game every time.
Donald Trump
can't tweet away these facts.
People still remember every policy track. Donald Trump,
You still getting roasted tonight.
Black America,
Swing back on the mic.
Donald Trump had power,
but ain't healed the vibes.
now the people speak loud
From the pain inside.
Donald Trump love attention and crowd applause, but the hood still fighting through broken laws. Donald Trump name loud, but the truth louder. Every verse hit hard with the people power. Donald Trump had folks beefing over race online. Whole country tense almost every nighttime. Black parents stress when they sons leave home, praying they return and make it back strong. Donald Trump made politics feel like combat. Every press conference turned into backlash, while healthcare bills kept stacking for the poor and rent kept knocking harder at the door. Donald Trump supporters yell,
freedom proud.
but freedom feel different when you profiled in crowds. Black drivers still nervous when police lights flash. That fear still real and it happened too fast. Donald Trump wanted history to salute his name, but history books gon' still explain the pain. Black America ain't forgetting the tension and stress. That's why these diss tracks keep hitting his chest. Donald Trump, hear the message clear now. Black America ain't silent no more. Every verse, another reminder. Every bar,
Another receipt.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump thought Black America forgot. Nah, every speech, every policy, every headline still stamped in people's memory. It's that second round pressure. It's that response from the neighborhoods, still fighting through struggle. Yeah. Donald Trump talk loud with the billionaire tone, but Black America still feel alone. Donald Trump flex go while the rent overdue. Whole hood looking like
What you really do, Donald Trump?
you still getting flamed on tracks. Black America bringing every fact right back. Donald Trump had power, but the pressure stayed. Young black dreams
Still got delayed.
Donald Trump smiled big when the camera's near, but the people still live with economic fear. Donald Trump can't hide behind TV fame when the community still carrying pain. Donald Trump came through like a business king, acting like money alone solve everything. Donald Trump always bragging, I'm the chosen boss. Meanwhile, black workers still taking losses. Donald Trump threw paper towels in Puerto Rico crowds. Whole world look confused watching that style out. Donald Trump moved careless through national pain and jumped on Twitter, starting fights again. Donald Trump kept saying black jobs at debates, like black people only defined by low-wage states. Black America doctors, lawyers, owners too, not just stereotypes. Politicians push through. Donald Trump has supporters chanting every line. Meanwhile, hate crime grows during tense times. Donald Trump always danced around direct blame and acted shocked
When the vision came,
Donald Trump talked tough on immigration walls, while black citizens still fought economic falls. Schools in poor areas still lack supplies. Teachers stress why the dropout rate rise. Donald Trump kept posing like the hood loved him, but many black voters saw right through the spin. Donald Trump met rappers and athletes for clout, trying to use celebrity faces for routes. Donald Trump sold sneakers and Bibles too, like every controversy turned business revenue. Donald Trump market everything forward check, even politics turned into corporate flex. Black America tired of hearing empty claims, need safer streets and fair banking lanes, need healthcare access and affordable rent, not another loud speech with fake intent. Donald Trump
keep capping for the spotlight glow, but Black America already know.
Donald Trump made politics feel like a show while real life pressure
kept moving slow.
Donald Trump,
you still getting flamed on tracks.
Black America
bringing every fact right back.
Donald Trump had power,
but the pressure stayed.
Young black dreams
still got delayed.
Donald Trump smiled big when the camera's near, but the people still live with economic fear. Donald Trump can't hide behind TV fame when the communities
still carry
Donald Trump treated every issue like ratings wars, always focused on applause and crowd roars. Donald Trump mocked opponents with nicknames on 9. Whole presidency felt chaotic at times. Donald Trump had January headlines explode, Capitol riots put the nation in mode. Yet black protesters always labeled the threat. That double standard got people upset. Donald Trump claimed he did more than presidents past, but wealth gaps still growing too fast. Black home ownership still face setbacks hard. Banks still cautious when approving cards. Donald Trump rarely spoke deep on systemic pain, just quick slogans repeated again and again. Black America need action, backed by results, not another campaign full of insults. Donald Trump had photo ops in churches and schools, trying to act tapped in with community rules, but black folks beat game when election season near.
Politicians suddenly act sincere.
Donald Trump loved attention more than unity talks.
Every controversy boosted his stock.
Black families still budget every meal. That survival pressure
painfully real.
Donald Trump named huge in media likes, but Black America
still fighting for right.
That's why these diss tracks
cut straight through pride.
Put the facts and frustration side by side. Donald Trump hit the anger in every rhyme.
Black America
tired of wasting time. People
want fairness, growth, and respect,
not policies leaving futures wrecked. Donald Trump, Donald Trump can hear it from every block now. Donald Black America still standing,
still speaking,
still calling out
every broken promise.
The people ain't quiet anymore. Donald Trump, Donald Trump.
All right, that was an interesting video. I liked it. I wish I would have did one for Biden though. Biden is the reason why we're in a lot of this hell right now. Greetings. You came in at the tail end of the video, but I covered the ballot split.
The ballot or the bullet speech,
And then I just played this video message to Trump from Black America.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then I think the X-Man did say in that speech, if you don't register to vote, that they'll we're going to run you out of town, you know. Okay, but like I said, it'd be very interesting, how they would have made it to 101 of how he would have changed his views, but all that is speculation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's all speculation, but I think if he was in this time, he would definitely would have changed his views.
Yeah. I think he would have, because, President Company excluded. Because I had a long conversation with this brother who I had to help this evening who has a medical situation. See, politicians, and this don't apply to you, Jesse, politicians are prostitutes. You see what I'm saying? Hey, Val, they straight out prostitutes because I'm looking at all these stupid motherfuckers over there in California, man, dipping both sides of it, you know what I'm saying? And then keep in mind, if you're supposed to be free elections and anybody, what was that lie they used to say, anybody could be president, then why the fuck you got to have $50-60 million to do it? So then they're going to come at you with double speak. Oh, well, you got to buy advertisement, ad space, and all that shit. Okay, but motherfucker, you told me that all you got to do is be over the age of 35 years old and be born in the U.S. and you could be president. So where's the truth?
Right. Well, the money is all up in the politics.
Huh?
The money is all up in the politics. You got Citizens United.
Yeah.
So as long as there's a Citizens United, there's going to be money, big money involved in politics.
Right. And this is why I say with the money factor being involved, excluding you, okay, politicians are prostitutes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they might as well go see Chud the Bussy, as you call him.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, Brother Che. That's just how disgusting that it is, okay? You got all this internet shit, man, that we pay for, right? But the only thing I'm seeing up here 95% of the time, man, is a bunch of goddamn advertisement. Motherfucker, how come you ain't paying me to put your shit up on my wall?
You got to get ad blockers. That's all that is. And you're right. Now, those are the unwritten rules.
Yeah, exactly, Val. You see, exactly. You see, and then two is that I told you what's happening out here with Floyd Mayweather, man. With a paternity suit, from what I understand, and what have you. It's nothing but a money grab.
It's worse. Shabaka, one of his accountants or something ran off with.
Yeah, exactly.
So $125 million.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. You see? So like we built this motherfucker. We got hit with fire hoses, knocked upside the head, unfalsely convicted. You see what I mean? Falsely convicted. You see what I mean? But as long as we out here killing each other and calling our woman a B word and all this old shit, we all right. But as soon as we say we want something for ourselves and get away from you motherfuckers, oh, you guys are black racists. We don't own no institutions to be racist. Now, you might not like the truth of what we're saying. We really don't fucking care.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? We really don't. So this is why we entertain all the idiots that come up here with their bullshit, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. And then they come up here with their hate mail and all that, talking about all this shit, look what y'all do to each other and all that. Look, man, fuck all that shit. Let's look at the motherfuckers who ain't with that. You see what I'm saying? And quote unquote is trying to do the right thing. Look how they get hindered as well too. You see? Now I'm gonna try to share this YouTube link.
Whatever happened yesterday.
If we got idiots.
Yeah, I had to restart my computer, so I gotta find the next clip, Shabaka. Because I had it, but I had to restart my computer streamer. I was acting stupid. It kept kicking me out. All of that jazz. So hold on, let me find this video. So the next topic is the gunfire incident at the White House yesterday or the day before yesterday. Now, this is video. Share my screen. So, Shabaka, we got Brother Cow Dog in here. We got Sister Val Hawkins. We got Cardenas. And anybody that's peeking and not speaking. That's the video right there. How much of a damn playlist? Hold on, y'all. I'm having some difficulties. Okay, so I got this video pulled up. So Lisa gonna give us an update on the White House lockdown and the gunfire incident update. Somebody try to kill the dump again. It's gotta be like the 10th time he done had an assassination attempt on his life. I'm starting to lose count. But Lisa gonna give us an update on this. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
Wow. I thought it was it for me for the evening, and then this happened. So there was a shooting, and they said it sounded like it was from the west side of the White House. And I got footage, so you can hear the actual rounds that were fired off. And, you know, this happened on a Saturday. Well, if nothing else, the reports are a bystander was hit. So that was about it. So I don't know if Donald Trump will be talking later on tonight, you know, doing a speech or some type of press conference on this, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot of chatter about it. And again, you know, this is their Memorial Day weekend. And look at what's happening, y'all. All right.
Hold on, Lisa. Hold the phone. It's not their Memorial Day weekend. It's our Memorial Day weekend. It's FBA's Memorial Day weekend. There wouldn't be no Memorial Day if it wasn't for FBA. It was Decoration Day before it was Memorial Day. And that was the way that we were able to bury our soldiers that died during the Civil War. And honor them and commemorate them.
Let's see, let's get rid of that. Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, before we get started, don't forget to pick up your hair products. The entire store on Shopify, Etsy, and TikTok Shop. You can get your hair products for 40% off. And there's no limit. So you can buy one item or 12 items and it's still 40% off. All right. Okay, y'all, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Gunman came up near the White House on the west side, what is described to me as Gate 17. This is kind of near 14th Street on the west side of the White House, and came up and brandished some sort of a pistol. We don't know what type of pistol it was, but he then fired toward the White House 3 times. And the United States Secret Service, they returned fire. We don't know how many shots that they got off, and they apparently took the gunman down.
Some breaking news at the White House. Moments ago, several shots were heard at the property. Details are few, but CBS's Aaron Navarro is there and was outside at our live shot location when all of this happened. Aaron, what do you know? And we obviously saw that you were there being told to get down immediately.
Tariq, from where I was in the press tents outside the White House, you could hear about 20 to 30 gunshots from what seemed like outside the White House grounds. It also sounded like 1.2 guns going at the same time, though, again, the details are fluid and are unconfirmed. And we have heard from initial law enforcement reports that it happened at the 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue intersection, which is right beyond the building for staffers at the West Wing, known as the Eisenhower Executive Office Building. We could not see the shooters as we ducked down, but we did start to see Secret Service roam the north lawn of the White House as they yelled at us to get to the press wing and get inside. Currently, the White House is under lockdown. There is a Secret Service agent right outside the doors to the press briefing room, and you can see some of them start to roam the north lawn of the White House today. But this obviously comes just a couple of weeks after a shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I'm told that a gunman came up near the White House on the west side, what is described to me as Gate 17. This is kind of near 14th Street on the west side of the White House, and came up and brandished some sort of a pistol. We don't know what type of pistol it was, but he then fired toward the White House 3 times. And the United States Secret Service, they returned fire. We don't know how many shots that they got off, and they apparently took the gunman down.
I have some new information about that shooting at the White House. And so here's what we've learned. And we've gotten this information from a few sources, as well as from FBI Director Kash Patel. So we've gotten a clarification on the shooting itself, that the shooting took place outside of the White House gates, just a short distance from the White House itself. Secret Service has responded to the shooting. And so there's a rather active scene just outside of the White House. Journalists in the White House press briefing room. Traditionally, they're there to do a number of reports for various networks and their own news organization. They remain on lockdown, so they can't either leave the press briefing room or new journalists are able to come in. We do know that the president is at the White House. Currently, he is okay. No injuries reported to anyone at the White House now. We do have this tweet from FBI Director Kash Patel talking about the investigation, also saying too that the FBI will also be assisting with this investigation. President is at the White House. No one has been harmed. The White House remains on lockdown. Authorities are investigating. Be sure to like and follow for more.
Really disturbing news just coming out near
So
the
they
White
got
House.
the booze, brother.
Many gunshots were just fired around the White House complex.
Sober to
This is
conduct
harrowing video from
investigation, or
reporter
is he
Selena
still
Wang, who
fucked
was
up?
on the scene when this happened.
President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
Yeah, they dumping, boy. Shit.
A really terrifying scene there, as you saw in the video. The reporters went to the White House briefing room. They are all reportedly okay. Other reporters said there were about 20 to 30 gunshots that were fired. And Scott Stedman here says that it sounds like there was an initial burst of 6 to 8, but total maybe around 35. A lot of information, though, right now that we do not know, including who the gunman was or what happened or who returned fire. Again, a very scary scene for Selena Wang and her colleagues at the White House today. And it's just another day in America where no matter where you are in this country, you have the possibility of being surrounded by gun violence. But I hope everyone is okay, and I'll be sure to keep you posted on the latest of this developing story.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
And she's saying this shit, man, and it's taking her more than 5 seconds to duck. Fuck that. As soon as the first one would have been squeezed off, man, I would have thrown that shit out the window and ran for cover.
Midas Touch is reporting right now 20 to 30 shots fired outside the White House. Reporters literally had to duck and cover. They've been told to hide out till the Secret Service can figure out what's going on. Sorry, I'm rushing this. I'm going to slow down now. Again, There is video of reporters doing news stories while gunshots go off behind them, and they had to duck and cover. And they're reporting 20 to 30 shots fired outside the White House. Secret Service has told them to literally hide until they find out what's going on. I saw the video. You could hear the shots. You could see the reporters running for cover. Right now, there's a situation at the White House where 20 to 30 shots have been fired right now at the White House. I'll get you something new soon as I can. Holy crap.
Holy crap. The White House lawn was just cleared after what sound to be multiple gunshots being fired. This is breaking within the last few moments of time. Selena Wang, who is the White House correspondent for ABC News and has been there since 2023, was in the middle of recording a spot when you can hear what appears to be gunshots breaking out in the background. Now, I'm going to give you a trigger warning before I play the video. There are lots of gunshots. Check this out.
Deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
Okay. I heard 10 rounds go off before this motherfucker ducked. 10 rounds. Play it again.
Now, obviously, there is a whole lot more to learn and unpack here. Everything I know about this situation is contained within that video that you have seen there. I can't verify any other information about it at this point, and I would encourage everyone to not speculate on exactly what happened until we get more information. But suffice to say, there is a big situation unfolding at the White House as we speak.
What is that? What is that?
Sounds like
Today, but this obviously comes just a couple of weeks after a shooting at the White House correspondence.
Really quickly, breaking news in case you haven't seen, there were shots fired around at least the White House. Reports of 20 to 30 shots fired. Selena Wang, who is a senior White House correspondent for ABC, was there and was actually recording something when the shots happened, and you can hear them on this recording. I'll play it for you in a second. But at least as of now, the White House is secure. All the reporters who are there are inside and safe. It doesn't seem that it happened on White House grounds, but it was close enough that you can hear this. And obviously this is developing, but for now, this is her video.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
Yep, I see exactly.
Breaking news right now. As of about 10 minutes ago, CNN is reporting that there were sounds of gunfire heard near the White House. Allegedly, there were dozens of shots that were fired. I have a video from ABC's Selena Wang. She was in the middle of a report when the shots rang out. I'm going to show that to you. That's all the information we have. We are waiting for some sort of confirmation or message or announcement from the Secret Service. I'm going to show you Selena's video. So if you are triggered by the sounds of gunfire or distressing reactions to that, please go ahead and scroll on now.
Close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
Yeah.
We also know that earlier this afternoon, the national security team was called back to the White House by President Trump. This includes Vance and Hegseth. Whether the shots fired and that calling back to the White House of that national security team is connected, we are not sure at this time. They could be two completely separate events. As we find out more information, I will keep you updated. I want to operate in fact here as developments seem to be happening by the minute.
Breaking news, shots fired at the White House. Take a look at this clip.
Deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
Those are multiple different weapons, multiple different calibers, multiple weapons that I heard in that clip. I think I heard between 2 or 3 separate weapons in that clip. It's worth pointing out that the Iranian parliament has put a bounty on Netanyahu and Donald Trump. I must point out to you that all senior leadership, government and military and otherwise, including J.D. Vance, has canceled everything and rushed back to D.C. right before there were shots fired at the White House. It's also worth to point out that Donald Trump has had assassination attempts on him before. I'm going to be following this story very closely, so if you want to follow this with me, drop a follow on TikTok, drop a follow on Instagram,
Man,
and I'll keep
fuck
you guys
TikTok.
updated. I love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Motherfucker, you love trying to get paid. Fuck you. And I ain't mad at it. But now this is the third time they're saying that somebody tried to bring harm to him. I just go to show, man, he's losing his popularity for real.
Nah, Shabaka, this is like the 10th time somebody tried to kill him.
Damn. Oh, yeah, I forgot the motherfucker at Mar-a-Lago who they said was hiding in the bushes smoking dope.
That was another one.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he got the grazed ear.
Oh, yeah.
In Pennsylvania. At least 3 attempts on his life. I say it's more like 10 because those people hiding in the bushes. They have people. They had that correspondence dinner.
Yeah. No, who knows? Val said they might have a bounty on this motherfucker. Damn.
Okay, so he's had one. He has gone all the way back to 2016. He got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 attempts. I don't know. That's the first I heard about a bounty being on him and that Nahu's head.
Damn. Well, I remember I used to read these spy novels by this dude named Robert Ludlum. And, excuse me, all the shit you see is what sounds like out of his books.
Yeah. All right, let me get back to the video. I'm gonna pause. I think Lisa was having issues. Yeah, Lisa was having technical difficulties on this video.
The White House is still on lockdown. It's still on a lockdown after pew pew was heard on the west side of the White House. Now, I don't know how many of you might have heard that. They're saying there were plans to pew pew Ivanka, that they're targeting her because of the ones that Donald Trump took out. So I heard that recently today. Now, I don't know how true it is. There are, people chattering about it online. I didn't know, but I'm sure if that is the case, Donald Trump sure will probably mention it. But y'all, this has been a crazy year. Sure been a lot of shots going off this year, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes. But now I don't know how the media is going to spin it. They may spin it as another assassination attempt on Donald Trump. We know how all the other ones have gone. So they may stay on that path of, this is another attempt. But, because we know the Iranians said they are going to get Donald Trump. That's what they're saying. So, okay. Randy Sparks, thank you for the super sticker and your support for my channel. FBA Queen Senior, Thank you for the super chat. No sound, Lisa. Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm here. So, y'all, as more comes out, I'll talk about it a little more tomorrow. This is the holiday weekend, and I really don't think it was a lot of people up at the White House when this occurred. So, but like I said, as more details come out, I'll do another live. So, y'all, thank you for being here. I know it was sort of a last second thing putting this together, but you now know, yeah, there's some people that don't believe it, like that last attempt at the White House correspondent dinner. It was a lot of people finding that one hard to believe. So now we have this one just weeks later, this one. So y'all have a wonderful evening. Don't forget to pick up your hair products, and I will see you tomorrow. I don't think I'll be coming back tonight. But they said one person was hit, a bystander was hit. But I did not hear anything about someone else up at the White House being hit by all of this pew that was going.
Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what Lisa just said about the White House shooting? Outside the White House, brother.
Okay, well, yeah. So, so it goes to show that there's something definitely wrong about what's going on here with dude's regime, and it is a fucking regime.
Yeah, we went from
it's
one
off
regime.
The hook. Yeah, it's off the hook. It's getting ridiculous.
Yo,
more and more every day.
Oh, go ahead.
It's getting ridiculous.
Oh, you're breaking up, Shabaka.
Yeah, it's getting real ridiculous. Okay, what about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's getting more and more ridiculous. Okay, and the only thing I can say what the real thing is all about greed. See, greed is the center of this target. Trump assassinations, the Ebola, the COVID, or the jabby jab, the economy. You know what I'm saying? What it is to keep mainly Black people divided and confused over this shit, because you still got those stupid dumbass Melvin, who I finally blocked off my life page. Down. The country bumpkin motherfucker sounding just like a brain dead, ass scratching, yassa bossing slave. And we need to do a show. How do we cure yassa bossing?
You gotta stop being incentivized, Shabaka.
No, but that goddamn syndrome, Brother Che, it's incredible, man. It really is credible. Uncle Tim Scott's warlocks, you know what I'm saying? It's just incredible. Ben Carson was going to sit up there and say, when our people were brought to these shores, they were in search of the American dream. Man, a motherfucker to sit up there and make something that goddamn asinine. He's got taking his own meds, man.
Yeah. And a lot of us are already,
because that motherfucker there, like.
So I don't know how the time I brought to these shores, a lot of us were already here, and they took people from these shores.
I'm just saying
there.
Okay, well, only thing what I'm just saying is, Brother Che, is that there was a speech that Carson made, okay, and then of course, too, how come he wasn't picked up, man, for the second regime of Trump?
I don't know, Sabah.
I do. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Professor Black Truth says they always throw away their power tools. You see what I'm saying?
He got broken. Right?
Yeah. He got he's obsolete to him.
Yeah, watch from shit always break. So Lisa got an update on what is going to come from the shooting. So Trump is pushing forward The White House ballroom again after a recent security scare.
The White House ballroom. So he's going to spend all that money.
Whatever happened yesterday.
Yeah, basically, he's going to spend all that money to create a ballroom with an underground bunker.
Yeah. Okay. So in other words, the ballroom is the cover for the underground bunker.
Yep.
The shooting is rubbing me the wrong way. And I want to explain why. I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling it at all. Now, the last two shooters were melanated men, when our people don't have this kind of history at all. So the Correspondence Dinner, about 3+ weeks ago, they had a biracial man that went up there loaded with a gun, right? And the shooter yesterday, now this one was a whole black man, and they took him out. They unalived him. When did our men ever do these sort of things? They don't. We don't have no history of being assassins, no history of attacking the White House, or we don't have that kind of history, y'all. So now I'm starting to question who's putting them up to this.
Cow dog.
Is somebody putting these men up to this? Now, the one yesterday, Donald Trump described as very violent, as if white men aren't very violent. Right. So anyway, he had a long history of mental illness. He has documented history, you know, real mental illness, not the mental illness these people have when they break the law. Now, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about somebody that's had a real history. This dude had a real history of mental illness.
Okay, Lisa, he's fucked up in the head. Okay, get no argument from me.
Okay, and I also want you to think about this as well. They said Donald Trump never went to those correspondence dinners. He shows up at the correspondence dinner, and there's an attempted shooting, right? And they said he normally don't even go to the correspondence dinner.
Right.
Now, Donald Trump is never at the White House on the weekend. He's never there. In fact, his son, Don Jr., got married yesterday. He didn't go to the wedding. But when this shooting happened, Donald Trump was up at the White House. Now, I'm just finding it very strange that 2 incidents happened, and twice Donald Trump did something out of the ordinary both times, and both times there was a shooting. Y'all, come on. Okay, I'm serious. All right. But yeah, Don Jr. got married. Instead of going to the wedding, he's up at the White House, which they said he's never up at the White House on the weekend. But when this whole thing went down, he was there, just like the correspondence dinner. I'm just telling y'all, I'm not buying it no more. I'm not buying it. Repentant Judah, thank you so much for the super sticker and your support for my channel. Thank you. And, you know, they said it was a bystander that got hit. But from what I understand, I think the bystander is going to make it. They didn't lose their life. But the Secret Service got the gunman, and he's gone. He's gone. And you're going to see him, you know, in the videos that I'm going to show you. You're going to see him, young, melanated guy with locks. I don't call them dreadlocks because, locks are nice. They're not all bad. And number two, I don't know, y'all. I'm just telling you, maybe you don't agree with me and you think these are all legit. But I'm just not feeling it. And another reason why I'm saying this, y'all, Peggy Clark, thank you so much for the super sticker and your support for my channel. Another reason why I'm not feeling it is because both times, after both shootings, the Correspondents' Dinner and this one outside the White House, the first thing Donald Trump did was blab about that damn ballroom. That is not a normal human response. That's not a normal human response, y'all. And he wants the funding for that ballroom real bad. He wants the funding. Right now, they're denying him funding. And it just seems like since he's been denied funding, it's been back-to-back people showing up with pew-pews and spraying the place. And each time he's yapping about that ballroom. Now, you know darn well if somebody came outside your house and they start spraying bullets around, your first reaction is not going to be going outside to say, well, if I can just have this addition built onto my house, this could be avoided if I could just have this addition built onto my... Nobody reacts that way. Your reaction is, I'm glad everybody is well. Nobody got hurt. I was concerned about my staff that was here at the White House. I was concerned about, this and that, and my Secret Servicemen. That would have been a normal response. But going into a song and dance about that damn ballroom, that is not a normal human response after a shooting.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not. So, and nobody is feeling that damn ballroom anyway. I have not heard one person since Donald Trump started building this ballroom. I have not heard one person excited about that ballroom other than Donald Trump. He's the only one jumping up and down over that ballroom. I have not heard no excitement from anybody over that ballroom. Not even when you look in comment sections. You can look at comments, and when you look at the comments, you don't see nobody saying, wow, I'm so glad Donald Trump is building that ballroom. Oh, I'm happy that ballroom's getting built. Nobody is saying that because nobody is feeling this ballroom. This ballroom is not a necessity. And the White House has existed all this time with no ballroom. It didn't need a ballroom now. The White House, isn't that a place where the president and his staff should be working? That should be the thing you should be focused on, doing your job every day. A ballroom? No. It ain't no temple. It's like Satan's seat. That's what it is. That is Satan's ballroom. Hashatan's ballroom.
I'm gonna check him out.
So, y'all, we're gonna look at a few videos, but
you should subscribe. Too.
I don't know. I'm just something is very off, and maybe more will come out over the coming weeks. But right now, this whole thing and the way it went down seems very strange. Very strange.
Yeah.
All right. please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Give me a 1.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen. And now about a month or two.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, thank you for subscribing.
Was that subscribing? Who is that subscribing, Check?
President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
Now, what is this James Taborn saying?
Overnight,
know
following
about
the shooting near the
2.
White House grounds, Donald Trump once again called for
He's
the building
drunk.
of the
He
White
don't know what
House
the fuck
ballroom.
he's talking
Mind you,
about.
the shooting that occurred was
Talking about this James Taborn.
No, that's Jolena Shabaka. What are you talking about? Put your spectacles.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, hold on, man. Yeah, you're right, man. Let me get some spectacles on. Can't see shit. Yeah, hold on. Changing glasses. Now, these are the glasses. Finding glasses. Okay.
Yeah, they can't call that in public. Right. Also, I get more money with which one. Oh, okay. Thank you. Hopefully, it'll be monetized by then.
Hold on, Jeff. Now I'm getting the bifocals. Okay. Now.
Yeah. This is Sister Jolene. She subscribed to the channel like
Jolene. Oh, okay. Thank you, sister. Okay. Now I got glasses on. Okay. They can't call that in public. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. The ballroom, huh? Damn, Val. Yeah.
not inside the White House, was not on White House grounds, was near the White House. In a Truth Social post overnight, he said, quote, "This event is 1 month removed from the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting and goes to show how important it is for all future presidents to get what will be the most safe and secure space of its kind ever built in Washington, D.C. National security of our country demands it. Not sure how a ballroom or even an underground military bunker would have stopped or prevented this shooting or would have kept Trump safe in any way that was different than he was yesterday, given the fact that the shooter never entered White House grounds, was apprehended well before ever getting anywhere near the White House or the executive office building. But that is where we're at this morning. As always, spread the word. Full updates on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free.
I got my bifocals on, people.
You need to know about.
Hey, good morning, Sugars. Happy Sunday. Yeah, it's Sunday. You never know in this timeline what fucking day of the week it is. I'm gonna say this quick and I'm gonna move the fuck on because we spend so much of our every fucking day talking about this motherfucking walking sack of possum piss in a fucking wig. It's too much. But once again, these are my opinions, these are my thoughts. And I'm not gonna call it a staged assassination attempt because in order to assassinate someone, they have to be in your line of sight, line of vision, like they have to be there. He was not. Was he in the White House? Allegedly, yes, because he damn sure wasn't at his son's wedding. Wonder why.
Wow.
With this stage, whatever the fuck went on outside the White House, next to the White House,
I'm scared
that
of you,
they
sister.
allegedly killed the shooter, and the shooter is a person of color, how fast do you think they're gonna flip around? Because it was dead in the water getting $1 billion from the taxpayers to finish that ballroom. How quick do you think they finna change their mind now? Because it is a person of color.
Oh, sister, started to hear about you being in a
and
car
they admitted
accident.
that young man had mental health issues.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
But how fast?
Yeah. The motherfucker who's the president got mental health issues, sister. You know, get it right.
That's
He's
why
out of
I
his
think this
fucking
particular man was picked to do this.
Damn. She said she had
because
over
you know
Oh,
it's been probably about 12 hours, maybe a little more. Have you heard of a motive
Nope.
Have you heard of a motive?
Nope.
I haven't heard. Okay, so what was he shooting at? Did they at least try to find out what he was shooting at? Because he was not aiming at the White House. It says the shooting was just near the White House. Okay, so what was he shooting at? And if he was mentally ill, it's easy for people like that to
Cal
crack
Dog, Manchurian Candidate.
and then do something out of the ordinary. That is not unusual. But what caused him to go on those streets? Was he paid to do it? Did somebody put him up to that?
Was he extorted
because
to do it?
Every single shooting, the ballroom. This is why we need the ballroom. This is why we need the ballroom. But I'm not 100% in agreement with what this young woman is saying. She thinks it's a shoo-in that he's going to get the money now because it was, this was a Black man that they found doing this shooting.
It's the best thing.
I don't know about that. That's still $1 billion handed over to Donald Trump for a ballroom that should not cost that amount of money to build.
To defend yourself.
It should not cost no $1 billion for somebody to build and you notice the price of the ballroom keeps going up. First it was 200 billion, then it turned to 400 billion. Now he needs you know what I mean? The price it was I think it was 200 million, then it went to 400 million. Now it's $1 billion. Why do you need that kind of money to build a ballroom?
Right.
Now $1 billion? Yeah, it's money.
Sister, yeah. Keep them power tools with you, sister. Yeah, definitely.
You'll get the money now because this was a Black. I don't know. I'm not 100% in agreement with that part. But let's go on.
Do you think they are going to shovel that money into that fucking bunker for that walking wet pissy mattress and a fucking wig? Pretty fucking quick. And look, before you maggots and big back bigots, raging racist rednecks can start cocking y'all motherfucking shotguns, ready to hunt every fucking Black person.
They gonna put a hospital in the bunker, Shabaka.
Calm your nuts. Figure out why your president's PDF.
So he could have medical attention when his goddamn Ebola hits the United States.
Figure out why you can't put gas in your car and why you can't afford groceries.
Power tools, sister. Pew pews.
Okay, the power tools are identified, sister, as 22, 38, 44, 45, semi-automatic. Please connect the dots, ma'am. Like the referee says, protect yourself at all times.
Is that your president? So take y'all asses on. We don't want to hear that shit. It's Memorial Day weekend, and bitch, we finna make the most of what's left of it.
Exactly.
Less than 3 hours after the White House shooting, Trump made 3 moves. Every one of them said something about how he leads. Move.
We got the big city in the building.
Yeah, we got Big E in the building. Salute Big E. She said her daddy taught her how to shoot and use a switchblade. I know that's right.
Exactly. She says she connected the dots. Yes, ma'am. And Cal Dog says, that 9. Okay. All righty. Okay.
Okay. He's to my fucking 9. The 9. The 9 millimeter.
And get out there, on that pistol range, people, you know what I'm saying, and bust you about 4 or 5 clips in both hands. If you bust 9 rounds in the right hand, bust 18 in the left hand.
Right.
Because it only takes half a fucking second to get killed.
Okay,
AKA
by
Nina
name
Ross.
on the record immediately.
That's right.
Yep, AKA Nina Ross.
Yeah.
Only friend, bitch nigga eater.
Yeah.
That's some old Spice One right there, Shabaki.
Well, like the referee says, protect yourself at all times. And it's your human right to protect yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The agents who ran toward the gunfire while everyone else ran away. One of them took a bullet. His vest saved his life. Trump did not wait for a briefing. He did not wait for polling. He thanked the men who stood between him and a shotgun. Move 2. He protected the shooter's family. Let that sit for a second. The shooter's family. Trump signed an order blocking White House staff from going after the relatives of Nasser Best. Then he reached out to them privately and said it again publicly. The man tried to kill him. Trump made sure his mother was left alone. Move 3. He told the country he was alive. Not through a spokesman, not through a press release. He posted on Truth Social himself. 3 words. I am safe. Millions of Americans who were watching the news in fear exhaled at the same time. 3 moves, 3 hours. 1 for the men who saved him. 1 for the family of the man who tried to kill him. 1 for the country watching at home. That is not a reaction. That is leadership.
Our perspective here on the North Lawn of the White House.
Man, oh God, bruh.
Yeah, he's non-FBI.
The gunshots there. We heard what appeared to be dozens of gunshots. Now, we don't know how much of that may have come from the suspect and how much of that was return fire from Secret Service. But in this moment, we heard shot after gunshot, what almost sounded like fireworks at first until it was clear that was not the case. Now, Secret Service rushed reporters off of the North Lawn from here where I'm speaking to you now.
A gunman who opened fire near the White House was shot and killed by the Secret Service. U.S. President Donald Trump was inside the White House at the time. The building went into lockdown. A bystander was also struck by gunfire. The shooter, 21-year-old Nasheed Best, was taken to hospital where he was pronounced dead. Trump says the gunman had a violent history and a possible obsession with the White House.
Damn cow dog. If people didn't exhale, they yelled, hell, he's still alive. Damn. Well, now, this brother here who did this job, what's the motive?
That's what we're trying to figure out, Shabaka.
I'm just wondering, because it is something not right about this whole thing, y'all. I'm just telling you. He was identified as Nasheed Best,
said he's a skinny
21 years old.
Yeah, he do look like the Predator, Jesus.
But it doesn't say. All right, so he lived in Prince George's County with his family.
Oh, he's dead. So
all right. So
if he's
I don't know. You know,
he's through. He's kicked off
lot
the planet,
about
Miss Tabon.
Who he was. It doesn't give you a lot about him. Now, it just says crazy stuff like he said he was Jesus Christ and he wanted to be arrested. I don't know too many brothers that are walking around saying they want to be arrested, you know?
Stay away order from the White House. Interesting.
So that is just not the norm. And it's not a lot of our brothers walking around saying they're Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's what
so let me see. I'm going to see if I can a little later, if I can find out more about this person. If he got this history, then it should be something out there about him.
Is he Black Jesus?
You know? Glenarden. He lived in Glenarden with his family.
Yeah, he can't. He wouldn't be able to claim insanity anyway. He's dead now, though. So
yeah. So I don't know. This is very wishy-washy.
Yeah.
You know, And if he was that mentally ill, then it would be easy to influence a person like that to do something. You know what I mean? I don't know. Y'all gonna have to let me know what you think, but I'm not feeling it, and I'm just, something is really off about this whole thing.
They had him under police scrutiny prior to the attack. At previous encounters with Secret Service,
Nasheed Best, a tether. Now, I don't know. You know, all it's saying is he was from Prince George's County. That's why I was like, just listening to this, I said, is this dude even from DC? And he's not. And if he is as mentally ill as they're describing, then how did he get a hold of weapons?
People who buy weapons, people that's mentally ill, it's very hard. It's not very hard to get a weapon, Lisa. Law enforcement sources later revealed that Nasheed Best had been under police scrutiny prior to the attack, had previous encounters with Secret Service near the White House perimeter, and was subject to existing legal restrictions, stay-away orders. And investigators also noted that there were active prior concerns regarding his mental health. So they already know. I think Maryland. Yeah, Prince George's County is in Maryland, Jelena. So
how did he have?
So this dude been a problem.
Yo, he had issues, you know what I'm saying?
But then again, a lot of these other dudes, they always have all kinds of issues, and they get a hold of weapons and go shoot up schools. So I guess in America, that's not a difficult thing. But yeah, you know, I just need to know a little more about this dude's background. That's all. I just need to know a little more because y'all, I'm
getting tethered by
something's not right. That's all I'm gonna say. Something is definitely not right.
Tether alert.
Because you know, Donald Trump says he had a long criminal history. Okay, so what is that criminal history?
Right. Let's see. Investigative findings. Authorities tracking his online activity noted that he had posted various erratic claims on social media and had explicitly voiced a desire to harm the president. Ooh. Let's see. In 2025, July 2025, he was arrested a second time by the Secret Service for attempting to breach a vehicle driveway at the complex. Following this incident, a federal court issued a stay-away order banning him from the White House grounds. Okay, so that's a protection order. Best was named after blocking a White House entrance and proclaiming he was God. He was subsequently held at the facility in Washington, D.C. for evaluation.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever heard that first Nasheed on a brother. I don't think I've ever heard that one on any brother.
I mean, Nas' full name, his stage name is Nasir, but yeah, actual legal name Nasir. No, I've never heard that. I'm getting either Haitian. I'm getting definitely Tether vibes. He's definitely non-FBA. I say he's either Haitian or African.
This dude
I'm
here.
not saying nobody could name their child that. Apparently they did. They gave him that name, but I have not met a lot of brothers in my lifetime with that name at all.
Val says Prince County is part of the DMV region. Yeah, but it's in Maryland.
Yeah, yeah, something is, y'all. If you can figure this one out, let me know. Let me know, because this one, like I said, ain't sitting well with me. Yeah, you're right, because a lot of foreigners will change their name. I mean, that's not unusual. They will change their name.
Yeah.
And well, he spelled his Nasheed with an E. He spells his, according to this, it's Nasire.
What? It's usually an I.
That's how it's spelled.
Okay.
And the last name Best.
Yeah, it's in Maryland, Sister Val. It's situated in the south central part of directly bordering Washington, D.C. to the west.
Yeah, well, I see what you mean, that Nasheed Jones, but he just spells his different from that.
Several chances, so. That's why it seemed like he was put up to this. Somebody put.
Yeah, well, and then Trump said, "Leave the family alone." Now, y'all, whenever our brothers and sisters get taken out by the cops, have you ever heard that before? Oh, leave his mother, leave the family alone. Have you ever heard anybody, not even, I mean, anybody, a police chief or anybody, when our people get taken out and tell them to leave the family alone? Have you ever heard that before?
Nope.
But Donald Trump said that. Oh, yeah. He was taken out by Secret Service. Leave the family alone. Why? What does the family know that you don't want them speaking?
Well, like I read, he was best was detained after blocking a White House entrance and proclaiming he was God. So Trump know about this dude. That's all. Like, yeah, he's a nutcase. He was a nutcase, but leave the family alone. That's the only thing I can gather. He already knew about this dude. Both of these detainments happened literally back to back. One in June, where he blocked the White House entrance and proclaimed he was God. In July, he was arrested a second time by the Secret Service for attempting to breach a vehicle driveway at the complex. So he been at Trump for a minute.
I heard that case.
At least a year since Trump been in office trying to get at him. Authorities trying. He's been trying to get at him since he's been in office. So did the Democrats put this fool up to this nonsense?
Probably. I mean, shit like this, I don't put nothing past it, Brother Che. And I do mean nothing.
Okay, I'm just saying, I ain't never heard nobody say that before.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes down to our people.
Yeah, Larry Holmes, yeah. Yeah, it could be all that countdown. His family signed the NDA.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude this live, and y'all can let me know in the comment section what you think, and or if you can find out more about this dude, please let me know. I mean, he was only 21? That's what they got him listed as, a 21-year-old. So he hasn't lived much life, but the mental illness, I mean, I can definitely believe the mental ill part. You know, a lot of people you live in this old crazy ass country long enough, it'll take its toll on you, especially if you are one of us.
He's a cow dog.
It certainly will.
That's exactly why he don't want nobody to mess with the family.
I wonder if they're going to pay off his family, y'all. We shall see. He was taken out by Secret Service. So is there going to be a big payout for this family for what he did? We shall see. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. And let's see here. Yep. Okay, this is just too weird.
Technical difficulties.
No, who's having technical difficulties?
Okay, hold on, y'all. There's all kinds of crazy mess going on.
Yeah, okay, Jolena, yeah, they dumped on the mouth.
Okay, before we go, please, this is just a reminder, pick up your hair products. It's 40% off in all of my stores.
Okay, Lisa. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this? Trump pushes the White House.
Okay, on the situation here, man. Yeah. Okay, that there is some crazy shit, man. It could be a case of extortion. Dude could have been on meds. He probably had some loose in the sky to his coffee, you know, any damn thing. You know what I'm saying? But I will tell you this much. The only thing that some bitch when I didn't get it accomplished was getting himself killed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, apparently he had
That's
a death. God forgive me. Take all my life.
Yeah, you know, he probably had some personal issues going on, man. He probably could have been diagnosed with cancer, man, or catastrophic disease. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's all speculation. You know what I mean?
Well, there's no speculation. He's not. So y'all not gonna be able to put this shit on us. This ain't got shit to do with us. Because you know, every time a quote unquote black person does something like this, oh, what's wrong with the black community? They just need to get it together. No. Whoever lineage he belongs to
will give us our goddamn reparations money, man. We will.
Whoever lineage group or ethnic group he belongs to, they need to claim this dude. Because we're not claiming this. This ain't got nothing to do with us. We're not sitting up here out here trying to kill the.
Okay. Okay, Brother Che.
Yeah.
Okay, I was arguing with some Nabiscos on reparations and slavery. I sent him the YouTube link, and I straight out told him, if you don't show up, you're full of shit and shut your goddamn mouth.
Okay, he might be ghosting. You know? Oh, I was a nurse for 33 years. Okay, my mom was a nurse. My mom's been a nurse for about 30 years.
Oh, okay. Okay, was you a registered nurse, sister, or LVN? But nurses are important.
Yes, they are. Yeah, my mom, she's been a nurse for at least 20 years, almost 30 years.
Wow. Oh, she says LVN. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, Jelena. Okay, LVN, licensed vocational nurse. Yes, ma'am. You're a qualified nurse. Yes, ma'am.
LPN, Shabaka, licensed practical nurse.
Oh, it's oh, yeah, licensed practitioner nurse. Okay. My bad. Okay. All righty. Okay. We need nurses. You know
Yes.
what I'm saying?
We sure
Okay,
do.
need nurses. Because I'm on my way out. I'm going to be needing a nurse.
Yeah. They're going to try to, with the AI, Shabaka, you better opt out of that shit.
What, AI?
Yeah, and
I don't do no AI.
The nanotechnology, they don't try to do that transhumanism.
Yeah, and then yeah, exactly. And then on top of that, there too, brother Che, I see my computer's been going crazy, and my cell phone with this AI shit. So I just go on and block it. You know what I'm saying? And I recommend everybody else do the same thing too. Also, too, she worked in child care too. Okay, that's very, very important. You know, for the tiny tots.
Right.
You see? So all you Nabisco, non-black motherfuckers out here saying that we don't care about our people, you know what I'm saying? Go fuck yourselves. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
Right.
You see? Of course, yes, Miss Taborn, absolutely. So I'm tired of arguing with you stupid ass Nabiscos on my fucking timeline on Facebook. I gave you assholes to come up here.
They're here, Shabaka. They just
and hit the.
They ghost watching.
Yeah, it ghost watching. Because you don't like it.
You're breaking up, Shabaka. Damn, we lost Shabaka. Damn. All right. Well, while we're waiting on Shabaka to get back, I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is the Black Americans Foundation of Black Americans had checked old punk ass Tom Steyer in California about reparations. So for those that don't know, Tom Steyer ran for president in 2020. He claimed that he supported reparations then. He had a whole plan. He ended up not making the primary. So we ended up getting Sleepy Dementia Jim Crow Biden. But he got checked in California, messing with our brother Billion's godson. So our brother Water God TV out of Florida gonna give us an update on that.
Can without Congress, without going back to Congress, because who knew? You know, there's a fund that Congress has pre-appropriated, as you will know as a former congressional staffer, that sits there in case there are settlements that the government needs to make, so they don't have to keep going back to Congress every time. Donald Trump has now tasked his Justice Department to dip into that settlement fund to the tune of, and you gave me this information, $1,776 in order to give reparations to the insurrectionists. Well, now that we know this, the next time there's a Democratic president, I don't want to hear anything about them not being able to do reparations. I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay, so now that we understand the uses of power, we get to apply to that too. So the next time there's a Democratic president, we don't want to have a commission. We don't want to have Congress do a study. We don't want anyone to do a study. You are going to start issuing reparations to the descendants of African, formerly enslaved African people, to the Tulsa survivors.
Formerly enslaved African people. It's why we gotta watch who we let speak for us. Language is everything. Shout out to my boy Aaron. Language is everything. And the language that she's talking, we not for that.
Might have to drop a dime on this. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and to better understand the self. So
welcome back, Shabaka. We lost you for a sec.
Yeah, they on that bullshit. They on that bullshit. Yeah.
Are you on the headset or the Bluetooth?
I'm on the Bluetooth.
Okay. You're like going in and out on the Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Did you charge it?
No. Shit. Yeah, I charged it, and it was up there on the charge. You know what I'm saying? 5 hours, you know?
It sounds like you're underwater.
That's them, man. Oh, Lord. Hold on a second. Let me try something else. Okay.
All right, so in your absence, I move to the next topic, and that is foundational Black Americans are demanding reparations from the Democrats. And Joyce Reed and Angela Rye are trying to run interference and speak for us, and we're not having it. And the part that you've been waiting on, Shabaki, Black Americans check Tom Steyer about reparations.
Check this out, y'all. In this video, we going over Tom Steyer, okay? FBA out there in Cali. Shout out to everybody in Cali who be holding me down on this channel. FBA out there in Cali. Checcs, a Democratic candidate, okay, who running for governor. And they're saying reportedly he gave $50,000, okay, to a toxic anti-Black platform. I'm gonna play y'all this video when they checking them. And this is the time where we're checking people. We're checking. Listen, if you doing things that's not on code, we have to call it out and get straight in 2026. Because if we let this keep going on, we gotta nip it in the bud. Anything we see that people ain't holding, you know, they not respecting us, we gotta right there on the spot. But without further ado, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Let's get it.
Don't put your motherfucking hands on. Let him go.
Oh, shit.
Put your hands on. You and JC Rowe. Hey, look at you.
Reverse, brother. What's your position on reparations, Tom Steyer? You said cut the check. What's your position on reparations? In 2020, you said cut the check. What's your position on reparations, Tom Steyer? What's your position on reparations? In 2020, you said you know about cut the check. So how are you going to cut the check? What's your position on reparations?
You know who I am. You can say what the fuck we want to say. Fuck you and JC Rowe. Say what the fuck we gonna say. Who gonna get something? Let's go. I'm sick of you motherfuckers. What's going on? I got these white males in here thinking ain't gonna happen. Don't move that motherfucking car. You don't say what the fuck you want to say. Don't call on God now. Oh my, don't call on God now. What you mean what is wrong with that? Oh, that must be a light-skinned sister. Hey, Time Spider, I bet not catch you over here with them devil blue eyes. Now we gonna ride the car. We know what the fuck this was. I don't give a fuck what you want to say. Yeah, I sure am. I don't give a fuck.
Now, I don't know what happened. You know, this is California, and they don't, you know, it's been a lot of Latino versus Black. So from what this video says, it says that he actually paid $50,000 to some anti-Black Latino community, which could be very disrespectful. But we're in a time where reparations is not something that we just asking for. It's old, you know? So I heard one of the ladies in the back saying, how do you feel about reparations, Steiner? And he said that he was for it. And you know, a lot of the Democratic Party, they're gonna be claiming that they for reparations to get in, probably to get our vote. Then once they get in there, they ain't gonna be talking nothing about reparations.
I mean, not one promise has been kept to Black Americans in this country when every bit of prosperity you enjoy was built on our backs. 400 years of labor for free. And we never got our 40 acres and a mule. And we are still, harmed by practices like redlining and appraisal bias. And so we are long overdue for reparations. I'm proud to be the lead sponsor of HR 40. Black folks are certainly deserving of redress. And
HR 40.
Lady, you ain't sponsored HR 40. That was sponsored by John Conyers.
Okay, I'm gonna let them, you know, but it's like, listen to this. It's like them playing in our face again.
Reparative work, and one bill will not undo centuries of harm.
I thought immigrants built everything. That's who we should be thankful for. Immigrants. You see how the narrative is switching
Man,
up? Now
fuck you,
everything is
man.
about Black Americans, and it's more lip service. This is more lip service because HR 40 is not any tangible.
That's Donnie Tellum, Chewbacca. These are our people. He's
Hey, wait a
telling.
minute. What's his name? Wait a minute. Hold on a second, brother Che. What's his name again?
His name is Donnie. Donnie Tellum. He's on TikTok.
Yeah. I've seen him. Okay. All righty.
It's not reparations. It's a study about reparations. And I find it funny because when ICE operations was in Minnesota, they immediately came up with a proposal about we should give money to the Somalis that were impacted by those ICE operations. It wasn't no study. It was like, here's a tangible number that we're proposing. And when it came to the Haitians, right, it wasn't a study about extending their TPS status. This is Ayana too. That because of her, they were able to extend the TPS status for the Haitians. But yet we get lip service.
We want to talk about reparations. We pay reparations. What do you mean you want reparations? Our taxpayer dollars, which are mostly white people paying that, goes to, what is it? Affordable housing, government programs, EBT, scholarships, DEI, you guys getting jobs. Holy shit. Let's take all that, factor in the theft, factor in the crime, factor it in the murders, and then we'll talk about reparations on this show. How about that? You probably won't like that, will you? Because you're not going to like the numbers. But we are all, frankly, exhausted.
Bitch, I don't give a fuck about you at all. Go sit in the goddamn sun, you stinking bitch.
Government assistance programs who anybody can apply for, including immigrants who just got here yesterday. Almost nobody qualifies for. It's supposed to be reparations for 400 years of chattel slavery. And what does crime rates have to do with reparations? I'm starting to believe that most people actually don't know what reparative justice actually is. It's supposed to repair something that happened in the past.
You got more white on white crime than you got black on black crime.
Always make it seem like black people are the only ones who
got more white on black crime than you got black on white crime.
I agree wholeheartedly with that's just the saying. I said the same thing the other day when I was at that Democratic candidate forum, and they kept every time they would bring up black, it has something to do with crime. It has something to do with criminal justice. It has something to do with criminality. That's the only time they brought up black.
Double speak.
That's the only time they brought up black. Any other time it was minorities, people of color, vulnerable, under-resourced.
All that shit. Yeah.
But up until that point, it was that, and then when they got to criminality and crime, oh, black people, black people. Oh, now you care about black people. I was yelling the whole time. What are any of y'all gonna do for black people? They had to write a question on a 3x5 card, index card. Did they ever turned in my question? Let alone Jeff punk ass had the white boy that was moderating asked the question. My question was, what are you going to do specifically for FDA? What tangibles are you going to provide?
Well, anything you don't want to do, the colored troops will do for you. See, they still have that fucking mindset.
Yeah.
You see, thinking that we supposed to go clean up their shit behind their nasty troglodyte skanking asses.
That's what they think.
Shit, don't get me started, man. You know what I'm saying? And also, too, I want to make it publicly known here, Brother Che. Okay, you Nabiscos out there who's on my motherfucking page talking that bullshit. I sent you a fucking YouTube link, and you bastards still ain't come on. So fuck you, motherfuckers. I want to make that perfectly clear.
Okay, well, thanks for the heads up, I guess. I just found out about him about, I've been listening to him a couple months. It's fake water company. Oh, it's a fake water company.
Oh yeah. Yeah, water guy Rob is a scammer.
So he doesn't have a water company? I'm confused.
Okay, this is Hal 9000. Okay, prove it, Hal, that it's a fake water company.
No, there's some truth to what he's saying, Shabaka, because I heard from another source something similar. So basically,
was there any complaints filed against him, any court documents, anything like that?
Not that I know of, Shabaka, but I haven't really looked into it like that.
Okay, all right, okay.
Because the brother was always, he was always cool, cordial to me.
Okay.
We've been in these meetings, and he basically he stiffed us on one of the meetings. He didn't show up. He was a no call, no show.
Damn.
So I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah.
But I'm just
I think that Bluetooth is garbage. Not changing subject, Chad. I think that Bluetooth is garbage, man. I had that motherfucker about 4 or 5 years. I think it fried out finally. But go ahead, man. Sorry, but I was just
much clearer. Whatever you did, it sounds much clearer.
Yeah, I'm on a headset now.
We're the only crimes happen in every single community. This is the reason why I will never take the opinion of outsiders into account when talking about Black American issues. There's just not, it's just too unserious.
So y'all see the white woman say that, okay, if we look at our crime stats, that's why it's important that they put, these last shootings that we had that was at the White House, and I don't know if it was at the White House specifically, but it was one at a dinner for Trump. It's been shooting, right? And it's been Black people. So we always see
okay, AI, Hal, thanks for the heads up. I'm gonna have to look into that further.
Supremacists always lie on the stats of crime for Black people. So we know this is done to try to.
That's to keep the police department employed. The slave patrollers.
Right.
So we don't get reparations. I think this all comes hand in hand. It's like they're gonna talk about our crime, talk about what happens that they can see, so it could push people to say, hey man, they're acting like that. They don't even deserve reparations. How we treat them is good. Okay, because look how they act.
Stockholm syndrome.
It's making perfect sense to me. Okay, now we're gonna listen to these ladies. They sound like Democrat shields. We know she's one. But check this out about reparations.
President who has decided to not only pardon the insurrectionists that he sent to the United States Capitol January 6, 2021, but also he has now said, I'm going to pardon you. I want you to set your path in order. And I also want to give you some money for doing it, Joy Reid. He said, don't even worry about the $10 billion that I believe the IRS owes me. Let me also ensure that they have money. They can apply to 5 commissioners, Joy, and get paid. But when we ask about HR 40 or reparations, even for a study, they don't want to touch that. What you got, sis?
Apparently, reparations are something that MAGA is in favor of. And now
we don't care about no study.
Right.
Like, you see how they trying to push that? Like, who gives a damn about a study? Did they do a study when the J6? Did Trump do a study before that? It's like it's so obvious that we got Black people that's really trying to stop our progress. It's messed up.
Well, it's called the house nigga syndrome. That's what that is.
No, I think it's really important for us to act on the information that we have received. Now that we know that a president can, without Congress, without going back to Congress, because who knew? There's a fund that Congress has pre-appropriated, as you will know as a former congressional staffer, that sits there in case there are settlements that the government needs to make, so they don't have to keep going back to Congress every time. Donald Trump has now tasked his Justice Department to dip into that settlement fund to the tune of, and you gave me this information, $1,776 in order to give reparations to the insurrectionists. Well, now that we know, sis, the next time there's a Democratic president, I don't want to hear anything about them not being able to do reparations. I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay, so now that we understand the uses of power, we get to apply to that too. So the next time there's a Democratic president, we don't want to have a commission. We don't want to have Congress do a study. We don't want anyone to do a study. You are going to start issuing reparations to the descendants of African, formerly enslaved African people, to the Tulsa survivors.
Formerly enslaved African people. It's why we gotta watch who we let speak for us. Language is everything. Shout out to my boy Aaron. Language is everything. And the language that she's talking, we not for that.
Families, to the families of the survivors of every massacre that has taken place with the government of the United States either standing aside or participating. Because now we know that we can do reparations. So guess what, Papi and Mommy Chulo? The Black people are gonna.
What you mean now we know that we can do reparations? Y'all could have been did this.
Right.
They making it seem like now that Trump did this, now they feel like, oh, now we know we can do. Y'all could have been did this. Y'all could have been gave out a hate bill. You gave out a hate bill to Asians. When you talking about all of these massacres that happen in America to Americans, you got a hate bill for Asians. This is crazy. But now they trying to run with our narrative. If y'all see, they're saying now that Democrats is president, so this is the push that they trying to really play with us. They trying to say, oh, now that we Democrat, now when Democrat get in office, we could just, y'all been in office for so long and ain't never.
Sister Jolena, when you get your reparations, you can live your best life without them. But this broad, she don't even qualify. Neither one. Bussy Gillum,
he talking about Joy Reid.
Yeah, Bussy Gillum, he might qualify, but
okay. Now let me ask you this here, brother Che. Where was Joy Reid born again? You saying she was born in the Congo?
Yes, her family's from the Congo, Shabaka. I think she was born in the United States, but
okay,
she's a tether anchor baby. That's basically what she is.
Tether anchor baby, tethers.
Angela Ross, she's a tether anchor baby too. The only one that's not a tether anchor baby on this whole panel is Andrew Bussy Gillum.
The
one that you remember him, Shabaki.
Yeah, name rings a bell. Yeah, he looks familiar too. That's what happens when you get old, folks. Yeah, go ahead, brother Che.
Was running for governor before the Sanchez got in.
Okay. Oh yeah, down there in Florida. Yeah, and I'll never set foot in that goddamn place again.
He got caught in a hotel room with a bunch of white boys, and it was
damn.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
That's good, Sister Jolena.
Yeah, that's real good, sis, you know. And then too, on top of it, ladies and gentlemen, okay, yeah, fair use.
Hold on, Shabaka.
Shout out to.
There's like a minute left of this video.
Okay.
Did nothing. And now you think people gonna believe that y'all saying that? Now I think this FDA is getting to them and they really got a problem. And they really trying to control it, but they're done.
Okay, that's good, Sister Taybone.
Let me know what y'all think in the comment section, man. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
Yeah, do things all over this.
God damn, boy. Ugh. Now, what kind of shit is that?
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs, and
that's macroeconomics
for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur. We found.
So the water test and the equipment and the company is fake. That's what AI HAL 9000 was.
Hardness. And we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All right, now you see, with this water crisis shit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, is that's how they could. Yeah, this is how they're gonna kill us out here in the desert.
Yeah, we gotta open up.
Goddess will. Yeah, yes. See, we got to purify our own water, people. We got to make our own water purification. We got to make our own clothes. We got to make our own automobiles. See, that's macroeconomics. That's what the X-Man was saying. They say he said it over 60 years ago. He said we don't need to on none of these other groups for a goddamn thing. It would be nice to have them on us, and we can get to return some favors. You know what I mean?
Right. You sound like you're underwater again.
Oh man, it's motherfucking StreamYard, man. Hold on. Might have dust in it.
All right. We got one more from Water God.
Okay, what about now, Brother Che?
Much better.
Okay. Yeah, so it's dust inside the terminals right here. Okay. I gotta go get this computer cleaned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in dust, you got metallic parts in it. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, Black family, fuck the Nabiscos, fuck these other groups, fuck these goddamn ass tethers. You see what I'm saying? And fuck all these motherfuckers, okay, on the continent, okay, that sold us out for trinkets, although their stupid asses got captured also, you see. And I'm really hoping that them motherfuckers, man, was the main ones that suffered, man, on the passage. See what I mean? And then we had circumnavigated the globe, you know what I'm saying? Just like Michael, who had earlier today, was that earlier today, Brother Che, or yesterday, where he had related some information about Asia. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see. So you Yasa bosses, leave town or change your fucking name. You Tim Scott, you warlock motherfuckers, you damn what was that? No good bastard over there, Mark Ridley Thomas in LA County. Goddess Navi. Are you familiar with Mark Ridley Thomas? Fuck that short, fat fuck with his Hitler-looking mustache. Son of a bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And go out there and do all that goddamn campaign work for his ass, man. And then they were supposed to have like the little party or what have you afterward, after we did the last day of the job.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That motherfucker's still in office, Goddess?
Yeah.
That's oh hell no. I'm done.
Let me see. I'm trying to look it up, Spaggy.
Okay. The only office that motherfucker should be in is the LA County Jail.
No,
she's asking me. Okay, that I don't know, Goddess, but I think Che is getting ready to give us some feedback on it.
So in that first clip, Shabaka, when they were rolling up on Tom Steyer, the short brother in the front of the vehicle, that was William's godson.
Oh, okay.
That's the one that's running against punk ass Isaac Bryant.
Right there for the California State Assembly, correct?
Yeah. So
okay.
And the audacity to pull up in Lamort Park of all places.
Right. And then his district, Brother Chaser, that I checked on the map, does include MGM Studios, and we in particular want to get MGM Studios and fucking Paramount on the reparations too. Is for that Birth of the Nation movie, number one.
Yeah.
And then for that bullshit Gone with the Wind, where Clark Gable says you got a broken down wagon, a simple-minded darky, and an old man to get your ass up out of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? You know? Okay, Goddess says she ain't heard about Mark Ridley Thomas in years, you know.
Yeah, he ain't been in since 2023.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull this bastard up right here.
Yeah, he's been in office for 3 years, Shabaka.
Okay, all right. Hold on, Brother Che. I'm going to pull this bastard up, you know, with his little short, fat fuck Hitler-looking ass.
Yeah, he got out.
With that Hitler mustache. Okay, Mark Ridley Thomas. Okay, the bastard was born November 6, 1954. A wasted fuck is what that was. He's a former politician. He spent 3 terms in the LA City Council from the 8th District from 91 to 002, and again for the 10th District from 2020. Oh, this go, Mr. Cotter. This gets even better. Okay.
Yeah,
and
he's in jail. He just got out of jail. He got
okay, and then again.
Months.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. And let me see. And he ran again. Wait a minute. The 91 to 002. He again for the 10th district in 2020 until his expulsion from the council in 2022. He was a member of the LA County Board of Supervisors. Yeah, you remember me telling you, man, that campaign work I did for that bastard, and he gonna say y'all ain't coming to the party. And this son of a bitch was the supervisor from 2008 to 2020. He was a California state senator representing the 26th district from 2006 to 008 and was a California state assemblyman representing the 48th district from 002 to 006. He was chairman of the Assembly Democratic Caucus. Now get this. This bastard been hit with 19 criminal counts in 2021. Indicted, meaning that he was formally charged. He was found guilty of 7 of the charges a little more than 3 years ago, including, you're going to love these, conspiracy, bribery, honest service mail fraud, and 4 counts of honest services wire fraud, extracting special benefits for his son from USC while voting in support of motions and a contract sought by the university. On August 28th, 2023, Ridley Thomas was sentenced to 3.5 years in the slammer.
Yeah, so he is.
No, he's out on bail pending an appeal. Gruesome Newsom, to the LA County bail commissioner, you need to revoke this motherfucker's bail and go throw his ass there in the goddamn Twin Towers. Fuck him. Now get this. This bastard graduated Manual Arts High School in Los Angeles, which wasn't too far from me where I was living in South Central. He earned a BA degree in social relations and a master's degree in religious studies from Immaculate Heart College. Ridley Thomas went to motherfuckers a PhD in social ethics and policy analysis from UST in '89. After a brief stint as a high school teacher, this bastard was executive director of the SCLC Conference of Greater LA for 10 years. During that period, he also hosted a public affairs program on Pacifica radio station KPFK FM in Los Angeles. Well, motherfucker, you better be glad I didn't call your punk ass up. Okay. All right. He served the first 3 terms on the LA City Council beginning in 91. Okay, representing the 8th District. During his tenure on the council, he created 8th District Empowerment Congress. He founded the Afro-American Voter Registration, Education, and Participation, okay, in 2002. That's that bullshit that I did there, Brother Cherry, when we went out there and worked our asses off, man. And his staff said, yeah, we have an after party, and we go to the damn party. And they told us, man, this ain't for you. Get the fuck out of here, or we had the LAPD arrest your ass.
Yeah, that's the same year he got elected to the state assembly.
Yeah, that no good bastard, you know. And then the largest organized effort to register African American and urban voters in the state of California in more than a decade. Now, see, that's what we was doing, Brother Che. We was registering people to vote, right?
Yeah.
And they wanted all the information on the card, including the optional information. And I'm speaking to his staff, you know what I'm saying? So they're coming up to me, hey, man, we love the work you put in. Okay. And he says, yeah, we having an after party, you know what I'm saying? And then when we go to the after party, motherfucker got up there and said, this ain't for you. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we'll have the lap dogs arrest you. And they were on the spot. Okay, Ridley Thomas would have been forced to leave the council in 003 because of city term limits that prevented him from running for re-election. So he chose instead to run for a seat in the California State Assembly representing the 48th District. In his 002 election, he defeated Republican opponent Gerard T. Robinson. Gerard T. Robinson. Why does that name rings a bell?
That's
With
T.
more than 8, huh?
It's T. Roberts.
Yeah, Gerard T. Robertson. Oh, wait a minute. So that's T. Roberts.
Yeah.
Okay, so they want to understand. Okay, with more than 80% of the vote in the assembly, this bastard served as chair of the Democratic caucus and was a major proponent to efforts to encourage an NFL team to move to the LA Coliseum, which is located in his district. Okay, he also sponsored a law that aided redevelopment in Exposition Park as part of a failed effort to attract a team. In the assembly, Ridley Thomas, as chairman of the Select Committee on the Los Angeles County healthcare crisis, and it's a bad healthcare crisis, was a leader in addressing the problems facing the hospitals and healthcare system of LA, sponsoring a bill that would create an office of the Inspector General in an effort to detect and prevent fraud, waste, and abuse in governmental agencies. Well, that's enough time wasted on this no good bastard. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
No, Jesus.
Yeah.
All right. What are your thoughts on I guess we can move on to the next topic. So the next topic is
yeah, got a sniper that's pretty fucked up. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Tariq Nasheed talks about how Democrats disrespect Black people who don't vote for them.
Brother Che. The damn Democrats, man, was the ones who brought you the damn Ku Klux Klan. Of course they're going to disrespect us, man.
But they want to vote.
They've been doing.
That's
yeah, but they want
Hey,
to.
I'm
good, beloved. How are you?
All right.
What's
I
on
was
your mind?
I wanted to see why you didn't come up on dopamine panel earlier today.
Oh,
You were there, but I didn't see you request up.
Oh, no. I don't go in there. I don't, because those are like bad faith rooms. It's absolutely pointless to go up and have a conversation because the name of the game is to not have a legitimate conversation. They just want to troll and basically waste time. I don't give them legitimate conversations. If I were to have a real conversation with them, that would legitimize their trolling. So I go in their rooms and I poke the bear. I go in there and get them riled up and get them mad so they can boost me in the algorithms. Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I go in there.
Yeah.
No.
What I do?
They want to come and have a real conversation. They got to come on in here. But yeah, I'm not giving them no clout. Their rooms be struggling. They don't be having too many people. So I go in there, rile them up, shut down their lies because all they do is sit up and lie all day. And I just let folks know to not take them seriously. So if they want to have a conversation, which they're not going to have, most of these people are DNC flunkies because all of their talking points morph into some damn DNC shit. And these folks basically are paid to come in our rooms or come in these spaces and try to shame us for not voting Democrat. That's what it's really about.
Right.
And the Democrats blame me for losing. Because they'll say it. They've said this several times. Yeah, they've said this several times. If you let them keep talking and they get mad enough, Tariq, it's your fault that Trump is in office now. It's your fault that the immigration is bad. They literally blame me all the time. And I tell them I don't think I'm that powerful, but if you do, more power to you. But that's what it is. How you doing, dear? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I today, they were being very disrespectful to me earlier today, and I was just like, I don't care to vote Democrat. I feel like they have not done anything for our community within these past 60 years of us voting for them, and I think it's time that we need to hold them accountable.
Absolutely.
And I don't know why, our people don't want to hold them accountable. I don't know why we feel such obligation and loyalty to vote for them when they have not done nothing for our community.
Absolutely. And I have no problem holding them accountable, and that holding them accountable don't mean we're going to vote for the damn Republicans. But yeah, we're not going to let you just get away with just benign neglect. What's up, T King?
What up, though, Tariq?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good, man. I guess
Hey,
I'm
man,
you.
how long is this cat gonna last?
They was accusing me of being you in that room.
Oh damn! Oh damn! No. You say no. You know I don't vote no damn MAGA. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for nobody because nobody had an agenda for us.
They call MAGA and all that nonsense.
Right. They know that we ain't no damn MAGA. They think they're going to try to shame us into getting on this plantation with them because they treat the Democrat. They treat us like plantation property, like we better vote for them and they ain't got to give us nothing. We better just do it because they say so. And we're saying, no, you're going to have to do something. You're doing something for everybody else. Do something for us. That's just what it is.
The wife syndrome or something.
Right. So, yeah, we're just not going for the okie doke. All right. Yeah. So these people literally want to try to blame me. Like, it ain't me. Y'all ran a crappy campaign. You are not honest. You're a bunch of damn pathological liars. You don't respect the intelligence of the Black constituency. You think giving catfish nuggets and people twerking is going to get people to the polls. That's how low you think of the damn people. And that is a problem. DNC flunkies, take this back to your paymasters at the DNC. You're going to continue to lose because there's an intelligence and there's a renaissance right now of intelligence within our lineage where you're just not going to do all of that ratchet shit and think we're going to come galloping around. There's a whole new vibe. So you're going to have to come to the Black constituents with respect, with tangibles. There's no way around it. Lying and whining about me ain't going to stop nothing. You can lie and whine about me all day. That's not going to stop delineation. Delineation is here. I don't know what you think you're going to do with all that lying and whining. There's no such thing as a reverse delineation. People are not going to undelineate. Delineation is an awakening. You're not going to become unawake. Once you know something and realize something so powerful as how your lineage is and how important it is, you're not going to go back. This is the new norm. Y'all need to accept that shit. This is the new norm. Nobody's going to go back to pretending that we are generic Africans. We're just not going to do that. So y'all need to get with the program, respect the lineage, do the right thing, and bring the tangibles. It's just that simple. All of that, Tariq, the leader, and that nigga, he be hating on immigrants. That ain't going to help you. Y'all been doing that for the last 6 years. That's not helping you. All right? That isn't helping you. Y'all in these little struggle rooms lying to like 30, 40 people. There's a reason why your rooms are struggling. And I got thousands of people in here right now listening to me in the middle of the night. They're listening because I tell the truth. Y'all gonna have to start trying to tell the damn truth for a change. Lies are played out. People are tired of lies. We're tired of lying DNC flunkies, lying tethers. We're tired. It's time to come up the middle with it right now. It's time to stand on business. We don't want to hear no excuses, none of that stuff. That shit is over. All right, Elisa, let's get Elisa in here. Elisa, hop on in, Elisa. Elisa?
FBI told me to do this, bro. FBI told me to do this. I promise you, Tariq, FBI told me to do this.
Rohan, your bussy surgery is in 1 hour. Get back on that operating table. All right. Let me see. All right. Let me see who we got. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Hohan. That's a great name. Not Rohan, Hohan, because he acts like a hoe. I love TikTok Shop. Let me get my good brother, Black Alpha, who's in the new Hidden Color 6, who's cooking with fish grease in the new Hidden Color 6. Brother Black Alpha.
Certified salute, my brother. How you doing, family?
I'm good, man. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm doing good, fam. I want to make a point about this whole situation with the January 6 people and the payouts coming from, Donald Trump and them and how it exposed the Democrats. And particularly people like Roland Martin, who says that we can't get nothing specifically. You know, it really exposed them to the point. But you know, one thing I think about, family, is notice how the Democrats always use the excuse that the Republicans block everything they do.
Right.
I mean, if we want a damn ham sandwich, they're gonna say the Republicans blocked it. But you notice, fam, the Republicans never say that the Democrats blocked anything.
Right. Oh yeah, they get it popping.
They get it straight through. And the reason I feel that happens, family, is because I believe that the Democrats support the January 6ers getting those payouts. I believe that they're all for it. Think about it, family. The Democrats, most of them supported the Charlie Kirk holiday bill. Remember that?
Yep.
So it's not about the Democrats and the Republicans not getting along together. It's really about they belong together. Certified salute, fam.
Salute. Man. Boom. Shout out to Black Alpha. Yeah, man. You never hear the Republicans say we can't get nothing going because the Democrats won't let us. You never hear them say that. That's a great point. Republicans just get shit popping. With us, the Democrats like Roland. Remember Roland? Like we try to get reparations. How you gonna get reparations? Did you form a plebiscite? Did you go to the CBC? Did you have a meeting at the NAACP brunch? Did you get a super PAC? Did you sit down with the congressional black leadership? Did you go down to Howard University, HBCU, dorm room? Did you go down to Applebee's and put out an application? I mean, everything is some weird ass hurdle we got to keep jumping damn through. It's a never-ending damn hurdle. Damn, you don't need all that now. We ain't going for all that bullshit, man. We ain't doing all that. It's a never-ending obstacle course of shit that we just didn't do right. What's your name? Banana?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Banana, how are you, ma'am?
I'm doing all right. What's going on?
I am good, Banana, but that's a forehead on you. What city you in?
I live in I'm in the Antelope Valley, actually.
Oh, you out here in LA? Okay.
Yeah, but you know I'm from New Orleans, so.
Oh, cool. How long you been out here in LA?
Since 2008.
Okay, you've been out here for a while. So what's on your mind, dear?
Oh, nothing. Just listening to y'all and seeing what's the Democrats and the Republicans. It's just like people have to stop thinking that we have to just be loyal to the Democrats. I mean, if you're not offering nothing, then we're not doing that. We're not playing that playbook no more. So,
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, beloved. Thank you. Put a bonnet on that forehead. That forehead is pronounced, but it's a beautiful forehead, though. All right. You can draw some eyes and a mouth on your forehead. It look like Siamese twins.
Man, why the fuck would he say something like that, man?
All right.
Why the fuck would he say something like that?
So you're going to have to mind your business, man.
That's what I don't dig about this cat.
My lady forehead kind of big. I get on my lady forehead all the time. Yeah. All the big forehead red bones. Shout out to the big forehead red bones out there. Let me see. Let's get the family in here. Y'all raise those hands. Any more big forehead sisters up in here? What's up, Star? I see you, Star.
Like I said, I couldn't do nothing with this motherfucker. Plus this punk ass hat. All that shit's unnecessary.
Let's see who we got.
You know?
Man.
I ain't mad at the dude for making money, but all that shit there is unnecessary. I don't do shit like that.
Who is this? I'm seeing a lot of people. ICE, GOP. Okay,
Let's take one. You are not
ICE GOP
from me from Kamala Harris.
ICE GOP, hop on in. Hold on. ICE GOP. All right, let's see who we got. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get you in here. Raise your hands. Let me see. I'm trying to get y'all in here. Let's get FBA Profound.
Get some Epsom salt too, sister.
FBA Profound. What's up, brother?
What's up, Tariq? How you doing?
Rohan, do you have any broads at all, man? I mean, do you just not get no ass at all, bro?
What the fuck? Hey, that's kind of... Bro, when I first joined this live, bro, FBA told me to...
Lord, man. You about the no ass getting this dude ever. Oh, carrot head tether. You don't get nothing, dude. That's a sign of just a lonely punk.
Man, that motherfucker wouldn't be talking to me like that.
Dude, you're very, very moist. All right, let me get 6 in here. Mr. 6, hop on in. I love TikTok Shop. What's up, 6?
Salute, brother. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Oh, man, I love the work you're doing, man. I appreciate everything you're doing, man, getting the word out there, man. Having these Democrats running for the woods and everything, man. I appreciate everything you putting out there, man. It's like, I'm glad you put it out there because it ain't no excuses now. No excuses. No excuses you can make. No excuses you got. You sitting up there talking about getting J6 reparations and,
Right. Thank you, brother. Yeah, we're not allowing any excuses from nobody. Yeah, they're gonna have to come through the middle. What's up, B-Man?
Talking about getting J6
B-Man.
What's going on, Mr. Reek? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How you doing, B-Man?
All right, brother. Shout out to the FBA fam, man. I just wanted to say, I love, what's been going on, man. I just popped up, just wanted to give everybody a shout out. That's all, man.
I
Keep
love
up
that,
the good work.
Man, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Let's get another brother who's in HC6. Our good brother Dan the Man. Dan the Man, you in here, Dan? Oh, what happened, Dan? Dan, where you at?
Yeah, what's up, here?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Yeah, my bad. My phone be tripping sometimes. So I just want to add to shout out to the homie Black Alpha who just got up and spoke. When you actually read the thing they saying is reparations, that's not what that was. So one of those activists that worked for the IRS under Joe Biden released Donald Trump tax returns in 2019. He sued the DOJ and won $10 billion. Damn. And instead of him taking the $10 billion, what he did was he's like, you know what? I'm going to throw my people a bone. I'm going to not take the $10 billion. I'm going to drop it down to $1.776 billion, which is $1.7 billion, basically. And I'm going to give it to the victims of injustice under the Biden era. Basically throwing his people a bone. Now, the main people who qualify for this is anybody. So if you can prove that you were done wrong under the Biden era, so if you got fired from your job for not sticking to, C-19 regulations, if you got police brutality or anything like that, you can apply and get it. There's a 5-person panel that's going to run that under DOJ, and whatever money they have left over goes back to the federal government. The only person who cannot get paid under this deal is the Trump administration. It's called reading. Reading is fundamental. See, now the Democrats know this. Roland Martin know this, but they're not saying that. They're playing in our face by trying to rile us up and telling us it's reparations. But if people go through and actually read what the settlement agreement was to DOJ, that means they cannot re-prosecute the Trump administration for taxes. So that's what that thing was about. When they tell us, see, this is the thing, and more of them lying to people to rile them up. If you actually read it, it is not reparations. It is a settlement fund for victims of the Biden DOJ, which they wanted to run it through Congress to make it as legit as possible. But even if they did do something for their people, it just shows you that they can do stuff independently for their people. And remember, when Kamala Harris was asked about what she's going to do for Black folks, she said no, nothing specific. So this is just proof that they don't want to do anything for us. And I only am right there. Appreciate it, Flex.
Shout out to Brother Dan for bringing clarity. Yeah, that's why these Democrat shields be in these places trying to throw smoke screens and all that to deflect from this little sucker shit that they do. Because they are in cahoots with this stuff. They throw us all these smoke screens, and then when we decipher what they're really doing, they get exposed. Let's get Clay. What's your name? Cleopatra? Yo, Cleopatra. Hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Cleopatra. All right, let me get Cleopatra up out of here. Cleopatra ain't ready. Let's get Live Free. Live Free, you in here? All right, let me get some more people in here. All right. Let's see. Y'all raise your hand. We got Rohan. Unfortunately, the sassy Rohan is in here with multiple accounts. So it is what it is. Let's get
Well, I do
let me
roast
see.
it.
Let's try Phil. I'm trying to get some new faces in
Yeah,
here.
all the time.
Let me try to
And
get
I
some new
do
faces in the building.
kick them off. Well, that's true.
All right, y'all raise your hand,
Oh,
ladies and
man,
gentlemen.
it's frozen on your end,
Let's
Che.
try Jabril. Let me just get random people.
All right, okay.
Let me get Live Free up out of here. He's not saying nothing. Okay.
Come back and hit it, man. I hold it down
Phil
till you
or
get back to
Jabril.
form, brother Che. All right, now
When you guys get up,
Tariq
let me
Nasheed.
know and we'll get you in. Let's get who is this? Tim.
Based at, okay, but we notice when we talk about our people's stuff, we always have these problems, but when these other groups go up here and talk derogatory about black folk, they seem to be coming through loud and clear. Just don't understand that. Okay. All right, Brother Che says the StreamYard, okay, going out. Yeah, okay, so Brother Che, he'll be back with us, our co-executive producer of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and what have you. Now, Mr. Nasheed, I don't hate the brother, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't telling him his business because he damn sure ain't gonna tell me mine. But the way how he interviews his people is his business, but just me. I wouldn't be interviewing the people like that.
Okay, I'm back.
I think Brother Che trying to come back.
Shabaka, stop the
First
cap.
calling Che.
Going in on people.
Yeah, no, goddess, they do this bull to us all the time. You know what I'm saying? First calling Che, so he's trying to, reattempt to get his internet connected back. You see, and this is the problem, guys. This is why we got to have our own shit. You see what I'm saying? Okay, it's because they knock shit you with a fine tooth comb. You know what I'm saying? They don't like it of what you say, but we're not saying it for them to like.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Breezy, yeah, they do the same thing to Breezy. I noticed that thing too. They do the same thing to Breezy. You know what I mean?
Everybody in the new block.
But what it is, Che, you back?
Get your ass out the refrigerator.
Having trouble connecting this often caused by unstable internet. Okay, I can't hear him. Okay, because it's coming up here having trouble. This is often caused by an unstable internet connection. If you want Wi-Fi, try plugging into your or moving closer to it. This could also bring the issue. Try using Chrome and change. Okay, now, them saying that, guys, tells me that they own stock in Chrome. They own stock of these routers. You see?
Yes, it's acting up. Yeah, he couldn't hear me clearly. And he's trying to computerize, yeah. Yeah, Shabaka acting brand new. He be clowning people all the time. Yeah, he is breaking up. Yeah, he have to go out and come back in. I'm gonna go back to Tariq though. Thank y'all for staying with us through these bullshit ass technical difficulties.
Phil or Jabril. When you guys get up, let me know and we'll get you in. Let's get who is this? Tim. Let's get Tim. I'm just trying random people. All right, who is this? Who is this? That Tim?
Right.
Mr. Tim.
It was good.
Yeah, they all of us.
Tim is having a conversation with somebody else. All right, let's try.
I've been on.
Okay, let's try Elena.
I've been on New Black Media Content, other New Black Media Content creators streams, and they'll just end abruptly, just out of nowhere. So yeah, they definitely honing in on us and trying to put a wrench in the game, but we still at it. Well, no monkey is gonna stop this show.
Elena?
Yeah, it's not nothing personal, Tariq. Nothing personal.
Let's see who else we got. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the family in here. Ladies and gentlemen. I love TikTok Shop, by the way. Just the fact he got them many accounts, that shows the lack of cooch in your life. You got them. You have to sit up and make all of them accounts, dude. You know how much time it takes to just make a bunch of fake accounts? Dude, you ain't got nothing going on. No women, nothing. Yeah, I know you giving up bussy. You just sitting in the house with your bussy spread. You can't get no woman, dude. Yeah. Man. Let me see. Lord, yeah, how you get them many accounts? Rohan, yeah, this is getting into Fed territory. The fact that you got them many accounts, that's like some Fed shit, Rohan. Rohan, hop back on. Let me ask you something, Rohan, because yeah, that's kind of fetish. Because you got about 100 accounts. That's something that the feds would do. You know? To be honest, you got way too many accounts just to be some random goofball troll. Rohan, hop on in. Now let me talk to you for a minute. Yeah, how are you allowed to have them many damn troll accounts? Yeah, how are you allowed to do that? Yeah, Rohan, let me ask you, Rohan, hop on there. Hold on, I'm gonna use your Elena account. Rohan.
What's up, Tariq? How you been,
Rohan, are you fed it up, man? Are you fed, dude?
What you mean fed? Like a police?
Yeah, are you like an informant or something?
No,
Welcome back, Shabaka.
Okay, yeah, welcome back, YouTube, brother Chad, because I just had to turn off my damn Wi-Fi, and turn it back on. Okay, I don't see any, it's 75 degrees and it's clear here. I don't see any weather systems, man. So as far as I'm concerned, man, they got us up under a microscope. StreamYard, you're in Tualatin, Oregon. Okay, so you don't like our people. You know what I mean? Of where you're located at.
StreamYard, Shabaka. I've seen this on other platforms too. Restream, Streamlabs. I've seen it on different streaming platforms, so it's not just StreamYard.
Okay, so how's your Wi-Fi signal or router signal?
That's good. Everything's good on my end.
Okay. All righty. All right. Now Tariq is saying here how the Democrats disrespect black people. Man, they've been disrespecting us ever since they've been invented. After all, it was the Ku Klux Klan that made these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
60 years, Shabaka.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for the last 60 years, let me see. Actually, Brother Che is going to be more like about 62 years, I think, to be exact. Because wait a minute, hold on, Brother Che, 66 years, because black folks went Democratic when Kennedy ran for president. I'm talking about JFK. Yeah, because traditionally black people used to vote Republican. You see,
and they're all a bunch of jokes.
They two sides of the same coin, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, look at California's politics. How the hell are you going to elect a damn Democratic governor and a Republican lieutenant governor, then turn around and do the same bullshit? You say in reverse order. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's been too long. Nabi said it's been way too long.
Yeah. And then Navi says StreamYard is a joke. Yeah. Restreams is a joke too. Yeah, Goddess, you're right. It is. You say, but what it is though, Brother Che, we on that free plan. They just want our money, man. Is what the fuck they want.
Even when we was on the paid plan, we still had the same
had the same problem. Yeah, we sure in the hell did. Yeah. We sure did, All right, okay, please let us continue.
Nah, bro, come on. Don't think of me that highly. You think of me that much? Like, you think so highly of me that I'm a fed, bro?
You got like 100 different accounts. And people don't do shit just to do it. You got to get email addresses. You got to do phone verifications. You got to do all of that for all of them accounts.
I'm a software engineer, bro. This is easy.
Yeah. You're not doing that just to be doing it. That's like Fed shit.
I'm just bored, and you should not let your fans up here, bro.
What mission do they, if you were bored, you would change that damn smoke detector, which you never change. So what mission do they have you on, man? You sound like a Fed, to be honest. You got way too many accounts.
You mean the FBI and shit?
Yeah. Are you like some FBI operative that
Tariq, do you think you're that important? You think that Fed has
you've
used 20 accounts, so I must be.
You make videos.
You use 20 accounts today alone. You've been logging in, and you've logged out of 20 different accounts today alone. I must be important, sir. I must be of some kind of importance, sir, right? You up here, dude, you got to get a fake account, then you got to go get a fake picture. You got to use different phone numbers. You got to create email addresses. That's a lot of work, dude. That's a lot of damn work for hundreds of accounts. So yeah, you ain't just doing that just to be bored.
Listen, Tariq.
Yes, no, for real. You ain't doing that out of boredom.
Tariq, hang up on him, motherfucker.
No. This sounds like a mission, sir. That sounds like a mission. Like they're sending you in to just be disruptive. That's like agent talk. That takes too much time to do that. How do you make a living? You understand? You don't have to make a living, dude. You ain't got no woman. So how are you making a living?
Yeah, Goddess, I heard of Steve Hilton.
You're just coming in just being disruptive for the sake of being disruptive and trying to hide it behind trolling. You got way too many accounts, dude. No. You got way too many fake accounts. That's beyond just trolling for shits and giggles. That's work. That's a job. Yeah. I don't even like making new email addresses. Yeah. If I have to make a new email address, one new email address, I'm tired. It can take me a few hours to do that. Shit. You know?
Yeah,
you got hundreds of them. Hundreds of email addresses. You got to use different phone numbers for phone verification. Then you got to use different photographs. So you got to do all of that to make all these troll accounts. That sounds like a job, man. That's a job. Yeah, this delineation movement has the alphabet agencies on alert. Because I want y'all to understand something. Family, I want y'all to understand how this delineation movement that's happening right now, the intelligence agencies, like I said before, they view this as a threat. I want y'all to understand something. And they try to downplay it. You think y'all that important? Yeah, we are. Because number one, you got 100 different accounts. Number two, people do marathon spaces whining about us delineating all day. TikTok, if you go through TikTok in the daytime, it's like literally 20 or 30 spaces of people whining about FBAs. So listen, the intelligence agencies people, they view this delineation movement as a threat. You understand? Because this movement is powerful and there are no leaders to it. There's no leadership, so that's why they keep trying to create a proxy leadership to it. You see? And for a long time, grievances from our lineage, it's been managed by absorbing us into a broader amorphous category, people of color, minorities, marginalized communities. So that dilutes and that really neutralizes a lot of our demands, and that neutralizes and redirects a lot of our energy. You understand? Now that we're focused on lineage, man, our energy levels are supercharged. And now we have an impenetrable perimeter now. So we can't be socially engineered into fighting for the interests of outside groups. So we are stepping on lineage business, and we're becoming very, very concentrated with our energy and our power. So it's an undilutable pressure block. That makes sense? So yeah, the alphabet agencies don't like that. Remember, COINTELPRO was all about stopping Black unity, meaning foundational Black American unity. They wanted to stop us from being unified because they know we get on code with each other. We're very, very powerful. And they understand our demographic. We got a high spending power. You know, we spend trillions of dollars yearly. And that sustains massive sectors of the corporate and municipal economy through circulation. So of 49 million people, if we start looking at strict group economics, boycotting these predatory markets and defunding these outside merchants of our neighborhoods, and we start circulating capital within the lineage, man, we start becoming billionaires if we got real hardcore with that. You know what I'm saying? And they do not like us to have economic sovereignty. Yeah, Rohan's making a new account right now. But listen, these folks, man, they look at us as being very, very dangerous when we get on code with each other. You know, see, a codified group, inevitably, they move from protesting a system to replacing a system. The intelligence community, they view any type of networks of us getting on code with each other as a threat. They have to monitor whatever we do. They have to be able to control, dilute it. It's hard to control people who are focused on their lineage. We have a shared lineage and we get on code around our lineage. That's something you really can't stop, which is a problem. Nobody can say, okay, we're going to stop you from looking out for people in your lineage. You can't be stopped from doing that, which makes this thing powerful. This is why they have to try to confuse the lineage. It's a group, it's an organ, all that group, hate group, all that's a deliberate infiltration tactic, ladies and gentlemen. That's the psyop right there. So us getting on code with each other, yeah, because we're the soft power of this country. The global influence of soft power, which is us, relies heavily on the free extraction and the co-opting and the exportation of our cultural innovations, our music, fashion, vernacular paradigm shifts. So if we start getting on code and say, hey, you're not going to do this to our intellectual property, you're not going to do this to our trademarks, you're not going to do this to our culture, that disrupts a multi-billion-dollar domestic industry. Family, remember the last election, they spent billions of dollars trying to get Kamala Harris elected. This foundational Black American grassroots delineation movement stopped that, ladies and gentlemen. That's why why do you think Democrat shills are always attacking us? They've had meetings at the DNC, family. They do market research to see what went wrong, and they saw the algorithms, and they saw how popular FBA was, and they said, hey, this right here, this is what's kicking us in the ass right now, this FBA stuff right here. I love TikTok Shop. But they're saying this right here is the problem. This is whooping on us. Yes, it is. So this is why there's a constant need for them to try to attack the lineage, but it's hard to attack a lineage, so they have to create a straw man. That it's not a lineage, it is a group. Yeah. People are not dumb. They're deliberately playing dumb. They're not dumb. When they say we're a group, it's not because of a misunderstanding. Let me tell y'all something. Anytime people come around talking about, I'm confused, I just want to know, all I want to know is what is FBA? I'm just confused. Family, please stop going for that. Nobody's confused about what FBA is at this point. Nobody's confused. They know exactly what it is. They know what it is. FBA means part of your lineage or all of your lineage, non-immigrant. If you have non-immigrant lineage, that's FBA. If you have non-immigrant lineage, that is FBA. That's simple. Yeah. And yeah, there's no reversing. There's no reversing it. It is here. It's up and it's stuck. It's that simple. When people try to make it way more complicated, now let me get from what I understand. So FBA, what y'all trying to say is so FBA. So that means you is a Cherokee. What that mean? That mean y'all didn't never come from Africa? What did that mean? That's waste. They're wasting your time. They're wasting your time when they start that talk. That's a waste of time.
We'll work for you. Nah, then else will do.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the Democrats disrespect of black people who won't vote for them?
Well, fuck those Democrats, man. You know what I'm saying? They obsolete, man. The motherfuckers belong in a junkyard. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. They like a damn junkyard, a contaminated junkyard at that. You know, they ain't did a damn thing for us. They go out there, do shit for other groups of people, man, but don't do a damn thing for us. Okay, hold on one second, Brother Che. Okay, Goddess Navi, I just followed you back on Instagram. I saw your request, sister, and I'm following you back on Instagram. Sorry about that. Okay, but he's right. Fuck these Democrats, man. Fuck these Democrats. You know, just like that Hyde Biden saying, if you don't vote Democrat or vote for him, you ain't black. What the fuck does Hyde Biden know about being black? Okay. Right. Now, Hyde Biden, as you so well pointed out, and I'm saying this here for the sake of our listeners, is that he has proposed every mass incarceration bill since the early 1970s, okay, that incarcerates unjustly black people.
Yep, since 1972. Every crime bill 72 has been Biden's law, Biden's bill.
Right. Now, on Tariq, you know, I don't hate the brother, you know what I'm saying? But to me, in my opinion, some things, man, he says unnecessarily putting people down, you know. Now, if he's got idiots up there, I don't have a problem with him getting rid of idiots, like you said here in the private chat. Now, I'm gonna put them ponies in the barn, man. On what you said right here, man.
Hold of that ship where they belong.
Che, I already told them to get out of town and change their fucking name. You're right. You know what I'm saying? Okay, wait a minute. Okay, you say here that I roast Nabiscos all the time, which I do, and kick people off the platform. All of that, yeah, which I do. You know, I am guilty of that. You know what I'm saying?
No, why you acting brand like I don't do those things? I wouldn't dare do such a thing.
Sir. As long as I got deniable plausibility. Listen to me when I tell you this. I never had sexual relations with that woman. Yeah, you remember that one? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know, okay, got it. So therefore, you know, I followed you back on the Instagram, I believe, got us now, because I saw your request up there. I just have a heck of a time getting off into it, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know if the computer's filling up with data in it, because you know how you got to get your computer swept. See, this is what I really wish, man, that they would start throwing these motherfuckers in jail, man, behind this spam shit, because, you know, shit you don't want, shit you don't need, right? But they keep hitting you again and again and again with it, man, and it's pulling all your data, and you paying for the service, you're paying for the computer. You see what I'm saying? Actually, in my opinion, wait a minute, Brother Che, I just gave you a campaign idea. It's invasion of your privacy, man. So you could place that there off in your campaign, man. You see?
Yep.
It is an invasion of your privacy when they come up there sending you a bunch of bullshit you didn't request.
Yep.
You see what I mean? And then I read up on that no good bastard Mark Ridley Thomas. Mark Ridley Thomas, fuck you. I hope you hear it. The name is Shabaka Sankori Trick. Get with me on Twitter at Shabaka capital ESP. If you don't like it, motherfucker, you can bring your ass up here and I'll tell you about your stinking ass. Fuck you, Mark Ridley Thomas. And I hate to have to say that. You know what I'm saying? Now, at least the dump, as in human shit, he's a crook. He tells you he's a crook. He's on Jailbird 1, blowing shit up, raising up the goddamn gas prices. You know what I'm saying? And he ain't doing shit about it. Okay. Now, Jailbird 1, Donald Duck dump. You're a crook. So decency is not in your stinking ass. And you 80 years old, so you're probably shitting in your damn diapers too. You know what I'm saying? An American sad ass, you stupid drunk ass motherfucker. I am just so sorry that we cannot put that video up there with your drunk ass. You fuck with Trump, you fuck with me, and the guy who hosted the video said, American sad ass, you ain't gonna do shit. You know, what the fuck are you gonna do with your drunk ass? You see what I'm saying? Now, this is the problem with the alcohol, and I related to Jay, you know, a little bit there, you know, about Lerone Bennett, brother Chase. So I'm gonna call Jay personally because a lot of times when Jay is on, you know, he shouts us out. But you know, but the best time, you know, is to call Jay personally sometimes, you know, like I said, you know, if we disagree agreeably, you know, but if you're in the Nabisco, you're gonna get the business here. You see what I'm saying? You know, because you Nabiscos want to come in here, don't want to divide and conquer, man, and we shutting you down on that. Okay, now Hal 9000 is saying the dude is a Pan-African. He be on the FBA podcast from Boston, just trolling and spamming. Oh God, Boston, you know. Yeah,
Wait,
I don't never want to see it. Okay, he's talking about the dude, the cat who was on Tariq.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then also too, we definitely want to give a shout out there to Word Radio out of Philadelphia. Okay, WURD. Okay, when you guys come on there early in the morning in Philadelphia at 7 a.m., it's 4 o'clock here. But you know, you all have recognized us and what have you. So therefore, we're definitely working out Word Radio. They are very, very highly. Okay, excuse me, Hal. To whom are you talking about, Hal? He says, I'm talking about you, sir. State a name, Hal, and if you're disrespectful, man, we're going to bop your ass upside the head with the wrench. You got 10 seconds to clarify. 10, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bop him upside the head with the wrench.
Wait, we don't even know who he's talking about.
Okay, he says I'm talking about you, sir, and I was the last one who was talking, so I'm going to assume that is me. Okay, specify who you talking about, Hal. Or better yet, Hal, why don't you bring your ass up here?
He won't show his face, Shabaka.
Oh, okay. All right, hit him with the wrench. Okay. Val, you got the wrench, bop Hal off. Hal 9000, bye-bye. You know?
Yeah, he's on the vertical. Let me see.
Okay, see if you could bop him with the wrench. Because he won't come up.
He'll come up with camera.
Okay, he can come up any way he wants. I just want to hear his voice and let's debate.
That echo is back.
The echo is back on me?
Yep, I can hear myself.
Okay, then that's in the system, brother Che. Because I'm hearing myself too.
Oh.
Yeah, see, StreamYard, boy, you guys. Yeah. Okay, well, Hal 9000, come on up, or are you going to troll? You know what I mean? Okay, and Val is up here laughing his ass off. You know what I'm saying?
Her, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Val. Okay. Yeah. Most humble apologies. You know what I mean? Okay.
That's a sister.
Yeah. That's what she just said. Yeah. Okay, so HAL 9000. Okay, now HAL 9000. Guess what Brother Che just did? Okay. He gave you the link to come up here, man. All you got to do is get on that raggedy ass computer you got, your cell phone or peanut whistle, whatever pack of shit you got, man. Click the fucking link. And tell you what, Hal, I'll let you talk first. Then I'm going to roast your ass. You got 10 seconds. 10, 5, 0. Time's up.
She put him in time, but the link is still out there. So if you want to hit the link, you can.
Oh, okay. All right. So Val, okay. So you put him in time. Now, Val, okay. I see the small picture. It looks like somebody's gadgeting, and I know the word is graduate. So where they gadgeting from? Look like high school or college.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Okay. All
think
righty.
it's
So
graduation. I think that's her and her son.
oh, okay. Because the picture's real small. I got on bifocals, you know what I'm saying? And it's still small. Damn, I need glasses to find some real damn glasses, boy. This shit ain't nothing nice. Okay. All right. So therefore, hey, Cal Dog, what's going on with you, brother? He says he's back with us. Okay, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. You know, Cal Dog, we got a troll out here, man. We sent him the direct link, man, and he don't want to come up and get none of this work, and what have you.
Yeah, he was your boy Water God, our boy Water God, of being a scammer.
Now, I'm sorry to hear that about Water God.
Well, it's a troll that said this.
Okay.
I don't know how much validity that has.
Okay, he's got to show some receipts. That's what you guys are saying in your generation. Show me some receipts.
Yeah, what are receipts?
When I hear that, I'm thinking y'all talking about show receipts from Burger King and McDonald's and shit. So I would imagine what it is show proof. Okay. Well, see, that's the dynamics of our language, people. Okay. Is that every generation to change? Huh. You know what? That there's what else, making sure Master don't know what we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said Water God's a scammer. He's scamming people. His water isn't real.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Then what they need to do with the water scammers, have that son bitch go up there and drink directly from the Colorado River and get that oxidation or other shit that I just, scrubbed off my bathtub right here. Calcium, lime, all that old type of shit. Oh, okay. Val says we were graduating from technical college. Good. Now, putting a question out there, Brother Che, not getting off topic. Should trade schools and technical colleges should get the same recognition as colleges and universities?
The same recognition or the same funding?
Okay, both.
Yes.
I agree with you. Okay. I agree with you. Okay. All righty. Okay. So therefore, you Nabiscos out there, okay? You Nabiscos are shitting in your pants, okay? The reason why you Nabiscos are shitting in your pants like your hero, the dumpster, as in human shit, is because...
hold on, Shabaka. Yeah, Cal, he said something about he invite people to Discord meetings just to scam them.
Yeah, see, now that's a good way to get your ass whooped, okay? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Really. You know what I mean? And okay, I hear you, Val. I don't take the words of trolls. Now, see what I do, Val, with the trolls, we bring them up here, right, for two reasons. One is we're going to roast the shit out of them. And then hopefully they'll go up there and share the link out to their fellow trolls. You see what I'm saying? So basically, it's an inadvertent way to get our names out there. You see what I mean? And over the years, it has been effective. You see, you know. And then we've had people who come up here. You see, and when we talk to them, they says, "Oh, okay, now I see what you guys are saying." So we give a respect to them as well too. Okay, that's somebody that's never been in a Discord meeting, cow dog. Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All righty. Okay. So he don't want this business. Okay. All righty. Okay.
The link is still in the chat, so he didn't hit the link.
Okay. All righty. Okay. So the link is there. You know what I'm saying, and what have you. And then okay. And sister here is saying we're starting a Black-led party. Okay. All righty. Now, please get candidates that's going to represent our issues, such as with the reparations now. That's why I got the reparations now up there. You see what I'm saying? Today, you see, because we built the fucking country, number one. We contributed greatly to the gross national product from our free labor, plus the market of slaves it sells, is because the only thing what a gross national product means is the total amount of money that was spent on goods and services in a given period of time is generally a year. Okay, so that's what the gross national product is. And I believe Dr. Claude was saying that there too, Brother Che, in the lectures that we did and that he's did, and then 10 years ago he said that these immigrants is the new triple K. Okay, Dr. Anderson, huh? 13 years ago he said that?
Yep.
Okay, well, we hope Dr. Anderson as well, you know, and Dr. Anderson, if you see us out there, man, out here in cyberspace, internet land, or what have you, please get with us, Doctor. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, he
Also,
don't make nurses no more.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's in his 90s now.
Oh, okay. So he's retired. Okay. And like Dr. Marimba Ani, I believe that she's up in her mid 70s going on the 80s, you know.
Yeah.
So we contribute, I'm sorry. We thank you for your contributions. Okay. So we try to get it off into our historical files, you know, for the generations after us. Then and I'm sure Brother Che is going to have a dossier of files, you know, when he gets up into the age group, when he becomes an elder, to pass on down to the following generations. Okay. But one thing that I'm going to pass on down to y'all, there's only two sexes, male and female. And then I'm putting it out there and researching too, guys, and also too, Cow Dog, that Angela Bassett and Denzel Washington have both came out publicly that they are not with that alphabetized agenda. Okay, so I think what had happened was they made their money to secure their families out of their careers, and now they're coming out here standing there, and to quote Tariq, now that's standing on business.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You know, that's standing on business because they will get those residuals for the rest of their lives. And then after they transition, then they could assign the residuals, you know, to their descendants, as I understand California civil law. And then I'm getting ready to go out here. Now get this here, people. Podbean. Yeah, Podbean. They got an office here in Las Vegas. I find out, man, the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Brother Che, is on fucking Podbean.
Yep, it's on Spotify. I think
and Spotify. Yeah, so I'm gonna go over there and see Podbean, you know, after this holiday today, because ain't today Memorial Day being celebrated?
Yes.
Okay, so everything is closed. Okay, so I have to go over there and go talk to them. I might dress halfway. Now, should I go over there, ladies and gentlemen, with a button-down shirt and slacks, or should I put on my shorts, my sneakers, and my pullover T-shirt? How should I go present myself?
Oh man, I would say it's so goddamn hot. What's the temperature gonna be?
Okay, I think tomorrow, Brother Che, we're going to be up at about 99 because today we did hit 102, then it dropped down to 98.
Yeah, definitely shorts.
Okay, all righty. Okay, all righty. So I'll keep the ones on that I got on now. They're clean. You know what I'm saying, and whatnot. So if they don't believe me, I'm just gonna say, hey man, pull up one of the back episodes.
Right.
I mean, it sounds just like you. Yeah, pay me, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say it like that.
It's on
Huh?
Spotify. Just type in Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancer proper on Spotify.
Yeah, no, we are on Spotify, Brother Che, because I was listening to some back episodes, man. We did like often in 19 and 2019, 2020, and what have you. You know what I'm saying? And then we had that particular hater, who had came up there. You know who I'm talking about, right? The one that's back east. I'm gonna leave it at it right there at that. So I want to go get all his shit on our stuff, man. Delete it.
Oh, the neo-Nazi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Val Hawkins says, "Come as you are." Okay. All righty. Okay. So you want me to go up down there and go talk to these people about some business, Val Hawkins, with shorts on and my sneakers on and my shirt, that's real thin. You know what I'm saying?
9 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, man. Because yeah, you're right. Yeah, I might go out there with my old ass, have a heart attack, a stroke, or something, and then they be scraping me up off the damn sidewalk.
Yeah, catching heat stroke.
Yeah, but I got some water in this motherfucker now. I got some water now.
Somebody hit the link. Who is this?
Oh yeah. Dan, 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 dan. Dan, 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 dan.
All right, go on mute. It's him.
All right. Who's him?
The man in the.
Oh, okay. I'm going on.
What up, man? Man in the hallway. What is it? Man in what?
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Hal. Is this Hal 9000?
It's the man in the high castle, Reverend Green.
Oh, okay, Reverend Green. How are you doing this evening?
Not bad, not bad. Yourself, though?
I'm Gucci. So
that's what's up.
Talking about Shabaka?
Yeah, I don't have no beef. He's been on other platforms such as the Bronze Reaper.
Oh, this is a different Shabaka.
Probably.
You got him.
That's a different Shabaka. Okay, that's not true. I have you all. I have you all effed up there. I got it wrong.
Okay, hold on.
I got it wrong.
Okay, hold on. Is that Shabaka St. Corey who you're trying to get in touch with?
No. So remember, Breeze was telling us about that tether named Shabaka.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I got it all wrong then. My bad.
No, it's all good. No, it's all good, man. You welcome, man. You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with Shabaka St. Corey right here, and you're on Frontline Black News right now. And me and Brother Che, we've been collaborating, for the last few years now. And what happens is here, brother, huh?
The last decade.
Yeah, the last decade. Yes, sir. I stand corrected. So what we do, sir, is that we pretty much speak against the popular version of what is truth. Okay, we crumble them on tethers, house Negroes, racist white supremacists, ass scratchers, and yassa bosses. You see what I mean? And then Brother Che and I, Brother Che and I, when him and I disagree, we disagree agreeably. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we put a whole lot of sweat equity off into it. You know what I'm saying? And I've been called every NGR, talking on subjects of the reparations issue. As you see, my avatar of reparations now on Ali, because I used to be in some of these boxing groups, man. They call Ali, well, he was a dirty draft dodging coward. And I go on and tell the Nabiscos, well, it's mighty funny when he went to the University of Texas in Houston, and they called him all kind of foul names and stuff. And he said if he's going to go and die, he's prepared to die fighting one of them. You could hear a pin drop in the room. And then he also said that he ain't running to Canada and he's going to stay right there. And then keep in mind, you had a lot of the troglodytes that were burning their draft cards, right? and going to Canada. You see, so we deal with hypocrisy like that. Okay, of course, we talk about educational issues for our children. You know what I mean? Also, to the relationships between black men and women with Crumbone on tethers, and then those complicit cats on the continent that sold us into slavery because they sat up there and got drunk. You see what I'm saying? Because the European came in there with alcohol first. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't drink, and then but I don't knock nobody else for drinking. And then on the reparations that we talk about, because we gave technology to the United States, we gave sugarcane, we harvested sugarcane and what they make that fire water from, your Jack Daniels, old granddad, and what have you. And then you remember the Mississippi Brawl a few years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And you remember,
Alabama.
Yeah, Alabama and Montgomery, yes, sir. Okay, about the riverboat, and then the brother threw his hat up, man, and then the black community came together and went on there and smashed them. You know what I'm saying?
Brother,
they got drunk enough to fight. Then,
brother,
yeah.
You said your
yeah,
name right, brother. Sister Val got a question for you. She said, "What's your view on reparations?"
Super necessary, Sister Val.
Okay.
Very necessary.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, we got Kahari in here. Hey, Kahari. Yeah. Okay, so therefore on the reparations, okay, it is a debt that is owed, you see, is because we contributed greatly to the gross national product of the United States with our free labor, with picking the tobacco, with okay, we up at 600. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, then not to mention our intellectual property that was stolen as well, too, like our inventions, stuff like that, of how the slave master go out there, take the patents out on it, because like when they talk about Thomas Edison, and what's the brother's name you said they don't mention about Thomas Edison? Okay. Louis Lattimore, okay. And then what about our man who made the device for the engines on the trains or the railroads, to oil themselves? His device. That's why they call it the real McCoy. You see. Then not to mention that all the black soldiers that died in the Revolutionary War, Spanish American War, Civil War, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Storm, Afghanistan. I'm breaking up.
Yeah, as soon as you started talking about the wars, start sounding like you're underwater again. Brother Leonard, how did you find out about it? Were you just scrolling on YouTube?
Who's Brother Leonard? Okay, I see.
How did you find out about us?
Who's Brother Leonard?
Yeah, Brother Leonard.
Oh, shout out to Brother Leonard. Leonard Day Judas.
Okay. Yeah, he's been with us for a minute. Okay, Brother Leonard, thank you for joining us, man. You know what I mean? And you've been following us for a while. There ain't never a dull moment here. You know what I'm saying? And then too is these the Yasa bosses, okay, and these tethers, okay, they are extremely dangerous, and they should be charged with treason, in my opinion. You see
Absolutely.
what I'm saying?
Identity theft.
And right. Yeah, exactly. And the same ones on the continent too that sat there and went for that bullshit when them the Bissels came there. Oh, we got some fire water for you. Oh, you give us all your POWs. So then as they got the POWs, right? Okay, is that that says, well, this market is picking up pretty good. Let's go get the ones who sold them to us. You see what I'm saying? Such as with the Amistad case. Okay. And then to quote the words, I forgot the name of the brother man out of South Africa. He stated that in the beginning, we had the land and the European had the Bible. We closed our eyes and bowed our heads to pray. When we rose our heads up and opened our eyes, the European had the land and we had the Bible. Say, and
Yeah.
I forgot who said that, Brother Check. You know,
was
that
John-
there, yeah, and then I forgot who it was, but also too, Brother Che, you remember that picture we showed of them brothers over there in Nigeria
Was it
bowing
Robert
down to
Mugabe, sir?
No, this is
you
way
know
before.
what? Yeah, this is before Mugabe.
Oh, okay. All
Because
right.
yeah, because what they did with Mugabe. Now the thing is, I distinctively remembered about Mugabe. You know, before he got up in age, Brother Che, they wanted to have the book fair in Harare, the capital city, right?
Yeah.
So Mr. Mugabe said, "Yeah, y'all could have the book fair right here." So then here comes the alphabetized agenda. You see what I'm saying? And Mr. Mugabe says, no, we don't do that here. So get up out of here, take it to London, take it to New York, better yet, take it to San Francisco, but you're not going to have that garbage over here. You say, now, what's going on with this Ebola virus? Okay, I'm keeping a close eye on it, Brother Che. You see what I'm saying? Okay, because they had practically eradicated it, right? Now all of a sudden, and it's out there in droves and what have you. You say, because they want that gold, they want that land. The Chinese want to build that Trans-African highway all the way from South Africa, man, up there to Kemet. You see what I mean? And so they just figure, well, we're going to help themselves to that gold, to the tungsten, to the silicon, all the stuff that you have off in your laptops. You see what I mean? Comes off the continent. You say, then you got the tethers, you know what I'm saying? Or, these scam artists who, inbox us in the mail, as you know, and you probably got some of those emails about 5-6 years ago. Oh yeah, I'm such and such over here in Ghana, and I got $500,000 million that I want to transfer into your bank, and then he wants all your bank information, man. Then the next thing you know, your stuff is wiped out. That happened to a whole lot of people. They tried to come at me with it. And I went on there and cussed him out, man, and told him he was full of BS, man. You know what I'm saying? So then I got called all kind of foul crap. So I just went on and deleted and blocked him. You know what I mean? I really did. I really, really did, And then we had a TikTok account. And then there's some business going on with TikTok, okay? And I'm trying to get it back. It's because it was building us up a little bit. Then all of a sudden, TikTok came to me with some nonsense. You see what I mean? And then also, too, sir, we do have like uncensored episodes, and sometimes we'll put a rating up there, like if they're going to have children or mothers watching, is because when we was with Blog Talk, we had open mic uncensored, right? So, we went off, and then we got an admonishment from Blog Talk where a lady was saying she was on her laptop and she was listening to the show, okay, but she had her children present, and we got off the hook, so we got admonished on that. And this is like we'll say, well, this show is for those 18 years of age and over. You see what I mean? Okay, now, the other groups who come up here, we don't mind talking to them as long as they're going to be disrespectful. But one thing these other groups are not going to do, they're not going to tell us about our history, because we do not tell other groups about their history unless they did some direct attack on us. You see what I mean? Now, does that sound fair and reasonable to you, sir?
It sounds very reasonable. There, those on the continent, especially, they will advocate for the white South Africaner, and they'll say, hey, this person's been here for 8 generations. But when we say the same thing about ourselves,
you're xenophobic.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and I found that there incredible. And then who was the sister that gave that there, man, with Uncle Phil's on her podcast, from Africa? What was that sister's name? And she went up there and she used the term house niggas that she got from us. Fine, beautiful thing, too. I think she's Kosa, okay? Because in the Kosa language, okay, they speak with the clicks. If you ever listen to some of our past episodes, when we were with Blog Talk, we used to have African Sunset that used to be our opening with it, from Sister Miriam Makeba, who spoke Zulu, Kosa, and Suku.
singer, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct. And she was married to Hugh Masekela at one time, and she was also married to Kwame Ture as well. And Sister Miriam transitioned in 2008, I believe. You see what I'm saying? And then she made a big hit in the late 1960s called Pata Pata. That was an international success, because I believe, Brother Che, that she was even on the Ed Sullivan show at one time, during the time, the Black empowerment era. And then, of course,
Yeah,
Ed Sullivan.
That's when she did that speech where she said, "Poof, they discovered you."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what she says is that we leave our traditions orally. We pass down our traditions orally, generation after generation. But then the white man comes here and says, "Poof, you've been discovered. Now all of a sudden you exist." You see what I'm saying? And down there they call them the Boers. Okay, like Stinky Bird. Okay, the dude with the Tesla. Okay, I'm not gonna say his name, but connect the dot. Okay, because we kind of like do speaking code here. Stinky Bird is no African, because I will invite Stinky Bird to come out here to Las Vegas, Nevada with me next month and sit out here in the sun with me. Well, we'll have a wind chill, man, about 119 degrees. You know what I mean? And I ain't never had sunburn before in my life, but he'll get it. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, Shabaka, his lineage is not from Africa.
That's my point. He's Dutch. Yeah, the Netherlands. He's Dutch. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of it as well, too, then Sister Miriam Makeba did a song too, brother, singing about the brothers going down into the diamond mines where they go 2-3 miles underground, working for peanuts, and pulling out all those diamonds. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. Yeah, so Sister Mary Makeba, yeah, she was definitely the sound of a movement. And then, of course, you remember James Brown's song, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. You know what I mean? And that was a big hit in 1968, And, of course, when Stax Records was big business, they went bankrupt. They did a Watt Stax concert in 1972. At the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. I was there. Rufus Thomas was there. Carla Thomas was there. Dramatics was there. The Staple Singers, singing Respect Yourself and what have you.
Yeah.
Huh?
The Fabulous.
Then, yeah, exactly. And then they had a Watt Stax 1973 where it turned into a big ride. So then, they went down there and shut it down because they had the LAPD out there, man, on standby by the thousands going out there. You see, so it was sabotage, it was straight sabotage, but it was a beautiful thing. You see, then of course, recently we spoke about the rebellion of 1992. Okay,
Yep.
then of course, recently we just spoke about Mark Furman in the O.J. Simpson case. He died. May he rest in peace, because his interrogation method is that this is him, as he said. We get 5 niggas. We beat the first nigga. Okay, we beat the second nigga worse than we beat the first one. The third one worse than we beat the second one, and then the fourth one is going to tell us what we want to know, and then the fifth one is going to confirm it. And Mark Furman, may you rest in peace. I hope you fry in hell. You are a rogue officer in the LAPD, in my opinion, since I grew up there. Okay, it's a terrorist organization. Look at Daryl Gates. Look at the Rodney King case. No justice, no peace. You see what I'm saying? Then the cold part about it is they go up there, get Rodney King. Can we just get loud? Come on, man. You got hit upside the head 52 times, man, with a nightstick. Then we're at 5 hours.
Finish your thoughts. I got to get the next few topics.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so then after that, then of course, man, about 1992. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Mr. Vaughn. May Furman rest in peace. So moving on out there, brother, so I was just giving you a brief summary. So we're going to continue with the show as Brother Che is doing the itinerary. And thank you for joining us, man, and get back with us.
Well,
Yeah.
I have a much clearer understanding, sir, and
Yes.
I see that I had it wrong, and where do we go here from here? I think it will be great to just
Oh, yes,
let
sir.
y'all just kick it and do what y'all was doing.
Okay.
I
Yes,
appreciate it.
sir.
And this is
Yes, sir.
this is Leonard Day Judah. This is your other page, or Leonard sent you? You said
Who's that?
you don't know who Leonard Day Judah is.
No, Leonard Day Duda.
Yeah, he's usually over here.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Nope. This is I'm getting much familiar with who y'all are. I hit the like button. I subscribed, and
Okay,
appreciate.
thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
y'all.
thank you, sir.
Where are
Yes,
you
sir.
based?
Yeah, and good work.
Are you in the States? You in the United? You in the States, obviously. Where you at? If you mind disclosing, like, what state are you in? Yeah, she's not gonna answer.
Okay. Or he probably went on mute. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, he can hit our chat room as well too. You know, he could hit our private chat room. Let us know where we at. Okay. So far, nobody's in there. Okay, man. Then Jolena Taborn. Okay, Mr. Bourne. You say may he rest in peace. Okay, and I take it that you're speaking of Mark Furman. Okay, and
Yes.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
And so
Black Americans speak out about Republicans and Democrats.
Oh, okay. Going on mute, brother Che. Okay. How
Powerful
many
political
more
move
topics
Black America
got
could
to-
make wasn't choosing between two parties that take our vote for granted, but building our own Black-led party.
I think the elections are so rigged, and we have to do something about it, and we're going to do something about it. But we cannot continue to have, and frankly, the Senate and the House, they ought to get together and they ought to pass the Save America Act so that you have a voter ID, and it's so important you have proof of citizenship. Little thing like proof of citizenship.
Are descendants of slaves really American, though? What makes them American? Because they've been here.
They've
been here and they've fought in every single war since our country's founding. So yeah, I think people who shed blood, who fought for the soil of our land, regardless of the color of their skin, are more American than people who got here 2 years ago. Most of that blood has been white blood.
I don't truly think some of these folks understand how long we've been in America. And for the ones who do, they're purposely saying this in order to try to distance us from America, to act like we're really from somewhere else, in order to make themselves feel better.
Might have to drop a dime on this. For sure. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. But check this out. I'm going to show y'all in this video, we're going over how a lot of Black Americans are upset with both political parties, and they want to start our own political party, and they bringing up some hypocrisy on how these political parties play us, okay, on both sides. There's been a lot of statements about how Trump is fighting for the J6ers to get a form of reparations for what they've been through in storming the White House. And, you know, I've been doing videos about this, and a lot of people have been coming into my comment section saying, hey, why aren't y'all yelling at Trump? Why aren't y'all going at Trump for this? When Trump is taking care of his people, we're going at the Democrat Party because they with this black stuff. They tell us we supposed to be voting for Democrat. We black. Look at those.
Sister Jolena, the damn YouTube held your comment for review. So I just unlocked, showed it. So I just want to let you know YouTube on that bullshit as usual.
Right. Puke tube, as we call it.
Yeah.
Those white people over there, they racist, it's pointing at. So it's like, we're looking at what you're doing. And when we look at what you're doing, you're not doing nothing. Shout out to everybody who is, stand on their neck, because they decided to put shields in my comment section and have people like saying points that we clearly explaining in the videos. It's like they trying to get some type of win in the comment section. But neither here nor there. We're gonna go over some clips, man, on how this Democrat and Republican is going. You got Vivica Fox out here trying to make sure the Democrat Party is in play. A lot of celebrities are going to get on the bandwagon of these politicians.
Not
because
Vivica
it's like a cheap
Fox.
market for the politicians. They feel like they already got clout, and it's a good commercial. But let me know what y'all think. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Let me know what y'all think about it in the comment section. I'm gonna give y'all some more commentary. Let's get it.
What if the most powerful political move Black America could make wasn't choosing between two parties that take our vote for granted, but building our own Black-led party? Please share this post with everybody Black. This is the strategy they've been trying to stop us from pursuing since the first time we tried in 1972 at the Gary Convention. This is what we'd have to do. To form a recognized political party in the United States, you must file for official party status in each state you intend to operate in. This involves gathering petition signatures, submitting articles of organization, establishing a party name, symbol, and charter, and registering with the Federal Election Commission. It's a bureaucratic red tape jumbo meant to deter you, but I will not be deterred. I love destroying red tape. We must hold a national convention and ratify a Black legislative agenda, a binding platform that every candidate that we run must uphold. Delegates from every state, every city, every community where Black people have been underserved, underfunded, and underrepresented, which is every state in this stolen America. Criminal justice, economic investment, education equity, housing, healthcare, reparations policy. This agenda is not a wish list. It is a contract between this party and the people it serves. No more empty promises from the left, and no more Project 2025 strategies from the right. Here is where this strategy separates itself from every failed third-party attempt in American history. We are not, I repeat, we are not running a candidate for president, because the presidency is a national race and third parties don't win national races. Instead, we are laser focused on state legislative seats, city councils, mayoral races, school boards, and selected U.S. House and Senate districts, specifically in areas where Black Americans make up a significant share or outright majority of the population. And a handful of strategic U.S. House and Senate seats can become the deciding votes on the federal level. That's called leverage. I'm asking you to believe in math. There are millions of Black Americans who have never voted. However, I believe a party built by them for them will engage this segment of our population. I hope y'all picking up what I'm putting down. The goal is not rebellion. The goal is representation. Representation equals power. The difference now is we will protect what we build by any means necessary. I hope to see y'all June 13th at the Black Unity Cookout here in Chicago. I love you, Black man. I love you, Black woman. Knowledge is power. Power to the people.
Their report on the last election on why you won and Democrats lost. One thing that it mentions is how they failed to reach Middle America, Southern Americans. Do you think they've learned lessons from that election, and have you seen that report?
I think the elections are so rigged, and we have to do something about it, and we're going to do something about it. But we cannot continue to have, and frankly, the Senate and the House, they ought to get together and they ought to pass the Save America Act so that you have a voter ID. And it's so important. You have proof of citizenship, little thing like proof of citizenship, and also mail-in voting, which is so crooked. So in Maryland, as you probably saw, they had 500,000 mail-in votes that were corrupt. They were corrupt. They said the printer made a mistake. Don't believe that. And they got caught with 500,000 mail-in ballots that were corrupt. We got to stop it. We have a country that has a very corrupt, we have more corrupt elections than third world countries have. And we ought to get smart. Pass the Save America Act. That'll be a long way. Yeah, voter ID, voter identification. I'll tell you what, the Democrat voters do want to pass, 87%. But the Democrat politicians don't want to pass. And the reason is they'd never be elected again because with their policy of open borders, transgender for everyone, I call it transgender mutilization of your children for everybody, men playing in women's sports, all of the stuff that they do, high taxes, they want a tax hike. They voted in favor of high taxes. They voted against a tax cut. They voted in favor of men playing in women's sports. I don't know what these people are thinking. The only way they can win is to cheat, and that's what they want to do. And we ought to pass the Save America Act.
My name is John Alante McCauley. I'm with a grassroots organization called Flip Philly Red. We're here to offer you something different because you've been voting Democrat for the mayor's office for the past 70 years. In regard to resolution number 260437, this is a simple procedure to extend existing homes program budget for fiscal year 2027. This program was touted to be conservative friendly, but when I took a magnifying glass to it, my eyebrows raised. Because of the ICE out legislation, being an illegal alien is now a protected class under the city's Fair Practices Ordinance. Developers and independent contractors can't refuse to hire someone because of their immigration status or if they're an illegal alien. If they do, it will prevent them from attaining contracts for Mayor Sherrell Parker's home plan. That means if they hire them, they can't hire you. And if they hire you, you can't get a fair wage because that illegal alien would do it for cheaper. When you fight for illegal aliens, you fight against yourself. Why would I want to sign up for a plan that would take 20 plus years to pay back the principal and interest? 1.26 billion off of 800 million paid back. You look at me crazy for wearing a MAGA hat. I look at you crazy for allowing this mayor and the city council to raise your wage tax, property tax, the business income tax, realty transfer tax, sales tax, soda tax, hotel tax, parking tax, tax. Nowhere in the United States Constitution or the Pennsylvania State Constitution does it say government is responsible for providing housing. Maybe if Senator Dave McCormick challenged Ms. Tax-on-the-Death Parker on free markets and capitalism, instead of eating cheesesteaks and passing out free food, we wouldn't have this problem. John Alante McCauley for PAGOP State Committee, Stacey Garrity for Governor.
Are descendants of slaves really American, though?
Yeah.
What makes them American? Because they've been here.
They've been here and they've fought in every single war since our country's founding. So yeah, I think people who shed blood, who fought for the soil of our land, regardless of the color of their skin, are more American than people who got here 2 years ago.
Most of that blood has been white blood.
Sure, that doesn't change the fact that the individual who lost their life or who sacrificed doesn't change that fact. I mean, proportionally, Black men are only 13% of the population. So yeah, I mean, most of it is going to be white blood, absolutely. But there are brave Black men in my state, in our state, who have gone to war, not just in the global war on terror, but in Korea, in Vietnam, World War I, World War II, the Civil War. Their contributions matter just as much.
That's true, but predominantly that experience has been one reserved for people of European descent. And I think it's important for us to make that observation and not just count that out.
Well, you can make the observation. It doesn't make it, it's an observation. It's empirically true, but look, if you're someone from Sweden or from South Africa, and you're white and you come here and you've been here for 2 years and you are on an H-1B visa, you are not more American than a Black American or a white American who's been here for 5 or 6 generations.
I hear you. And we can move on after this, but I guess
we are from America. We are part of the foundations of the United States of America. Family, understand, we were here in the United States before it was called the United States of America. It was called the United States of America, and it was established in 1776. We were here before then. That's not even arguable, okay? That's non-negotiable. We were here before then, family. I don't truly think some of these folks understand how long we've been in America. And for the ones who do, they're purposely saying this in order to try to distance us from America, to act like we're really from somewhere else. in order to make themselves feel better.
I was born here. My dad was born here. My granddad was born here. My mom was born here. My grandmom was born here. My great-grandmother was born here. My great-great-grandmother was born here. My great-great-great-great-grandmother was born here, and so on and so forth. I don't understand why you're trying to tell me who I am or how I should identify.
All right, y'all. So there y'all see it, man. Let me know what y'all think about that in the comment section. We is going live tonight. Y'all see how they trying to put now. Fishback is going against Byron Donalds. In Florida, we got a whole discussion to have on that. So y'all look out for that discussion because Byron Donald was kind of winning right now, and we got to make sure he
ain't that their old clip,
he don't
Jesse?
stand for our reparations and what we represent here in Florida. But I appreciate everybody who tapped in. Make sure I hit that.
Yeah, that's a recent clip, Shabaka. It's not an old clip.
Now, it seems to me I've seen this here before a few months ago, Brother Che.
Well, yeah, I played it a month ago. But yeah, it's happened this year.
Okay. All righty. Okay. See, so therefore, the reparations is a debt that is owed, you see. And the reason why it's more owed, like I said before, like the real McCoy, okay, you know, the brother there, Lewis Lattimore, that you pointed out, Garrett Morgan, and then, okay, now, Cowdog is saying, and the Saltines love to lie, but tell the truth, they have only been here since 1776. Okay, all righty, and then, of course, all the sisters who came with the hidden figures, the sister who invented the internet, the home security system, and let's see, because
I played the clip of all of them in the beginning of the show of every show, Shabaka.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. And then not to mention the fact when it comes to our music, okay, and as you so well said, they want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues. And I just cussed out, you know, some of the Bisco earlier today talking about Elvis Presley, and I'm like, man, And I told you, and I'm saying this here for our new viewers, okay, Miss Jolena, I'm gonna saying this here for you because you know you're a new viewer, you're coming up, and we appreciate you and your input. She said that her mama didn't let them watch Good Times because James cussed too much in there. But James Evans, he was a very, very powerful father figure in the Black community. And then when they wanted him to capitulate that dignity, he said, hey, to hell with it. I'm out of here. So then, of course, they killed off his character. You see what I mean? Okay. So then our inventions, our intellectual property, you know, same thing within the performing arts, contributed greatly to the gross national product of this country. You see what I mean? Oh, yeah. So you all owe big time. Now, you got this orange orangutan jailbird, okay, who goes on Jailbird 1. He belongs in jail. Okay, so I don't call it Air Force One. I call it Jailbird 1. Now, they got an island out there in the middle of San Francisco Bay that he named Alligator Alcatraz after. Okay, I say the dumpster should be incarcerated there immediately. He could still be the president, but he's got to live in the conditions that it is currently in. You see what I'm saying? Well, to quote you, Brother Che, in a perfect world, yes, you know, but I'm just putting it out there. Now, let's say for the people. What year did they close Alcatraz? They closed it in 1962.
Okay.
In 1962, they closed it. Okay. Now, the dumpster, as we all know, he got 5 deferments from the Vietnam conflict on doctored reports saying he had bone spurs, right? So if he's supposed to be the commander-in-chief, wouldn't you think, man, that a person in that position should have some type of military experience?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So he lied about that. Then I remember on mainstream media in his first regime, he had his niece, who was that, Mary Trump, I believe.
I like to.
Okay. Who would talk about
the next time. Finish your thought, and I'm going to
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, his niece would come up there and talk about, his improprieties coming up and how egotistical he was. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's all what I wanted to say on in regard to the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way. Okay, let's go to Sister Demetria.
All right, so Sister Demetria K gonna give us an update on these Democrats admitting that Black Americans have been neglected by the party.
Oh, okay. All righty.
Listen to talk radio, and NPR is one of the stations that I listen to the most. Now, y'all also
Oh man, that's a bad one to be listening to, but I'm gonna let her continue.
know that I listen to Reverend Al if I'm in the car on Sunday. It's very nerve-wracking a lot of times, but sometimes I call in, right? But this particular time, as I was listening to NPR, Representative Christian Menifee was on Hello Houston, and they were taking calls, right? So I couldn't resist myself. Listen to what I asked him and listen to his response.
Demetra from Jersey Village is on the line. Demetra, what's on your mind?
Hi, Representative Menifee. I have a question regarding Black Americans. What do you say to us who feel like the Black Democrats, especially, have not really represented our interests? And a lot of us have witnessed our Black Democratic misleadership do more for illegal immigration than the Black American community. So how do you gain back the confidence of those Black Americans?
Demetra, thank you for your call.
Yeah, I think the folks in office have to put their money where their mouth is. For far too long, Black voters have been the core block for the Democratic Party. Yet whenever it comes to an issue like reparations, like voting rights, we're cast aside. I have been a vocal proponent of reparations since I first got into politics. You have a subgroup of people who built this country and did it effectively without pay. And to me, that's not reparations are not a handout. It is back pay. And I've supported that my entire time in public office. But if you even look at voting rights, when we had the trifecta, we had the White House, we had the Senate, we had the House, and it was two Democrats, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, who blocked it. But there were also a bunch of other Democrats that were complicit in not like every single day blowing that issue up and making it a national issue, regardless of whether it was going to harm the party. So my message to them would be, I'm new, so I wasn't involved in none of that. In my time as Harris County attorney, I redirected resources to stand up for Black communities time and time again, whether it be going after companies for the pollution out in Fifth Ward, standing up when you saw various concrete batch plants or metal recyclers or waste pits trying to be put into our communities. And I'll continue to fight on that. But I also do believe that we have to fix the immigration issues in this country. Right now, you have families that are being held at, for example, Dilley Detention Center. I was just there visiting last week. It's just south of San Antonio. And you have, I saw kids who were, 7, 8 years old who were there with one parent. And I saw the trauma in their eyes, something that they're going to experience for the rest of their life. So I'm going to keep fighting on the immigration issue as well. But no, I completely agree. I think the Democratic Party has had a long history of benefiting from.
So as you saw there, I basically asked him, how do you and the Democrats gain back the confidence of Black Americans who have been neglected by the Democratic misleadership? I actually meant to say leadership, but I'm used to saying misleadership. And so I said that. And his answer was, pretty interesting. He talked about reparations. He said, yes, Black Americans deserve reparations. And he also talked about what's going on in, the detention centers and things like that. But he did concede that the Democratic Party has not been, respectful to its most loyal group of voters, Black Americans, right? And he said it's high time that they do. And you know what? I got to respect his answer because I'll be honest with you. Most politicians and Black politicians, Democrats, they would have tap danced around that. Well, we got to study and this, that, and the other. But nah, he was just flat out. He didn't say no. Right? I'm not going to do nothing. Just he gave two answers and I can respect that. Right now, what he actually does, and that's a different story. Now, I should say that he took over Sheila Jackson Lee's old seat that went to Sylvester Turner, but both of them went on up to glory, and Christian Menifee is now in the seat, and he's obviously going up for re-election to keep the seat and all that. So, I've heard some pretty good things about him, but I also want to say this too. We cannot continue to complain about things if we do not take the opportunities to get before these people, whether it's on the phone or go to these conferences or things that they're at, and be respectful, ask questions and things like that, and really kind of says hold their feet to the fire. Hey, what about us? Because I'm about that life. If y'all don't already know. I will call, right? And they gave us the number to call. Now, sometimes my daughter's like, oh my gosh, here you go again. She is glad that I do those things, but she's like, what are you going to ask them? I'm like, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to bite my tongue. I'm not going to be mean. And she doesn't know me to be mean, right? Am I a little bit direct sometimes? Yeah, I think you should be direct. But we have to start asking them and say, hey, I'm listening, right? That also lets them know I'm listening. Now, I don't know how many people listen to Hello Houston. I think it's a pretty cool show. They talk about all kind of things locally, and they let people call in. But again, when people like it, Christian ministries or different politicians or somebody that has some say-so over your quality of life, when they're on, that lets them know, hey, oh gosh, they are paying attention. Because I don't think he expected for somebody to call in and ask specifically about Black Americans, right? Because maybe they don't even think we're listening. I'm not saying we're not, we are, but that keeps them honest as well. Like, man, I can't just come up here and just tap dance and say anything I want to say, because somebody might be listening. And yeah, if they listen, I better come with an answer, and one that, I'm going to say it sounds good, because again, what he actually does, that remains to be seen. But I'm glad that he didn't stutter and bite his tongue about what he thought Black Americans deserved, rather specifically, and that, yes, there has been some benign neglect of the Black American community. So big ups to him. Hey, big ups to me for calling and asking him that question. So anyway, for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetria K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
And like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, thank you, Sister Demetria K. Appreciate you calling in and on that Democrat's helmet and him telling you how that party honestly feels. So he admitted that, reparations, he talking about he's been supported since he's been a candidate. But has he pushed any policy, has he pushed any bill besides HR 4, it's not reparations, to get us our reparations? And then you see
exactly
got the damn cape on for the illegal. So I'm still going to continue to fight for illegal immigration.
Yeah, And then the cold part about it is, and that's what kills me, man, about how these immigrants are going to come up there asking about where we at. We should be out there for them and all this old type of business. You know what I'm saying? And then when it comes to us for our reparations, they tell us that we wrong. Okay, Jolena Taborn, I'm telling y'all, we was country kids. We learned extra after school. My mother taught us about Black history that wasn't taught in school about ourselves. Okay, now, Ms. Taborn, you just brought back a memory. I was in the 4th grade in 1968, okay? And I had a Black teacher in elementary school. And about the last 45 minutes of class, okay, we start discovering slavery and the brutalization of it. You see what I'm saying? And this is what I mean by if you can get an elder close as possible to the time that the history had occurred where they lived through it. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And then, of course, too, there was a movie with our girl, Miss Cicely Tyson, Brother Che, you might have heard of it, called the biography, wait a minute, it's called Miss Jane Pittman. And the setting was, Miss Jane Pittman, and the setting was 1962, okay, in the South, okay, and I believe that she was 110 years old. She was about 110 years old, and then a reporter comes up to her and says, ma'am, is it true that you was born a slave? And she said, yes, and I never got a chance to see the movie, okay, but and that's what she was doing. She was telling her story, and she was talking about that when the Union soldiers came in and informed them that slavery is no longer the law of the land. So then I think the soldier said, well, it has something to do with her naming herself, and she chose the name Jane. You see what I'm saying? And so it's kind of like when Dustin Hoffman played in a movie called Little Big Man, Okay, now you're gonna find this kind of interesting.
Yep,
Dustin Hoffman played in a movie called Little Big Man. Okay, the movie was made in 1970, right? So he's like 110 years old in a sanitarium, and he's relating the history of the Little Bighorn. Thus, in turn, that's why it was called Little Big Man. Mentioning the Little Bighorn, and as you know, I visited the Little Bighorn. You saw my video I made from the Little Bighorn, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, and it got tore down, man. Because what I did was, Brother Chase, since I couldn't monetize my videos and they wanted me to put them up there for free, I tore them down, and I hated that I had to do that, right? But if I ain't getting paid, man, and if we ain't getting paid, ain't nobody else gonna get paid. It's just like that, because we put too much in this out of our own pockets. But it was interesting visiting the Little Bighorn, because there's an old ancient African proverb: listen to the wind and hear the stories of long ago. They say. So I was just sitting there vibing, and like I said, you know what I'm saying, this here for Ms. Taborn and those who have joined us here, specifically Brother Che, because you already know where I'm going. All right. When I went there, they told me the story of Little Bighorn. Then they asked me, they said, why in God's name did your people help the white man against our people? And I went on there and told them, and they halfway understood when I says, well, the slave only knew what the master taught him after the second generation that we were brought here, because the first generations who was brought here, that was the spirit of rebellion. Then, of course, they took a generation to break that. And then the ones, who were born here, okay, they only knew what the white man told them. And then just like when Sister Harriet was having an Underground Railroad, the Black church was the meeting point. You see what I'm saying? And then how we're gonna, when the Underground Railroad is coming, and then when you get the signal, and I think the song was Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, if I'm not mistaken, I may be wrong. And if anybody's out there that knows it, please let me know. And then, you'll sneak off and you'll get there. And Sister Harriet tell them, hey, once you get on this train, there ain't no going back. And I can imagine of how many big 6'5" slaves, can pick up 5 houses. Oh, Miss Harriet, we can't leave this good master. You must be crazy. And she'll level that double-barrel shotgun and said, fool, you're going to be free or dead, man. You got like about 10 seconds to make up your fucking mind. You see what I'm saying? So I'm quite sure she had to kick a lot of them off the planet. She didn't want to, I don't think, but she had to get them up out of there, because only Lord knows what would happen to Sister Harriet, man, if they caught up with her. And she died in 1913 and in a sanitarium, and she was about the same age as Ms. Jane Pittman there. You see, with our girl, the one and only Miss Cicely Tyson. And one thing about Miss Cicely Tyson, she never played no bed wench. She ain't never played no whore. She ain't never played no tramp. You know what I'm saying? So I got the utmost of the movie career of Miss Cicely Tyson. May she rest in power. She transitioned at the age of 96. Also, too, another sister who never played those type of roles either was not Sidney Poitier's wife, Ozzie Davis's wife. Oh boy, I'm looking right at her, man. Ruby D. Yeah, that was Ozzie Davis. Yeah, because
together.
Ruby D and Ozzie Davis were at the Wattstacks concert, because they showed a clip of a man, in it, in 1972. So I respect Ruby D for that. You know what I'm saying? Then of course our girl Vanetta McGee, may she rest in peace. She was from San Francisco, and her most notable performance was that of Shaft in Africa. You see what I'm saying? So if you get a chance to see Shaft in Africa, you get to see Vanetta McGee in there as well too. And then, of course, as we all know, that Vanetta McGee was the wife of actor Max Julian, who played in The Mac. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
and what have you. So they're moving. Yeah.
All right, so this is gonna be the last topic because for almost 6 hours.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, yeah. Pull up Miss Ruby D. Yeah. She was married to Ozzie Davis, Jolena, Miss Tapborn. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So sticking on the topic of reparations, they had the Reparations Commission meeting in Hempstead, Long Island, this past.
Okay.
People showed up and showed out, so I'm gonna play that.
Mm-hmm.
Always abides in what is best for the.
Shout out to Men in Mass Media for streaming this as well.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Shabaka.
Okay.
Community. So I wanted to thank them for that. And thank you to this commission. I want to say a special thank you to Mikhail Salaj for inviting me here this morning. It's so important that we as elected officials stay involved in the process. You elect us to be your voice, but we also need to hear your voice. And so I'm thankful for all of you that came out this morning to be here. And to this commission, thank you for volunteering your time to do this great work. We talk about the inequalities here in New York State, but particularly here on Long Island, because there's a perception that Long Island is very, very wealthy. Even if it is wealthy, it does not mean we do not deserve reparations for the wrongs that were done to us. And so I want to make that clear. On Long Island, whether you're wealthy or not, it does not negate the fact that we deserve reparations for the injustices that have been done to our families. It doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter where you're from now. We deserve reparations. And I want to thank you so very much for the work.
I disagree with that statement. Now, it does matter where you're from. So they're trying to make it a free-for-all, like they was trying to California. And I'm glad our brothers and sisters shut that shit down. I'm letting her bullshit ass speech.
That you are doing.
Okay, Miss Tapborn says you can call me Jolena. Okay, Miss Jolena, if I'm saying it correctly. Miss Jolena. Okay.
We thank you for being here with us today, Legislator Vivian Russell. With that, we are going to get ready to prepare to hear from you. And we want to if you haven't seen the work of the commission, or if you haven't joined a public hearing in the past, this is our opportunity to lift your voice, to speak to the theme, for you to share your experiences, for you to provide testimony, and for you to give the commission recommendations for our report. As you know, we have a report that will be that we will be submitting to the governor, to, of course, our bill sponsors in the legislative body, to ensure that we have one research-based report. And part of that research is going around to the public hearings. This is our 19th public hearing, number 19. And we are really proud of that we have been going around the state, learning, listening, and typically a public hearing begins with an education session. This session, we prioritize your voice. And so if you have not had an opportunity to sign up to provide your public testimony, there are sign-up sheets in the room. I even think Melody might have some. We want to thank our team. But it's an opportunity for you to provide to provide us a recommendation, your testimony, and what you witnessed, and why this work is so important. And so we want to thank you for that. So quickly, I just want to give you a little bit of information. We've already heard from our elected officials, but I want to direct you to just the work that we've been doing. As you know, there has been an effort for a long time to have reparations, and we want to acknowledge our great leaders on the federal side. So that it was introduced, the first reparations bill certainly has been introduced we want to acknowledge Congressman John Conyers Jr., and late Representative Sheila Jackson Lee continuing to bring forth a reparations effort. Unfortunately, that has never come to pass in Congress, unfortunately, but the fight still continues. And so, but in New York State, we want to acknowledge that this bill was passed in December. And we are grateful. In December of 2023, our great Governor Hochul signed the legislative bill, and that is Bill 1163A, and establishing this commission. And so our bill sponsors are Assemblymember Szilagyi, who's here with us today, and we're so grateful. Let's give her another round of applause. We can do better than that. Come on, we're in Hempstead. Thank you. And also Senator James Sanders Jr., who is not here with us today of the 10th District, but let's give him a round of applause.
It's not people perfect, right?
For establishing the bill. And so I just want to quickly remind you what our task is. And our task is to examine the
I'm glad I
legacy
learned
of slavery,
cursive.
Subsequent discrimination against people of African descent, and the impact of the forces that are still existing today. We also are putting together a report. You've heard me mention
just like with
already,
that woke shit they
will
doing
have
in Florida,
recommendations of the
Jolena.
appropriate actions to remedy
Yeah,
these
that's
longstanding
woke. You know,
inequities
you
that we
can't
see
read
right
that.
now.
It makes white people feel bad.
Shabaka, woke just is a synonymous term for black. So whenever they say woke, they're talking about black people.
Okay.
And so we look forward to providing that final report to the temporary president of the Senate, of course, the governor, the speaker of the assembly, the minority leaders of the Senate and assembly. And we plan to do that soon. So I'm looking forward to next steps. If you want to see this bill, you can go to, I think we have a couple copies here, but you can certainly go to our website, and our website is ny.gov/reparations. And you can see the 19 other public hearings. You can also learn about our business meetings, and I'll share a little bit about that really quickly. And then you can see just the work that we've been doing around the state. Here are our core mandates. I'm not going to read them all to you because this time we want to prioritize your voice. But we have been getting these going around, having public hearings. In fact, our next public hearing is next Saturday. We will be at the National Urban League's Conference Center. That is a brand new, beautiful building built for the community in Harlem, New York. And so we will be there next Saturday. But I want to share that these are the commissioners. I want to acknowledge that there are 9 commissioners. 3 of us are represented today, but there are 9 are represented on the screen. But certainly we cannot do this work without the leadership of the staff, because as we've already heard today, none of the 9 commissioners are paid. We all are volunteers and have full-time jobs, but we have a
I'm already seeing red flags with this already. I'm seeing non-FBA people on this damn commission. Saying, it's on this commission.
And then all I'm hearing is a bunch of double speak, man. This ain't nothing but more foot dragging on the issue. Because see what they're trying to do, Brother Che, is this, okay? Just like I was arguing with these clowns. Well, nobody is alive who was a slave. But I'm going to say it here, and I'm going to say it explicitly. You sons of bitches are still benefiting off of it due to the initial investment of the free labor, particularly with the sugarcane industry.
Lie, Shabaka. When they say that's a blatant lie. There's still people living that were enslaved. They still have slavery.
Oh yeah, wait a minute.
They have slavery
up to the 1960s.
Later than that, in parts of Mississippi, slavery going on into the 1980s. So that needs to stop with that bullshit.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, man. I thought I was well aware of the 1960s. But wait a minute, though. All the way until the 1980s, Brother Che?
Yeah, in parts of Mississippi and the rural South, they still have slavery going on. And
okay.
Black Joe showed us that. He did.
And
they took the video down.
Oh yeah, wait a minute, brother Che. That's when you and I was doing that video, man, and they struck both our channels.
Yep.
They sure did. Yeah, and then that's when they hit me on Facebook. Oh, you're in violation of community standards, and I think I got a 5-day suspension on that.
Yep.
And then you remember when Henry Dessalines was up, man? Yeah, they killed Henry Dessalines, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they straight killed Henry Dessalines. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Henry gone, man. You know what I'm saying?
They killed LaShawn Paris. They killed Paris LaShawn. They killed Jesse Reborn Paris. And my other page. I had another page they killed. They killed about 4 of my pages.
Yeah, and they got them in a file all linked together. Right out there in Silicon Valley. Yeah. You know? Okay. Is that our last issue right there, Brother Paris, for tonight?
Yeah, I'm not done though. Just pause it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, go on and let it continue.
Staff that have been working with us, and I want to acknowledge that Adem Jakwazi, our executive director, is here. If you could please stand. Thank you, Adem. Thank you for being here. Adem just started with us in March, so we're just getting fully staffed up. Melody Harkness, our operations manager, she is somewhere around here, but we want to give her a round of applause. And so us being fully staffed looks like what you see here on your screen. We now have our general counsel, India Sneed-Williams, Jesse Adwar, who provides administrative support, Stuart J. Mitchell, our parliamentarian, and then we have a comms team, a research historian and policy analyst team, economist team, and then of course our audiovisual team, so that we can stream this live for you each time. For those that are not able to come in person, you can always join us. So in case you can't join us next week in Harlem, you can always stream in online. You can also watch the past videos either on our website or on YouTube. We also have an executive committee. I just want to go back and just acknowledge that the executive committee really provides the support to the staff through the times that when we're not in interim, when we're not meeting, but making sure that the staff have a support and some guidance on behalf of the commission. So we want to acknowledge our executive committee, but also acknowledge that we want to hear from you. And so if you go to the website, which I've mentioned already, ny.gov/reparations, that's our official website. But you also have an opportunity to, if today you're inspired by what you hear, or maybe you felt like you don't have all of the words you want to say put together, or your ideas fully developed, you can send us an email. You can send us an email, or you can even call in. And
ain't nobody going to respond to it. It's going to be a bot.
Recommendations to the commission. So the email is on the screen here, and we all receive a copy of that email, which is a great opportunity for us to be engaged with you. And so you can email us, or you can, as you are here today, those that are here in Hempstead, you can attend a public hearing. And so we have 2 types of meetings. In the business meetings, we learned last week that folks don't like to attend our business meetings. But our business meetings are where we get to do the primary work. And so this is where we take care of our internal business. We have internal discussions. We vote on next steps for the commission's work. And so those meetings aren't as exciting because we're not hearing from your voice.
Okay, Jolena. Yeah, it is Memorial Day. Yeah. Where you at, Miss Jolena?
To the community. We just had one 2 weeks ago. And we'll continue to do that work. So you'll continue to see those meetings. You can watch a business meeting online, or you can attend the public hearing like you are today. And our public hearing is where we provide an opportunity for the community to lend their voice and provide testimony relevant to the theme or what's important to them. And so you're talking about why you believe or not believe reparations should move forward in New York State. And so we look forward to hearing from all of those.
Yeah, y'all don't want to hear from me.
As I've said, you can
y'all ain't going to listen to me.
Or you can get involved by calling in. I want to just share that you can call in and you can learn more about that by looking at this screen here. But the number is 518-473-3997. So you can call in and lend.
Yeah, I called in. I lended my thoughts on the subject. It went straight to
It went straight to voicemail, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? That's that bullshit, man.
I
You know,
want
that's
to
that
make sure that
bullshit.
you all are reminded
Carter
that
Mills,
we have
Carrier
an
Mills,
opportunity for you all to speak. And
Oh,
so
okay.
that opportunity to speak is by
Okay,
signing
she's in
up.
Carrier Mills, Illinois. How far are you from the Shy, Miss
That want to
Jolena?
speak and share their testimony, but you can sign up. And so, Melody, if you can get another form for individuals, and so that they can
She's
have
in
an
what?
opportunity to speak.
Southern
I'm going to go
Illinois.
back and I'm going to take my
Oh,
time.
okay. So she's near the STL.
Share one
Okay.
screen that I think is
In
really
East St. Louis, Illinois.
you will
Okay.
give me an opportunity.
Oh, she says her hometown population is 1,900.
If anyone wants
Okay.
to speak, just raise your hand. They will be sure to give
Well, Miss
you
Jolena, you ever been to Las Vegas, Nevada? You ever been out here to Mississippi or the West? Yeah, Southern Illinois. Yeah.
So one of the things that I
Yeah.
wanted to share, because many people, and I mentioned this earlier in my remarks, is that they just don't understand why New York State has a commission, and didn't understand that New York had an active role in slavery. And most people don't know that there was a live slave market at the foot of Wall Street in 1711. And most
Exactly.
people don't know that. nor do they
Exactly. We
understand that.
covered that too, brother Che.
Know that this is New York had a very active role in slavery. And so one of the things that I wanted to bring, slavery was introduced to New York City when the Dutch settled in 1626. Those are early.
Okay, so
writings
Jolena, you never been
about
to
that,
Chi-Town.
where African men and women were brought here to New York State.
Oh, she never
and
been to
they
Las
were,
Vegas. Oh, okay, the Mississippi or the West. Okay.
egregious crimes against individuals, Black individuals, African Americans here right in New York State. So we think it's important that we just highlight that and make sure that you understand that there was a slave trade right here in
right there on Wall Street.
in New York State. I'm sorry. I also want to make sure that you understand about the pervasiveness of slavery. There was the census record. You could see how this documents how widespread slavery remained in New York State, especially after abolition. New York State did not fully abolish slavery until 1827. As you remember, I said that there was a live slave trade here in 1711. New York did not abolish slavery until 1827. So it reflects New York State's complicity in systems like slavery. And then we had the well-known 3/5 clause.
Oh, she said she was born in the Chi. Oh, okay.
Involved. I also want to share this vision
She
right
said
here.
she was born in the Chi,
It
brother Che.
certainly contrasts the brutality of slavery and the hope of freedom, of education and fair wages and home ownership. This was the vision that Black individuals had, and the promises that were never fully realized. And so the work of reparations is certainly about repairing, having remedies, and certainly what are our next actions in New York State. So we thought it was important to mention
but she
that
says, but her
before we
parents
move forward
moved
with
back there. Okay.
your public
All right.
statement.
Yeah.
So with that, I will make room for public comments. So what we'll do is we'll ask you to come to the microphone. There are two microphones here. And when I call your name, you'll come to the microphone and you'll have 3 minutes to provide public statements. So the first.
So also, I'm sorry, Chair. So if you have mobility issues, you can just raise your hand and we will get the microphone to you. So
thank you.
Don't worry.
So Divine Prince is first, and the next person after that is Brooke. So if you would begin to come to the microphone.
Shout out to Brother Divine. Shout out to Sister Brooke. They're about to give them that work.
The clock's on. So right. Oh, it says 10:54.
Okay. I'm going to use my phone.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure.
So if you give me 1 second.
I didn't get a chance. Oh, there we go. I didn't get a chance to time myself.
It's set.
Right
Okay.
into it. It's set.
Thank you.
I'm gonna need that. I can keep it honest.
Where is this at for us?
Okay. So So every speaker, if you could just announce your name and if you're with any organization before you provide your testimony.
The clock already started.
So
Can we
we'll get,
restart?
you know, we got you.
Okay, okay.
We'll restart the clock.
Do you see it restarted yet?
All right,
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. Good morning. My name is Divine Prince. I'm the current president of the U.S. Freedmen Project. Earlier, Dr. Ron Daniels mentioned the GI Bill, so I wanted to bring everybody's attention to HR 1725. That's the Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. and Sergeant Joseph H. Maddox GI
Oh,
Bill
yeah.
Restoration
We
Act
did a story on
2025
Isaac
in the House of
Woodard.
Representatives.
Yeah.
It is a
You remember the
lineage
story about Isaac
bill,
Woodard?
and that is what makes it
Yep,
constitutional.
that's the one that they.
And in 2022,
Yeah, they
as we
busted
were
him. Yeah, they
educating the
blinded
public
him,
on this
hitting him with
idea of
nightsticks in his eyes
constitutionality
like
and
he
moving
served in
beyond
World War II. Yep.
race-based policies and initiatives, that ran us directly into the bill that created this commission. And at that time, we were a young, naive organization, and we took a meeting with said Assemblywoman Salages. And that was our very first meeting. So we naively laid all of our cards on the table and told her that we were looking to have this bill be constitutional because having it based on race is unconstitutional. And we told her that, you know, as American freedmen, we believed that it was our duty to make sure we got it right. And she told us that as a Haitian American and a member of the Haitian Roundtable organization, whose motto is, as Haitians, we are keepers of our legacy, she understood us. And she felt for us and she would work with us. Unfortunately, that was the last meeting we ever had with her, and she never returned any of our phone calls. And that's because her position on reparations is the Pan-African race-based model. Now, that sounds like it should just be a difference of opinion that we can get over. Unfortunately, race-based policies are unconstitutional whether we like them or not. And we have only been proven right since that first meeting with Salages when we see the race-based protection getting torn down. The race-based fearless fund.
What do you mean? He's right.
That they, okay, that race-based policies should be illegal. Why is that?
They are illegal. They're unconstitutional, Shabaki, because of the 14th Amendment.
Well, okay. Well, it seems to me, if I got this here right, sounds like, yeah, that they shot us in the foot with that. Okay, so that's why I was advocated of us building up our own businesses, man.
We can't do that because the 14th Amendment.
No, Checcs.
Shabaka, we can't do anything race-based.
Okay, sir. I'm talking about us as a people building up our own businesses, because with them getting rid of DEI, that means we could hire who we want. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, you can get at that all you want, Shabaka. That doesn't negate the fact that the reparations can't be race-based.
Okay, so who they're going to give them to then?
They're going to give them to a specific lineage group, Shabaka. That's why we're going by lineage, not race.
Okay, hold on. Whoa. Okay, so you're talking about the ones who had ancestors on the plantations here in the United States, right?
Yes, Shabaka.
Okay, then you and I both qualify for that.
Duh, Shabaka, that's what we've been saying all along.
Yeah. Okay.
Getting torn down. The black farmers not be able to get their resources because it's a race-based bill. And now we see race-based districts being torn down all throughout the South. Why? Because the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment protects us from all white policies, but it's a sword that swings in both directions, and it prohibits all black policies, whether we like it or not. An African American is a race-based term, a federally recognized race-based category. Its definition is anyone with origins in the Black racial groups of Africa. That means American freedmen and all Afro immigrants to the country are African American. So any legislation written with that language is going to get thrown out. At the hearing in Rochdale, I was there as well and told the commission that Edward Bloom said that he's coming for everything that comes out of New York because it's a race-based bill. We have a way to do it, and that's through status. And at my last 10 seconds, I want to make sure I honor and give a shout out to Assemblyman Noah Burrows. He is on our disaggregation bill that helps us solve this problem. So I'm asking Member Salages, will she join her colleague, sign on to A6341, and help us move that in the Assembly and the Senate? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Brooke. After Brooke, I'm sorry, is, okay, if someone can help Brooke. And next we have, after Brooke is Muhammad. I think it's Aubrey Maharpin. I'm sorry, I'm having a challenge reading your first name.
Oh, sorry, sister.
Okay, and so you,
Trying to keep up with the comments. She said, Carrier Mills is south of Carbondale, Illinois, a 4-year university in there. SIU. Shabaka went on mute.
you can go ahead and come to this microphone. You'll be after Brooke.
Yeah, Southern Illinois University is SIU.
Assemblymember Szilagyi, let's be very clear. The people you descend from did not build, cultivate, or develop the land we are standing on today. You stand here pushing a bill that is not only deeply flawed, but unconstitutional at its core. You praise nonprofits and public, but when the U.S. Freedmen Project raised concerns, you shut them out. You didn't want to hear their comments. You didn't want to hear their warnings. And you certainly didn't want to hear anything about constitutional issues baked into this legislation. You have worked overtime to undermine this entire commission by attacking its foundation, a foundation rooted on specific historical experience of foundational Black American freedmen whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States. Instead of respecting that lineage and that legal claim, you are fighting tooth and nail to secure a status for individuals who are not citizens, who are not voters, and who are not the people who elected you. You show more urgency for non-voting populations like TPS than you do for actual constituents who put you in office. That is a betrayal of responsibility. Yep. Now, to Sylvia Vivian.
And that's why I quit voting. Yes, that's why I'm voting for Scam Brown.
Reparations is in the United States. Reparations in the United States are owed to the descendants of those enslaved by the U.S. government on U.S. soil. That is a specific lineage, a specific harm, and a specific debt. Peoples whose ancestors were enslaved elsewhere have their own governments to petition, and many of them are. That does not erase, replace the claim that Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved here. Dr. Rand Daniels, Dr. Ron Daniels spoke about the history of slavery right here in Hempstead. That history belongs to the people whose families lived it, the people whose ancestors were enslaved, emancipated, and then systematically oppressed in this country. Szilagyi, your family was not part of that history. The people who were are the ones whose lineage forms the basis of this Constitution, this claim, and this fight. And that's why this matters. This is why we will not allow the lineage-based foundation to be erased, diluted, or replaced. The debt is owed to the people whose ancestors endured it here, and we will not let you rewrite the truth. I want to thank the grassroots for funding us for being here today. And if you want to send emails to Szilagyi regarding this, go to BREUCK.
Who am I voting for, Jolena?
That's BREUCK, call-to-action.com, and send emails to her.
I'm voting for
other legislators regarding this unconstitutional bill and regarding our delineation and disaggregation
for the
bill
black cats.
Now it's stuck.
That's who I'm voting for.
In the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Please send emails to James Sanders.
Because I've worked elections for 20 years, man, and I've seen through all this bullshit. The only one I support for any public office is Jesse Parrish, who's on here with me for what he's trying to do in Colorado.
Next is Aubrey Muhammad.
My sample ballot, I put it in a shredder. They got this politician out here named in Nevada named Scam Brown, who's a crook. And the reason why I wanted to vote for Scam Brown, because I know not to expect shit. You see, from him.
Is compensation and atonement for foundational Black Americans who built the foundation of America. And
wait a minute, hold on, let me mute out because that's the refrigerator in the back.
In return, but a Holocaust that is unatoned to this day. And off the jump, coming in here, something that's wrong with the energy from this commission and those involved. It seems like a stall tactic. We're right here in Hempstead. It's right, slavery was here in the 1700s. In this area, Democrats, you fund what you want. Right now, Democrats and Republicans.
Slavery was here in the 1600s, homie. Get your lies straight, get your lies straight.
It was basically Caucasian. in the 50s. Then in the 60s,
Vodka.
our people came up from.
He's not lying. He's talking about Hempstead, Long Island. He's not talking about the whole United States, or at that time, the 13 colonies. He's talking about New York State.
The South. My mom came up here in 61. White flight. It was all black town, village, up to the 90s. Democrats, you imported from South America replacements for us. Foundational Black Americans were not been compensated for our exploited labor that built America into a superpower that attracted these scabs. Scab is a replacement, cheap replacement, exploited labor. That's all you want them for. They're buffers, a scared class. Because foundational Black Americans be fed up with this crap. You're gentrifying this village. You're importing Latinas to displace foundational Black Americans back to the South. And Democrats and Republicans, you team up for that.
Oh, you was? Oh,
imported
okay.
25 million. Democrats, you imported
Well, if you
25
ever
million.
come out this way, let us know, sis.
Replacement buffer class for your
But
voting.
it's getting ready to get hot.
And you prove the energy from this commission is not towards us. You just, my man, you just put him at the head of the commission, I believe it was. I heard an African name. That's not a foundational Black American. How would he have empathy for our cause? He don't feel our pain. He's not from the soil. This is all you do.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad.
You know, reparations is for foundational Black Americans. Trump just proved. He looked out for his people, gave a compensation plan, 1.7 billion for his team. Look out for our team. We demand, or else.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad.
Or else what?
And to
He's
anyone
talking
that does not
shit.
have the opportunity to
Or
finish their
else
testimony,
what?
as said before.
Or else they're not getting our votes, Shabaka. Like, I don't know what about this for you to comprehend. They're not. We're very specific about what we're demanding and who we want it to go to. So we're getting the language very codified and very specific. We're not going by descendants of Africans. We're not going by Africans. We're going by freedmen or foundational Black Americans or a combination of the two. That's what we're going for with our reparations claim.
What's that beeping?
That's on their end, Shabaka.
As we mentioned before, you can submit your complete testimony to either the website or you can call in to deliver it orally.
And that number is 518-473-3997. So next we want to thank you for signing up. Next, we are going to have James Taj, and I apologize if I've mispronounced your name, and William Moss are next. Okay, and can you just tell me your name? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodge, for being here. So next we have William Moss and Lynette Battle, and then Susan Gottrear, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, will be next. So William Moss, are you here? Thank you, Mr. Moss. Well, Mr. Moss is coming down because, it takes a little time to come down the steps. Lynette Battle, if you can prepare.
Good morning, everyone. My name is William King Moss III. I am an educator by trade. I'm also the founder of Black Long Island on Facebook with 50,000+ members. I come here today to ask that these things be taken into consideration for the reparations movement here in New York. Number one is hiring of public school teachers and administrators. As you know, the public schools have been the civil rights foreground and battleground in this country. That war is not over. Some battles have been won and some battles have yet to be won. We have integrated school children. We do not have integrated school jobs. Here in New York State, 15% of the 733 school districts have all white faculties. That is still modern day segregation when it comes to public school employment. Black people are being kept out of many school districts throughout the
Okay,
state.
Sister
And that needs to
Jolena.
be addressed.
Okay.
There is a bill on the floor called the HOPE Act, hiring outstanding professionals in education. That is an equal opportunity bill. No, it's not a DEI bill. It's just leveling the playing field. That
If you ever come to Denver,
we certainly also need state laws.
Yeah, what
for
she could
felony
do, Brother Che, is that she can come out of the
to
shy
do harm to people on the streets. If they're
and
they're in handcuffs,
okay, she would have to
they're
cross
somehow
Iowa
passed out and being
and
beat up,
Nebraska, then
that's not
Colorado.
self-defense. Those police officers need
Then
to
what
be
she could do
in jail
from Colorado
doing those
in the
kinds of
summer
things.
months, she can come straight to
It needs to
70
be
or take her to the
similar
15.
like 18B for people who have issues.
Yep. She just
of
got to
civil
go to
rights.
the Eisenhower.
They're victims of discrimination.
Yeah,
They should be able to get
but she has to do it before winter.
for their cases. There needs to be a fund just for that, so that individuals who we know are being harmed within our society, specifically
Right.
have an avenue to get the legal support that they need to have a fair chance at winning cases. These are just three of the many things that I think should be at the table. I will leave my information with you. I have plenty of more ideas than that, but in the interest of time, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. And I want to just remind you that you
He
can
lives in
send
Stan,
via
Kentucky.
email to us at Reparations Commission.
Yeah,
at
he was raised since 10 months old.
Please.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Is he anywhere near Louisville, the
Madam
birthplace of the greatest heavyweight boxing champion of all time?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lynette Battle. I hail from Valley Stream, New York. I support reparations because for me, this is not history in a textbook. It is family history. I am a foundational Black American.
That's
My
right.
parents were sharecroppers. My grandparents were born in the direct shadow of slavery, and my great-grandparents were enslaved. The harm and economic impact did not disappear. It passed from generation to generation. I appreciate these bills, acknowledge the need to study the legacy of slavery and discrimination. But one of my concerns is that Black Americans have been studied for generations.
Right.
We cannot allow reparations to become another report that sits on a shelf without action.
Right.
My
Right.
thoughts and recommendations are direct financial compensation for descendants of enslaved Africans.
All right, she says she will, Brother Che.
Housing, land ownership, and property restoration programs. Tuition-free education and student debt relief. Grants and investment.
She had me until she said that descends from African shit. That is a free for all. That includes people like Joyless Reed and Kamala Harris. Hell no. That's why we got to be very specific about the language, because you just open up for Man Donnie, Stinky Bird, Sorry and
Man,
Star.
Stinky Bird ain't no African. He's a boy. He ain't got no afro.
On paper, Shabaka, it says he's a South African national.
Brother Che, a man
He's
with your intelligence.
He's not American, Shabaka. He doesn't
Okay,
descend
Brother
from
Che.
American chattel slavery, Shabaka.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you this, Brother Che.
That's why the language has to be very clear and precise. It can't be broad and ambiguous. African, there's no monolith for African. There's no monolith.
Okay, Brother Che.
There's no monolith for Africa, Shabaka. There's like 3,000 tribes in Africa. There's 800
Okay, Brother Che.
groups. Hold on, Shabaka. There's 800 language groups. There's 54 nations, 54 countries.
Mm-hmm.
There's no monolith for an African. So when you say, "Oh, he's not African," yeah, that's true. His lineage is not African. But there's light-skinned Africans. There's Arab Africans. There's obsidianly black Africans. There's all kinds of different Africans. It's not just a monolith of Africans.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we got to be very precise, clear and precise. And when they talk about the Senate, that opens the door up for Caribbeans to get in. That opens up the door for Africans to get in. That opens up the door for anybody in the diaspora to get in. And these same groups, hold on, Shabaka, these same groups do not include us in their reparations claims. They got CARICOM in the Caribbean. They don't include us in that.
Yeah, Obama set that shit up.
That was before Obama. Shabaka. You talking about AFRICOM. I'm talking about CARICOM, which is in the Caribbean.
Wait a minute. Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out. I think Slick Willie set that shit up. Or Bush Senior said, no, or Bush Jr. set it up.
No, Shabaka. None of them set it up. It wasn't the U.S. that set it up. It was the It was the former British colonies and French colonies that set that up. That's what I keep saying.
Caribbean Command. Okay. Hold on. Okay, yeah, that there would be Caribbean Command. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
No, you're getting it confused with AFRICOM. It's not the same thing. So CARICOM is something completely different from AFRICOM.
Okay, what the CON means, Brother Che, whatever that they set up, just means command.
No, Shabaka, it's different.
Hold on, Brother Che. Hold on.
An acronym for Caribbean community. Like I've already done the research, but here it is. The Caribbean Community, or AFRICOM, is an intergovernmental organization established to promote economic integration, foreign policy coordination, and functional cooperation amongst its members.
Mm-hmm. All right, and I got here CARICOM Secretariat. The CARICOM Secretariat's mandate is to contribute and support. Okay, hold on, Brother Che. Whoa, okay, boy, I'm getting tired. I'm glad it's Memorial Day because I'm sleeping all damn day today. Now this damn computer, man, is going with this damn bang shit. Okay, CARICOM. Now I'm trying to get to. Okay, and they got all these goddamn articles and shit of it like that here, and it's headquartered in Georgetown, Guyana.
Correct.
Okay, hold on, Brother Che. Okay. No, because I'm just trying to find out what the actual letters mean. Okay,
I literally just told you what they mean. It's shorthand. It's not even a full acronym. It's shorthand. For Caribbean community. That's what it means.
Okay. All right. Yo, man. Okay. Caribbean community. All right.
Healthcare and mental health investments for impacted communities, and funding for genealogy, truth-telling, and preservation of our family histories. I also believe the bills need strong accountability, clear eligibility requirements for descendants, and a firm commitment to implementation, not just recommendations. The wording of these bills also matter. Language should be intentional and specific. Terms like historically disadvantaged or broad minority language can dilute the unique harm done to descendants of enslaved Americans, Africans in the United States. The legislation should clearly acknowledge slavery, sharecropping, Jim Crow, redlining, exclusion from federal programs, and generational wealth theft.
And the murder of unarmed Black people by the police.
Quite frankly, it is difficult to watch this country suddenly find money and political will for funds and protection.
Come out the general fund. That's already being paid for. What she's leaving out is the chattel slavery that took place in New York State up to 1828.
Okay.
20, what is it? 1820. Yeah, 1828.
Sections connected to January 6th hooliganism and insurrectionists, while still hesitating to fully acknowledge and repair the lasting harm caused by slavery, segregation, and systematic discrimination against Black Americans. That contradiction is painful and deeply offensive.
Selena.
Reparations cannot just be symbolic. The damage was systematic, generational, and economic, so the repair must be as well. Thank you.
That's you, Drake.
Thank you.
No, she says she's fixing some coffee.
And Miss
No,
Battle.
I was looking at the picture of this panther right here, pouncing on something.
So next we have
Full
Susan.
grown,
Susan, please help me with your last name, and I
big kitty.
apologize.
Yeah, hi, Susan Goderer. If you take out the H, she'll be fine.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susan Goderer. I'm the director of the Nassau County, New York Civil Liberties Union. This testimony is submitted on behalf of the New York Civil Liberties Union's Racial Justice Center. The NYCLU has 8 offices across the state with over 90,000 member donors. The Racial Justice Center was created in 2023 as the continuation of the NYCLU's longstanding commitment to achieving an anti-racist New York. I'm here to support the commission fulfilling its full legal mandate as written in Senate Bill 1163A and Assembly Bill 7691. The law as written and adopted by the New York State Legislature is clear and the mandate is broad. This legislation explicitly requires a study of the legacy of slavery and its ongoing harms to all people of African descent.
No.
The statute was intentionally written broadly to capture the full spectrum of slavery-based harms and subsequent discrimination.
That's the shit we're talking about right there. Like, they're trying to make it a broad, ambiguous tent, or all these other groups can capitalize off of it. No, it has to be very specific. This is why we got to have our people on these panels and these commissions, because these damn tethers is messing. They already throw a wrench in the game. They, like I said, they're trying to pull another California in New York.
Nation.
Remember California, they had tethers on the damn commission out there.
Yeah, on the committee reviewing it and shit. And then they had some Hispanics up there as well too, who had vehemently opposed it.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected, Shabaki. But I'm talking about the actually on these boards. They're not of our lineage, so they shouldn't be on these boards. They're not of the group that was aggrieved and harmed by this. Be on these groups. It's gonna get worse because you're gonna see people, OTBs is about to get on here speaking.
Oh man, I don't even want to see them, man, because I know the shit that they're gonna come up with.
A robust evidentiary record of the full range of harms caused by government-sponsored discrimination, such as redlining, exclusionary zoning, and inequitable public investment. These government policies have affected Black New Yorkers regardless of lineage, excluding a subset of Black Americans.
Bitch, they're not Black Americans. They just got here yesterday. Like, this is why they need to do away with that.
Yeah. In other words, Brother Che, now here's what you and I agree on. They need to get rid of the, as you see, you so well said on our introduction. See, this shit is too broad and ambiguous. You see. Okay, and then like what Newton proved, and you could get up here and bet that one of these motherfuckers who opposes it is going to get up there and say any law that is so broad and ambiguous by the common man is not a statute. You see?
Well, they're gonna
watch for a motherfucker to come with that one.
They haven't come with it yet, Shabaka, but what they're coming with is like
they will.
Yeah,
go ahead.
What they're coming with is lawsuits. They're coming with lawsuits for violating the 14th Amendment. That's why we do race-based policy. That's what Brother Devon was saying in the beginning. He was like, you started arguing with him, and I'm like, no, that's what it has to be. Because you got people like Ed Bloom, like he was talking about, that's just itching and waiting to file lawsuits against our reparations, because it's gonna, if we do a race-based, that violates the 14th Amendment. Because there's a clause in the 14th Amendment that says you can't have nothing race specific.
Okay, now here's a countermeasure to that. Okay, that you've heard me say loosely on. Well, we build up our own businesses since Trump got rid of DEI, right? And we build up our own businesses
To do
build, okay. One, put our own people to work, then accumulate the wealth. Okay.
That only would work if we were actually had cohesiveness and we actually lived in the same communities. We don't.
Okay, but that's just
like that
okay.
model, so that model would have worked in the 60s and 70s, Shabaki. It's 2026.
I understand that, Brother Che. We can still work it because we got the internet to our advantage, because a lot of our people contributed greatly to the development of the internet and the laptops.
Okay, I'm not following you, Shabaki. What are we doing with the businesses?
Okay, what we're doing with the businesses is putting our own people to work. Then we ain't got to hire these other groups because Stinky Bird got rid of, not Stinky Bird, the dumpster, Jailbird got rid of DEI.
Putting them to work doing what, Shabaki?
Okay, building up our own businesses, our own technology, Brother Che, our own real estate ventures. You see what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Shabaki.
Okay, all right, the theory is this.
Out there. Our technologies is already
okay.
out there. So, like, are we going to enforce? Are we going to enforce that our intellectual property being stolen? Are we going to put that in the reparations claim? Like, I'm just
hell yeah, put that in the reparations claim, like the real McCoy, like Lewis Lattimore. Hell yeah, put that in the reparations claim. You damn right. The hidden figures. You know what I'm saying? You damn right. Put that there in the reparations claim. It's because see that there is generating capital. Now, when we generate the capital, invest in our own businesses, we put our own people to work. And then when they come up with black businesses, I don't know, you guys don't have enough whites here and all that shit. Hey, man, you see your dumpster got rid of DEI, get the fuck out of our face. That's all what I'm saying. I'm just saying, Che, they let their guard down on that one right there. And we're in a very good position to capitalize off of it. They let their guard down on that one.
If this was 1976, Shabaka, this is 2026.
I understand that, Che. But the point, okay, now let me ask you this here, Che. All right, let's say you and I go off into a business, okay? Say by the luck of the draw, man, I go up here, man, I hit a jackpot out here, say for 100 grand in Las Vegas, right? I would say, okay, Che, you got legal knowledge, draw up the contracts, the paperwork, and what have you. We find us a location, the land, 4 factors of production, land, labor, capital, risk management. Risk management speaks for itself with the idea, the land and the location of your business, the labor, the people who you put in work to do it. Then that means
business, Shabaka. Where's the land going to be? Where's the land? Who's going to patronize this? Who's going to be the clientele? And it has to be where people are located.
Okay, all right, okay, Brother Che. All that there is great and fine and dandy of what you're saying. But let's say Denver, Colorado. Okay. Let's say we go to your place, Denver, Colorado. Okay. Well, man, we got us a big ass warehouse. Okay, so we're gonna go in here, gut this warehouse, man. We're putting up our own computers, we're putting up our own marketing program, we're putting up our own offices, our own headquarters, right? Any Nabisco that come in there, anything other than black that come in there, a tether coming there, he's being shown the door. Nabisco, anything non-black coming in there, no, man, we're not hiring. We're putting our own people to work.
It doesn't.
We're not violating no laws.
Actually, you are, Shabaka.
What law are we violating?
You're violating the Fair Employment Act. That's what you're violating.
Okay, but we're emphasizing no DEI. In other words, Brother Che, we feeding their own bullshit to them backwards.
DEI was just a quota, Shabaka. But you're still going to be in violation of the Fair Employment Act, which says you can't bar nobody based off of race, ethnicity.
Okay, tell you what. Yeah, we'll let the Nabiscos come in and clean the toilets and mop the floor. Yeah, that's what we'll have the Nabiscos do. We'll give them the menial shit.
Yeah, give them the
All the
menial.
management, man. Yeah, all the management is going to be us. This is in theory.
Yeah.
That there's a way to get it. Yeah, they can come in and clean the toilets. Yeah, they can come in and clean up our piss and shit. Yeah, they could do that.
Yeah, you violate.
Yeah, they could. Yeah,
Title.
they could.
What is that? Title 9. Yeah, you're violating Title 9 of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex.
Okay, but no DEI.
That this is before DEI. DEI was just an answer or a band-aid to what we were demanding in 2020. All DEI
okay. But brother Check, but didn't a dumpster sign no DEI, man? And
that didn't overturn Title 9 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Okay, then brother Check, then all these black folks he laid off from the federal jobs, man, then that means they got a lawsuit to sue his ass. And that would be the grounds to impeach him. But as you say, in a perfect world.
Right. This didn't overturn the EEOC, which is the U.S. Equal Employment
Opportunity Commission. Yes, sir. I'm very familiar with it. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so what we'll do is that in theory, okay, all the management positions go to us who are conscious, okay? Then when OTB's coming in, okay, yeah, man, you can sweep the floors, you can clean our toilets, you can pick up our shit, you know what I'm saying? And on that, I don't think we're in violation of no laws. You see, it's chess, not checkers. You see? Does that make sense?
It makes sense in practicality or in theory, but
well, it's in theory, brother Che. Okay, case in point, man. You and I, we got this business opened up, right? Okay, so management, you know, is ourselves, brothers with, you know, specialized skills and all that. Okay, here comes a Nabisco. Hey, Nabisco, yeah, do you know how to mop floors? Do you know how to clean toilets? We got a job for you on that.
Yep.
Well, I want to promote, you know, to get up there with you guys. All positions are filled. See, that's what I mean by it's chess, not checkers.
Well,
see?
The Nabiscos will say that would be reverse discrimination or reverse
Okay,
racism.
so therefore, what you saying a term, not you, but them saying that that's reverse discrimination means that you recognize the fact that discrimination exists. See, that was that bullshit with the Alan Bakke decision in California. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right, let me get back to the clips, Bubba.
Yeah. Then after this one here, man, I got
leave
to
a
lay it down,
significant
brother
portion
Che.
of documented racial injustice completely unexamined. We strongly urge the commission to commit to its full mandate and resist pressure to narrow its scope, because a thorough and inclusive process honors the breadth of experiences shaped by slavery and the centuries of subsequent discrimination that
So you're
followed.
colonizer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Narrow the scope.
We are
You're
grateful
colonizer.
for your comments. At this time, we're going to prepare to take a 6-minute break so that we can have our online participants join us.
Yeah, so you
If
can
there
all
are
get your
any other
goddamn lies
individuals that want
straight.
to
They
provide
kill me
public
with that
comment that are
shit.
here, first of all, thank you for being here. We are in
Yeah, get your internet
Hempstead,
lies
New
straight.
York, at
Start
Hempstead
blocking
High School.
motherfuckers.
But if there are others in the
Put that
audience that
AI
want to
shit in there.
provide public comment, you're welcome to sign up.
Okay,
And so we're going
okay,
to
Mr.
prepare
Bourne
to
says
take
you
a
guys
break
take care.
unless
I'm going to
my
call my
colleagues
son
to
in
my
about
right or
45
left
minutes.
want
He
to
should
say
be
something before we
getting ready for it. Okay, Sister
So
Jolena,
I
thank you
will
for
make a quick
joining us,
comment,
man.
and I know
Yeah.
someone
Have a good
in the audience had a question, and so we will
Is the
come,
sun rising where
have a
you at, brother
conversation with
Che?
you. So this period here is just strictly to hear from.
So you
from
got
the
the crack
public,
of
so we don't
dawn,
have
okay.
a back and forth as far as that. So whoever had a question, we will make sure that we come see.
Yeah, but I know the sun is up, man. Okay,
All
good
right, we'll
night,
take
good
a quick
morning.
break and
Miss
we'll look
Jolene, is
forward
the sun
to
rising where you at, ma'am?
portion. And so thank
Before
you,
you leave
Hempstead,
us.
for being here. We are in Hampstead, New York, and we will be back shortly. Thank you.
Fast forward. Goddamn Tethers on the goddamn commission.
Who's the tether?
You can tell by their names, bugger.
Okay, what's the names up there? Okay, hold on, brother Check. Let me enlarge the screen. Okay, Jennifer Jones.
Austin. She got.
ideas.
She literally got 3 first names. That's usually a sign of a tether.
Okay, where's she at?
She's the treasurer.
Okay, chair, treasurer. Oh, Jennifer Jones Austin.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Timothy R. Hughes.
Okay.
Linda Brown Robinson, she might be FBA. Derek
Hamilton, PhD.
He might be FBA. Linda Turner. I think she's a tether. Celine Hawkins. It could go either way.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Ron.
In other words, basically, okay, basically what this is here, what I'm saying right here, Brother Che, this is going to be a repeat of that same bullshit Gruesome Newsom did in California.
Yep, and this time
it's going to
be Kathy Hochul that vetoes it.
Oh yeah, the governor of New York, yeah.
Usually I don't want to hear ads, but these are some good ads. Sister Brooke and
Jamani Williams, I saw you earlier. You don't speak for us.
Oh yeah, we covered this story right here, Brother Che.
Yeah, this is the ad, Shabaka.
Yeah. You have our blood, but you still don't speak for us. You are a shakedown artist, a preacher without a church. You don't speak for us.
Oh yeah.
Who else? Is that Blacc?
Yeah,
you might have been voted in, but you wasn't voted in by us, and you don't speak for us. And that's why we're gonna make sure that you lose all these extra bodies that you putting on the.
Shout out to Sister Brooke, giving them that work.
You sold our ancestors for umbrellas. You sold our ancestors for fine china. You sold our ancestors for any little trinket that you could get.
And they got them drunk before they mugged them. Yeah, she's right about that. Okay, who's Kirk Jackson?
And all you got was some beads. And now you want to sit here and try to ask for.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, how did you hear about us? Mr. Jackson, how did you hear about us, sir?
Most of the people that's watching this watching on the vertical. That's how he heard.
Okay. Now Mr. Jackson says he will absolutely not allow any African to think they're entitled to our reparations.
Still don't speak for us. You are a shakedown artist.
Do you think white people are entitled to our reparations, Mr. Jackson?
Who else? Is that Blacc?
Yeah,
Shabaka. They got their own goddamn claim. That's what he's saying. We're not letting these other groups have anything to do with our reparations. And these people they goddamn colonizer. That's what the brother is saying in the chat.
Yeah, okay. I agree with Sue your colonizer, most definitely. Okay.
But that
the
shit
thing is,
Baka, that shit that Ghana tried to pull, that was some bullshit. And
yeah, it was. Yeah. We covered that story and we both crumbed on it real bad. Yeah, we really did. Because them motherfuckers wanted some goddamn trinkets and some fucking alcohol. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, them motherfuckers wanted a goddamn drink and some motherfucking trinkets to let them stankin' motherfuckers come in there. Say, that's what I'm pissed off about. Okay. And Mr. Jackson, I stand on what the hell I just said, sir. Some goddamn alcohol. Motherfucker want to get drunk. Can't stand motherfucker that drink.
You might have been voted in, but you wasn't voted in by us, and you don't speak for us. And that's why we're going to make sure that you lose all these extra bodies that you putting on the. You sold our ancestors for umbrellas. You sold our ancestors for fine china.
Oh, Mr.
You
Jackson,
sold our ancestors.
you don't run nothing on this here. The people that run this platform here, Frontline Black News, is Brother Che and myself. Okay? You don't run nothing here.
And all you got was some beans.
You a
And now
guest
you want
and
to
you
sit
happy to
here
have.
and try to ask for $100 million to validate the place where you stole and held our ancestors. And let me repeat the statement of my sister that just spoke. Jamani Williams, I saw you earlier. You don't speak for us because you don't have our blood. Al Sharpton, you have our blood, but you still don't speak for us. You are a shakedown artist, a preacher without a church. You don't speak for us. Who else? Is that Clark? You might have been voted in, but you wasn't voted in by us, and you don't speak for us. And that's why we're going to make sure that you lose all these extra bodies that you putting on the. You sold our ancestors for umbrellas. You sold our ancestors for fine china. You sold our ancestors for any little trinket that you could get. And now,
Shit, you took the words out of my mouth.
you mad because other nations got rich off the slave trade, and all you got was some beans. And now you want to sit here and try to ask for $100 million to validate the place where you stole and held our ancestors. And let me repeat the statement of my sister that just spoke. Jamani Williams, I saw you earlier. You don't speak for us because you don't have our blood. Al Sharpton, you have our blood, but you still don't speak for us. You are a shakedown artist, a preacher without a church. You don't speak for us. Who else? Is that Clark? You might have been voted in, but you wasn't voted in by us, and you don't speak for us. And that's why we're going to make sure that you lose all these extra bodies that you putting on the.
That was a beautiful commercial break.
Mm-hmm. All right, man. So we need to break it right here, Brother Checcs, because I was out of it. And if you could mark that point.
127 acres apiece. Rufus Burgess, whose story I will share today, also known as Nelson Bell, was one of them.
And I want to really, just express my thanks for everybody that made it out for such an important.
Mr. Jackson.
Forward that you guys are going to be blessed with.
We spoke with you earlier. Now, what do you feel about the troglodyte? Now, who's the worst thing? The tether or the troglodyte?
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said,
they're equally enemies. Like they're both trying to undermine us. That's like a bad faith rhetorical question. They're both bad.
Okay, no. I'm asking. Okay, he answered my question. Okay, now, Mr. Jackson. So, if you was out here in this desert with me, say at about 115 degrees, and I already know your answer on this here, Che, and you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
And you saw the tether dying of thirst, and you saw the troglodyte dying of thirst. Okay, who are you going to give some water to if you had water to spare? Now, I want to see where you stand on that, sir. Motherfucker, I ain't trying to change your goddamn mind, man. I'm asking you a fucking question. I ain't trying to change your fucking mind, man. Okay. He says no. Okay. All right.
Chill, Shabaki, you running off our viewers. When you start cussing people out, like we're trying to blow the channel up. We're not trying to push people away. That's our people. We're trying to get rid of the troglodytes, though. Don't want the troglodytes over here. But our people, we would love to have y'all here.
Mm-hmm. Brother Che. Okay, Mr. Jackson. What it is, Mr. Jackson. Okay. This is a sensitive issue. And I am in pain, sir, and I am tired. Okay. So I didn't mean to disrespect you. Okay. You know, I'm a little short-tempered because I'm in pain. Okay. So basically, people, this here is a complicated issue, okay? And this is something, man, that has to be gone over with a fine-tooth comb. You know, we just can't blanket this. You see what I'm saying?
It's not
truth hurts.
It's just lineage.
What truth, man?
It's just a lineage.
What truth? You ain't hurt me with nothing, cat. I'm speaking truth. I've been doing this shit, man, for 12 years. Okay, now, the point is, okay, about the water theory. Okay, right. Now, true enough, the tether got a whole lot to answer for. The tether's got the answer, okay, for, what do they call that, Brother Che? Who was that bastard, what, Benedict Arnold or whatever, and they hung the motherfucker for treason? Okay. Yeah, okay, whoa. Hold on. Okay, so these damn tethers should be persecuted for treason.
Well, yeah, in a perfect world, at the same time.
Yeah, no. Now, comment on that there, Mr. Jackson. Man, I ain't got to do shit, okay? All right, now, you, Mr. Jackson, okay, you would go save the troglodyte as opposed to an African if you had to choose between the two, correct?
No, Shabaka, that's not what he said. He said none.
He said none. Okay. All righty. Okay. Now, I never said they did like me, man. Okay. I never said that. Okay. And you up there yelling, man, you know, because you in caps. Okay. So that's why I'm yelling back. They don't like you either. And I'm going to tell you something else they don't like you. White Americans don't like you. Yeah, like white Americans do. They hate you and me. See, go to Los Angeles, Mr. Jackson. Go to Los Angeles. Yeah. Go get jacked up by the Mark Furmans, man.
What's your wife?
No, my woman is dead. Okay.
You said they want your house, they want your wife, they want it all. You're talking about the tethers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Okay. Now, what's happening is, Brother Che, with the man, what I'm trying to get this man to see, okay, is that he and I are agreeing in the indirect way, like you and I agree in the indirect way. See what I mean? Okay. Just like, you know, the scam that they were sending the emails. Oh, I'm from Nigeria. I got $500 million. I'm trying to put off, you know, in bank account. No, I'm not a tether target because I'm not going for it. Now, Mr. Jackson, just please listen to this story here. Okay. The emails, Brother Che, was that 4 or 5 years ago where the dude was sending the email, man. He's a Nigerian bank. I'm a black man in America. Okay. All right. Is that I got $500 million I need to transfer into your bank account. You know?
Yeah, you're a black man in America, but where's your lineage from? Alabama, Shabaka. We've been over this.
Let's see. Okay. Alabama. Okay, wait a minute. We got some in Tennessee. Wait a minute. Because my little sister was doing some research. Okay. And Virginia, Brother Check. Yeah.
So that means
Virginia.
You're Shabaka.
Okay, for me to call myself an American is telling a white man I might as well be his nigga.
And for
okay?
you,
this is sir. No, this is why I use the term diaspora.
No, because that's just too broad and ambiguous for you to
well, it ain't too broad and ambiguous for me, Che.
It's It's broad and ambiguous, Shabaka. You still stuck in 1975. We're not in that time no more. We're in 2026. It's time to update your information.
Okay, sir.
The updated information is those so-called Africans, Shabaka, they don't consider you African. The one that
Check. I never said that.
Shabaka.
I never said
You
that.
said that you identify as a diasporic.
As a diasporic African. What does the word diaspora mean?
Spread out.
Yes, spread
Not
out.
And Shabaka.
Okay. Spread out
You're not an African,
is what it means.
but you're not an African, Shabaka.
Okay, bro, check this out.
And you're not an African.
Okay, sir.
And
If I was an American, I never would have got jacked up by crash the way I did. I never would have had my fucking civil rights violated by the Mark Furmans, the goddamn Daryl Gates of that murderous organization called the Los Angeles Police Department. They said, you're a black man, period. The suspect is described as a male Negro, period.
You're FBA though, Shabaka. These same people call you a Kata, Shabaka.
And I will put my foot in the ass, okay? And I will put my foot in the ass.
Then they're gonna call you on the Kata. You can put your foot in the ass.
And then this motherfucker will be eating his right hand, then the left, then I will put my foot in his ass.
Okay, well, they still gonna call you
back and all.
Today, you go over there.
Yeah, well, then that motherfucker there will be just like what Franklin said to Charlie Brown. If I was to knock out all your fucking teeth, that there will get your mind right. That's what you got to do with these motherfuckers.
He's a Southern lineage.
Okay.
Hold on, Shabaka. Alabama, Tennessee.
Yeah,
Virginia.
Alabama, Tennessee, and wait a minute, and Virginia. We just found out at Virginia.
God damn, let me get my statement out. You just keep talking. Those places are nowhere in Africa. They're right here in the United States.
Che.
I didn't hear you say nothing about Ghana. I didn't hear you say nothing about Nigeria. I didn't hear you say nothing about no Ivory Coast. I didn't hear you say nothing about no Togo. I didn't hear you say nothing about no Senegal. I didn't hear you say nothing about no Mauritania. I didn't hear you say nothing about no Central Africa.
We're both tired, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow, brother.
All right,
give me a call later on the day, man. Just give me a call later on the day. I'm tired. Talk to you later.
I can't do it. Exactly. They'll call you a Kata. He don't want to listen to learn. He want to listen to argue. Exactly. It's frustrating. Like, we're trying to blow the platform up and you just want to argue about the same shit. We're not Africans. And you ain't never set foot in Africa. That's what killed me. It's like, y'all be like, oh, I'm African, blah, 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 blah. And you ain't never set foot in Africa. And then we got people that have actually set foot in Africa, that's of the lineage, that have told us directly they do not accept us as out African. We don't have no dual citizenship in any of them countries. Oh, it's just frustrating. Jesus. Let me back to this.
I was born in the 70s, but as far as family history and lineage, my family dates California before it was actually the state of California. So my great grandfather was brought here in 1849 as a slave, and that's pretty much where our history starts.
Jonathan Burgess, Jonathan, last name Burgess, Burgess. Yeah, no, I'm fifth generation California that I know of, descendant of Rufus Burgess. Got brought to California as a slave. Family was here during the gold rush, pioneers of California. If you look at the book Negro Trailblazers, the only man listed for the town of Coloma is my great grandfather. Job, actually staying true to my words and not editing everything out. There should be a Washington drill, I think, is coming out next week or so. So yeah, that's just running its course, and we're waiting on Gavin or the president, and potentially the NAACP, since all the documents are there.
Dr. Stephen, for their leadership and allowing us to be at this great school today. And so we are looking forward to our virtual portion. And so I'm looking forward to the cue that we are ready to begin virtually. We have 3 individuals that are joining us virtually. So first we have In the Box Media. We also have Yvonne Anderson. And we have Kurt Joseph. So those 3 individuals are joining us online. You will go in that order. So In the Box Media, Yvonne Anderson and Kurt Joseph, we are ready for you. And we are ready for our technology folks to get them on the screen. While we're waiting, I want to acknowledge that we also have Kiana Habdi. She is the president of the North Shore NAACP. She is here with us in the house. And so thank you for being here. While they are getting the tech ready, I'm going to call, we have 2 other speakers that are here in person. James Hodge, if you would like to come to the microphone, and Denisha Marshall, and forgive me if I've mispronounced your name at all. You can come to the microphone and prepare your remarks.
I hope so too, because this is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trying to get him up to.
Mr. Hall, you have 3 minutes.
Hodge,
I'm sorry.
Error words.
Good morning, Commission, Assembly, Salages, Noah Burrows, members of the community. My name is James Hodge, and I stand before you today as a community advocate right here in Long Island. I want to thank the Commission for creating the space. The theme of today's hearing is Truth Before Repair, education, history, and work of reparations. We're here today to put truth on the record because for generations, our communities have felt the compounding systematic weight of educational underfunding, and economic exclusion. But truth without a mandate or an action is just a history lesson. We are here for repair. When we talk about education and history, we have to look at a structural reality. Historical inequities in state education funding have created deep generational resource gaps in Black neighborhoods, Black and brown, Black neighborhoods. Well, Black.
Just keep it Black.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Black.
I'm gonna stop.
That's
just
okay.
to say I said nothing about when you spoke, brother.
Oh God, these goddamn old niggas. Oh God, remember TBA told us about these old niggas. Oh my God. Here he come up here with this bullshit.
And I give you total respect. And if we're speaking about respect, we should just respect each other no matter what we feel. That's it, brother. I respect you totally, and I hear you, and I agree a lot with what you're saying. And I just respect you. And I'm just asking for the same respect.
Okay, if we could.
That means we
could please
ancestors
stop.
together, brother.
We could please
I'm
stop.
sorry.
We're going to restart your time, and we're going to give you the opportunity to speak. And we've always tried to maintain a peaceful, respectful environment. If we can honor that today while we're in Hempstead. So, sir, Mr. Hodge, if you can go ahead and start.
Okay.
And go ahead.
Well, I'll just finish wherever I was, but I give respect because I look to demand respect. As
Continue
I
on, Mr. Hodge. Go
taught
ahead.
for many years, karate students to give respect. Respect is number one. So again, as I say, and I'll get back to where I was, but the core argument of, when we talk about education and history, we have to look at the structural reality. Historical inequities in state education funding have created generational resource gaps in Black neighborhoods and our communities. We see it in our schools, we see it in our infrastructure, and we see it in our local economics. Too often, when the conversation turns to reparations, we hear cries to say it's not feasible or the funding isn't there. Yet, we consistently see government systems find the political will and billions of dollars overnight to fund certain corporate bailouts, political crisis, or enforcement priorities. The issue has never been the lack of resources. It has always been the lack of political will. It is time for New York State to show the same urgency as they are for systematic justice that it does for political convenience. To ensure this historic effort moves beyond research and into real-world transformation, I want to formally place 3 critical questions on the record for this commission to address. What specific mechanisms in the commission exploring, what is the commission exploring to ensure that the final recommendations include legally binding permanent funding equity for historical underfunded schools in our districts? What is the structural timeline and enforcement strategy to ensure these research findings are translated into actual legislative policies rather than sitting on a shelf as another studied report? How will the commission guarantee that any permanent funds or resources distributions established from this work are governed directly by community-led oversight boards comprised of local advocates and descendants? True repair cannot be one-time grant or a symbolic gesture. It must be permanent structural overhaul that reinvest in our youth, our schools, and our communities' economic future. Remember, proper preparation, the 5 Ps, as I always say. Proper preparation prevents poor performance.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. You've gone over your time, but thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for
You
your
can
time.
finish your comment. You can actually, if you want to go to the back of the room or on your cell phone, call 518-473-3997 and finish your statement. We certainly want to continue hearing from you. We have 3 people virtually, but I want to make sure that I make room for the individuals, so the virtuals, if they can just hold for a second. But we've got Denisha Marshall, and then I'll have one more in person. I have Medina Laval. I want to make sure if you're here, you can come to the microphone as well, so that we can just get our individuals that are here in person done and make a minute break so that we can get our virtual folks available. And so if you could just introduce yourself and you'll have 3 minutes. Can someone help her with the mic so that we can hear
I
her?
don't know if it got turned off. No.
Yeah, something happened.
See if it got turned off. There it is.
I
I
for
hear the
some,
tap.
can you get her that microphone? Thank you. Thank you for being patient, Ms. Marshall. We're glad you're here.
Hello?
There you go.
Hi.
There we go.
We can restart the 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you guys for having this open forum. My name is Denisha Marshall. I am African American who was raised between Brooklyn and New York. I did my undergraduate at Stony Brook. I'm also a graduate of Adelphi University and Teachers College. And I'm gonna say that and I work in education. I work.
These old niggas just can't leave that African shit alone. Jesus. I was hoping that African American shit died when Jesse Jackson died. Jesus. Oh my God. I am an African American. You ain't never set foot in Africa. You ain't got no dual citizenship in Africa, but you sitting up here talking about you are African. Fuck out of here. Oh my God. Old people. I hope I don't get like this when I get that age.
At York College. So I'm going to say that throughout my educational journey, there is so many inequities, including even if a person of color, especially African American,
oh my God,
has the privilege of going to college. Throughout that journey, you're going to see a lot of inequities. You're going to see some of what I've witnessed is Stony Brook, private study sessions for people who are white only. You're going to see the allowance of professors, white professors, allowing white students to cheat while the African Americans have to stay seated. So there is so much to unpack here. I mean, we could go around neighborhoods and see the inequity in just the infrastructure. But when you get actually into the system itself,
right,
it's so much from the people who get grants, from the people who get the best internships, that it's going to lead them to management roles. All of that is institutional racism that has been built into the system that we need to dismantle so that everyone has a fair opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Ms. Marshall, if you want to send any links or anything, you can send it to the commission. The website is on the screen, Reparations Commission. You can email it to us at reparationsny.gov. Thank you very much for being here. One more person in that's in person. I think it's Medina Laval. If I pronounce your name incorrectly, I apologize. You'll just state your name before you speak, and then we'll prepare for our folks online. For those that are here in person, for those that are watching online, we are at Hempstead High School in Hempstead, New York. We are excited to be here. And so we are taking public testimony in person and online. And if you're interested in providing testimony, you can do so by emailing. You can stay connected with the commission by emailing us or learning more at ny.gov/reparations. So we are grateful that you are here, Ms. LaBall.
You know, he always crumb bombing on chitlins and anything involving the pig. But yeah, he don't be eating no Ngozi soup. He don't eat no jollof rice. He don't do none of that stuff. He don't eat no bush meat. He don't do none of that. So, but he keep claiming he an African. Like Sister Val said, it's so ingrained in the culture, it's ridiculous. And those that come from that era, they're like stuck in that era. It's like something about those that were born between like 1950 and 1970. They're like stuck in that era where it's like, oh, we're all Africans. And like, no, I'm not. You gotta update your information. We are in 2026 now. Not 1970 nothing. 1960 anything. We are in 2026. We are 60 plus years past that.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
It's still morning.
Okay, good. My name is Medina Lawal.
Lawal, thank you.
I pronounce well, but it's
Thank you.
Lawal. So I am a resident of Elmont. I'm a business owner in Elmont.
Yep.
I am a first generation here in America with my kids, and I am making a first of everything, a first of being able to speak up for people like me and people that have been, people that paved the way for us to be here. So in support of the bill and for the team today, Truth Before Repair, Education, History, and the work of reparations, we can only be better when we acknowledge and respect each other, not as what we look like, but as who we are from within. So when the system categorically dismisses your existence as a being by what you look like, by what you wear, by what you say or how you say it, it makes it impossible for individuals or people collectively to grow. Even the community, society, the state, the nation cannot grow. So in view of that, I would say that there has been, I myself have been a victim of discrimination, of
Tether. I'm getting tether vibes all over this broad. Tether. Like, when she started her speech, I'm like, oh yeah, she's a damn tether. So now the tethers is trying to say, oh, I was discriminated against. I was redlined. I had discriminatory policies placed on me. You came after all the work was done, and y'all sitting up talking, I was affected by this. I just got here yesterday. The hell out of here with that dumb shit.
Being dismissed and not being taken seriously, even when I make it known that I am serious and I'm in a position that I want to make change. So for this to actually take effect and for us to see for us to see this bill come to fruition, we must tackle it from now. Meaning there still is ongoing slavery or discrimination, what we call now neo-slavery, neo-discrimination, or systemic slavery. It hasn't ended. We are living it now. As a construction women business owner, I live it every day, from the agencies that try to stop me from earning my pennies. It's not so much. We're only asking for, let us contribute, let us participate, but still they stifle the living day out of you. They make it impossible for you to prosper. It has to come to an end. And this is how we do it.
They know nothing about.
So we implore the states, the assemblywomen, all lawmakers, and ourselves to all be at the forefront, speak out and participate in our communities. Reparations, yes, it should happen, but it starts with correcting the system.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Next, we will hear from our virtual speakers. Oh, we have one more. I'm sorry. I apologize. If you could introduce yourself and allow me to reset the timer. All right.
Thank you. Sorry, I filled out the sheet late. My name is Kiana Biaria Anderson. I'm a Hempstead resident, and I'm thankful to the commission for coming back to Long Island. I'm glad that there are more people in the audience this time. Especially thank you to listening to the residents like myself who live in the region where I affectionately like to call the Alabama of the North. I like to call my home the Alabama of the North jokingly because Long Island's connection, involvement in history, and America's greatest sin is not a story of the past, but the present. We've had the pleasure of being the home to civil rights leaders like Emily Moore, Vera Moore, and the late great Hazel Dukes. My church's former home in Wantagh was built by freed slaves and was historically designated a landmark by the town of Hempstead. Only after they played legal games with my pastor, costing my church's family our historical church home. It's now the home to a growing Muslim community, which again is the target of racist tactics, preventing them from using this landmark site for their faith. On Long Island, the long-term impacts of slavery have resulted in a region segregated by race and class and exploited in as many ways possible. Nassau County was successfully sued in 1997 for shifting the majority of the property tax burden on Black homeowners. Instead of continuing on the path of fairness, Nassau County residents are now expected to grieve their taxes, a system that disproportionately benefits the wealthy and negatively costs Black residents the opportunity to become and stay homeowners. The town of Hempstead is the largest Black township in the region. The township has raised taxes on its residents, the highest to date in history in 2023. Another example of economic exploitation. Black Long Island residents continue to be the economic engine of a region with targeted racist policies. Nassau County has had stints of zero contracts with Black contractors, daycares owned by Black women threatening to close, and Black businesses struggling to stay open. Strangers come into our communities buying homes through tax liens, and our students are still subject to racist remarks while playing sports with majority white teams. Black communities are experiencing environmental racism with overdevelopment, groundwater chemicals, and PFAS and other substances in our water. We continue to be over-policed, and there is a legitimate argument to be made that the more money you give Nassau and Suffolk police, the more crime goes up. With police officers being involved themselves in drug trafficking and human trafficking and other domestic violence and other criminal activities here on Long Island.
I believe it.
Long Island needs specific intentional calls for reparations because we are so far behind in this conversation still to date in 2026. It is my hope that the commission finds a way for there to be conversations of accountability for not just Black Americans, but for white Americans. Because here on Long Island, to know your history is to know your truth, and that is the only way to move forward. Long Island is one of the regions that has also been home to a Nazi camp. We know our history. And the only way forward for us to actively engage in proper reparations conversations is to fully dig into this soil and cleanse ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you repeat your name again?
Kiana Bieria Anderson.
Thank you. And if you didn't get to finish your statements, please call in at 518-473-3997. We're going to just take a 1-minute break to allow our technology to make room for our virtual folks. But I want to acknowledge again, for those that are watching online, that we are in Hempstead, New York. Hempstead, make some noise, because we are here on a holiday weekend on a Saturday. You all have come out. We want to thank our bill co-sponsor, Assemblymember Szilagyi. Thank you for being here, and thank you to her team for helping to put.
Sorry, I gotta fast forward because this video, I forgot how long this goddamn video was. I was trying to get through the public comment and I'm gonna end it. I'm already seeing the sun come up.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for giving us the opportunity to discuss reparation. And I would like to say, it is very important that reparation is awarded to Black Americans. In parentheses, I would say foundational Black Americans.
Why in parentheses? Just say foundational Black Americans.
Based on generational cash reparation due to the lost opportunities that we were not given. Reparations is being discussed throughout the world. Africa is also crying for reparation, and also Caribbean island countries are also expressing their concerns and the opportunities to have reparations awarded to them. It is important that reparation be given in the form of cash payments so that it can immediately
all of them don't get
be used to assist us in economic opportunities. And with that being said, I would just like to express my gratitude for the panel in allowing us to have this opportunity to express ourselves about this very important matter of reparation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I believe we are going to In the Box Media, that is virtual. In the Box Media.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I am In the Box Media. I'm an independent journalist coming from Mount Vernon, New York, Westchester County. And this is my first time ever speaking on these panels, so bear with me. When we speak about reparative compensation, we must understand that the economic conditions many Black Americans, aka foundational Black Americans, face today did not happen by accident. They were created through policies, enforced through laws, and sustained across generations. Even after slavery ended, Black Americans was promised freedom, but freedom without protection, resources, and economic stability left millions vulnerable to new systems of control. Jim Crow laws legalized segregation and stripped Black communities of equal access to education, voting rights, employment opportunities, and public resources. Entire generations was forced to survive without systems specifically designed to limit advancement. At the same time, redlining became one of the most devastating economic weapons used against Black families. Black Americans were denied home loans, denied access to certain neighborhoods, and denied the opportunity to build generational wealth through property ownership, one of the primary ways wealth is transferred in America. While other communities accumulated equity and financial stability, Black families were often locked out by banks, federal policies, and discriminatory housing practices. The consequences of these policies did not disappear. They continue to affect wealth gaps, school fundings, neighborhood resources, healthcare access, and economic mobility today. Reparative compensation is not about charity. It is about accountability for measurable harm. If policies were intentionally created to economically disadvantage a people, then policies can also be created to repair that damage. This is not only a historical issue, it is a present day issue with historical roots. And if America is willing to acknowledge the profit gained from generations of exclusion, then it must also be willing to discuss what repair looked like for the descendants of those who carried those burdens. Justice is required more than remembrance, it requires action. And I also want to say that I feel, in my own opinion, as a Black American, foundational Black American woman, my great-grandmother migrated from Virginia to New York in the 1940s. She was chased off her land that she owned in Virginia. My dad's father is from North Carolina. Okay. I feel like reparations should be lineage based of the Americas, of the USA, and of American soil. I get that we have other groups of people coming from Africa, Caribbean, and South America, but this is not of y'all.
Right.
Is that the time?
Yes, thank you so much. And once again, if you have additional testimony that you would like to submit, please do so at our website, or you can call in. So thank you once again. We are going to go back to our in-person testimony, and I believe we have a Kiana Anderson. No? Okay, you already went. Okay, thank you. And people were asking out in the hallway, who was that? And so, yeah, they appreciated your testimony. And please submit that as well. I think we have a George Reyes.
Yeah, what the hell is this?
You can take.
Speaking on our reparations.
And then after George, there is Lisa Ortiz.
What is Latinos doing speaking on our reparations?
Thank you very much. And if it would be all right with you, I just will let correct my record. My name's Jorge.
I'm sorry.
Muñiz Reyes.
So say it again for us.
What the Jorge, that's Jorge. And two last names. Muñiz, M-U-N-I-Z, then R-E-Y-E-S. I know the government likes to chop off our names, but my name's Jorge Muñiz Reyes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Please reset.
Yeah, may I start?
Yeah, I was going to say, please reset your time to 3 minutes so you didn't lose time.
Yeah, good. First of all, good afternoon, good morning, and thank you to everyone that's assembled here today for a very important conversation about justice. As I said, my name is Jorge Muñiz Reyes. I've been in Hempstead as a worker, taxpayer, got to work most of 2024, and I've come very, very often here. It's a community that reminds me a lot of where I grew up, not far on, well, I still consider it part of Long Island. It's Brooklyn, but I guess it's the county of Kings, and we're in Nassau County. And we got a different government here led by tyrannical Republicans, you know, that I've worked most of my life to try to oppose because they're hurting all of us. Whether you're Black, Mexican, red, yellow, brown, we all in the same boat.
No, we're not. We got
targeted by white nationalist racists that want to go around and kidnap us. And by the way, let me just, I hate to give my back to my neighbors. I'd rather give my back to the government because they're not trying to help us at all. We know who's been in power and who's in charge right now. And it's sad and shameful that they do in studies about reparations when it's been clear and day what they got to do to repair and give justice, give freedom to the Black, Mexican, indigenous communities and peoples that have been here long before the European white nationalists showed up and will be here long afterward. Give them everything that's due to them, full justice today. Today, not tomorrow, not a study, not another government panel, today. And you know what? One act of reparation they can do for my family can start immediately because they got a couple work days left in their Albany work session. And the Democrats who assembled this idiotic government panel can do a very helpful thing. In the budget they just passed, they said that they're gonna outlaw the Blackman immigrant caging jail, which by the way, charges 60% of people who have never even committed a crime. They're caged in there for $200 a day. Bruce Blackman is collecting those checks in your name. That's blood money as far as I'm concerned. And I know
reparations, you fucking Latino. Like, why are you even speaking? a reparations commission on our.
What we got to do with blood money, we got to abolish it. And these fools don't want to go all the way. The way to go all the way is called the New York for All Act. And you got to talk to everybody, starting with Noah Burrows, starting with Kiana. I'm talking about everybody. Go to Mr. Bruce Brewington and tell these fools to do their fucking job and pass the New York for All Act and abolish ICE. Give freedom to everybody. Give freedom to the black man, the Mexican woman, the families that have been terrorized by these white nationalists long enough. Abolish ICE. Abolish these clowns.
Deport all you motherfucking illegals. How about that? Deport every illegal. DEI. Deport every illegal, including you. The fuck out of here, Jorge. The hell you doing speaking on our shit?
Real people to work. Put the neighborhood. Put the freedom first. Fuck these clowns. Have a great day, y'all.
So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next we are going to Lisa Ortiz. Lisa Ortiz, thank you so much.
Oh God, so 6 a.m.
If you need a second, you can take a second. I understand, Brooke.
Wondering if this mic.
Yeah, Sister Brooke was giving him that work. That lied to.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Ortiz. I am a longtime resident of Long Island. I live in
Speaking, bitch? Why are you
Lakeview. I have, and I'm also an advocate in my community. I came here today to just share a little of my thoughts. On March 25th, 2026, the United Nations General Assembly voted officially to recognize the transatlantic slave trade and the enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. Not to our surprise, the United States has voted against this, which is another prime example as to why I believe it is important. It was important for me to be here today.
Wow.
And
this ain't got shit to do with you.
And support the commission's effort to pass and ensure that Black Americans receive their overdue fair compensation via reparations. Today, we are living through the aftermath of injustices that have plagued people of color. Here on Long Island, we have some of the most segregated communities. We pay high taxes, and our schools typically do not have the proper funding to support the needs of students they serve. When the idea of regionalization was introduced, there was pushback. Another example of the consistent attempt to prevent equity across all communities, populations, and give access to the same opportunities as privileged white Americans. The predominantly Black communities on Long Island exist as a result of redlining. Communities like Rockville Center force Black homeowners out of their homes, tearing down their homes, and push them into communities like Lakeview, Hempstead, and Roosevelt. Hempstead is an example of redlining in the fact that there is West Hempstead, predominantly white, South Hempstead, predominantly white, and the village of Hempstead, which, excuse me, my screen moved, which is a predominantly Black community.
And here's where Breeze is from.
Local governments have cooperated and have a cooperated attempt to keep white communities as white as possible, limiting the access to create wealth through property equity at the same rate as white communities. A current example would be compared to what we see happening right now today in Levittown, a community that has at one time written into deeds that properties could not be sold to Black homeowners, to Black people. Under the umbrella of the United States of America, the United States of America, here in New York State and in Hempstead, we need reparations and we need them now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
So
there are new individuals that just came in, and we appreciate you joining us. And I'm extremely excited that they are bringing our young people in with them to be able to hear and to partake in history and as a part of this discussion. And so we have our operations person bringing us a few more sign-in sheets. So if you just got here and you're just joining us and you want an opportunity to provide public testimony, please sign up. and we will make sure we get you.
About 20 minutes.
After this one, we'll do Kurt. And what's this pronunciation? I want to ask Dr. I'm going to spell it, and I apologize. It looks like it's a A-B, maybe I-O-D-U-Y, and then last name is O-J. Do we have someone? Okay. Oh, so so Melody, if we're ready for our virtual individual, it looks like Kurt Joseph. If we have our virtual Kurt Joseph is ready to provide testimony.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
So I just wanted to start by saying that I'm hearing a lot of comments previously before me stating that, reparations and this discussion should only be for the lineage of those who are descendants of African slaves in the United States.
Damn it.
I wanted to be clear and state that there is a film directed by a Long Island resident who is of Haitian descent, who lives in the United States, who directed a documentary called The Forgotten Occupation. I would like to submit that film as evidence as to why we need to think about reparations on a global perspective, not just a domestic policy. Reparations is not a domestic.
It's still your goddamn calling, Audrey. What is you talking about? Yes, it is a domestic issue. It's the United States government that affected the harms onto my ancestors, motherfucker. So yeah, it is a domestic issue. Fuck is you talking about? Oh my god, y'all see how these mothers do? I'm sorry, I'm just getting upset about this shit. I'm like, oh my god. They trying to make it a big old tent. Oh, they just do it for international reparation. No. That's why I'm glad Sister Brooke and Brother Divine was there to set the record straight. Cause Jesus, these goddamn tethers calling in. Oh, we gotta make it about African people. Oh, it has to be about international, not domestic. No, we're not going for none of that shit.
Policy solution. It is a global policy solution. And as such, I want to state that the film that is produced by Roxane Gay and directed by Alan Martin explains the U.S. occupation from 1914 to 1935. And you can watch that film as evidence as to why reparations should not be limited just to African slaves that started coming to the United States in 1619. So as you watch that film, I just want all of you to be
in here in no damn 1619. We were already here before that. See, this is the type of shit that irritates me. We've been here for thousands of years. We didn't just come here on a goddamn ship or a boat. We had already been here. So when they talk that dumb shit about, they didn't arrive until 1619. No, we were already here. We were here before all you other groups, including you pretendians, you $5 Indians, you Siberians. So what the hell is this dude talking about? See, this is the type of shit. If it was reparations for any other group, it wouldn't have all these OTBs or OT, whatever the hell that group is, calling in talking about, I think you should expand this out. I think this should just be for your specific people group or ethnic group or lineage group. It should be for everybody. You wouldn't have none of that shit going on. But when it comes to us, we got all these damn OTBs and tethers calling in on our shit. This is our reparations claim. Go sue your goddamn colonizer and stay the hell up out of our FBA business.
Reminded that whether it's Haitians, Jamaicans, or Africans in Brazil or Honduras or Argentina, or maybe even Mexico, reparations is not just for African Americans in the United States. It is for the entire diaspora. So I just wanted to be clear on that. And at this point, I will yield my time. Thank you.
Fuck the diaspora. Them motherfuckers better sue their goddamn colonizer and stay the hell up out of our claim.
Thank you very much. We're waiting for the next person to come and testify. And again, the appeal is for people to be respectful of different points of view. People do have different points of view, and they ought to be respected. And one of the things we always ask for in terms of these hearings.
Exactly.
I know there are one or two more names that want to get in, and then I think Commissioner Hogan, I may want to have some comments. I certainly do before we conclude. Just very, very impressed with people coming out on a holiday weekend to have this conversation, which speaks to the urgency and the priority that reparations has in the minds of many, and the appeals that have been made for others to join in the discussion. Commissioner.
So thank you for that. And we have two more speakers that have just joined us. We have Charlene Jackson and Caprice Rhines, in that order. So if you would like to come to the microphone right here, and you'll have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. If you could just state your name, and if you're with any organization, that would be great.
Good morning. My name is Charlene Jackson. I am the eldest daughter of Albert Jackson and Rebecca Marable, and I have three sisters, Carla Regina Jackson, Kayla Ramona Jackson, and Claudia Rochelle Jackson, affectionately known as
Don't
Shelly.
say African.
My parents were high school sweethearts.
Don't say.
And my father grew up in a place called Sutherland, Virginia, and his parents were Pauline and Lonnie Mack Jackson. And my mother grew up in a place called Elmo, Virginia, and her parents were Estelle and Peter Marable. I was born in a place called Danville, Virginia, whose claim to fame is that they were the first Confederate capital of these United States. And I know that because when I went to visit one summer, I stayed in a hotel and they had a little plaque by the lamppost. And all of my grandparents were farmers. And until age 14, I would spend my summers in Elmo and Sutherland, Virginia, working on farms that my grandparents owned. And their grandparents were sharecroppers, and their grandparents were slaves. And how do I know this? Because back in 2006, my Aunt Sandra, who's my father's sister, she hosted a family reunion, and she brought out these maps from the 1800s, and it showed the Marable plantation and the Jackson plantation abutting one another. And I am proud to say that my sisters and I still own some of those ancestral lands. And when my children would go to visit my grandparents' home, I would tell them, I have three children, by the way. Justina is my oldest, Trevor is my middle child, and Jada is my baby girl. And we would often go back at least once a year to our ancestral home. And I would tell them, look up at those stars. These are the same stars that our ancestors looked at who were slaves. And we are the manifestation of their hopes and dreams. So don't forget who you are and from where you come. because we have a charge to keep, to make sure that all those struggles, that survival of the Middle Passage and those years embraced in slavery, when they would hope for a better day, we have that charge that we are now responsible to keep. And I'm proud to say that I actually went to a place called the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. For those of you who may know,
Thank you so much for your testimony. If you want to submit additional testimony, you can see the website on the screen to email it to, or if you would like to do it orally, you can see the number to call it in. And you can leave as much testimony as you would like.
My name is Caprice Rhines. I'm a resident here of Hempstead, New York. My grandparents migrated from Harlem. They actually came from Barnwell County, South Carolina, known as Aiken. And I know that we tell our oral stories because back then they didn't allow a lot of us to write. My grandmother was Lucille Robinson Green. They were part of, they opened a school in Aiken, South Carolina, which was Bettis Academy. My grandfather was one who raised a lot of the racehorses in Aiken. They came to New York for a better life. Then they came to Hempstead. Actually, my aunts and them graduated from Hempstead High School. They were one of the first Black people to buy homes here in the Heights on Harvard Street. But what I'm saying is that my grandfather had to drop out of school at 5 years in the 5th grade to help feed his family. And then at 65 years old, he got his GED. And after that, he didn't stop. He went to Nassau Community College and he obtained his doctorate in theology. We have to stop allowing people to do what they do to us. They do owe us reparations. It's time that they pay up. Now they're trying to take everything from us. We are the only minority. I'm not saying minority. I'm an indigenous. I don't call myself African American. I am an indigenous American Black person.
That's right.
I'm born on this land.
That's right.
And we have to accept who we are. Some of us don't know who we are. I know who I am. It's time for us to accept who we are. This is our land. It's no one else's land. They migrated here. Their families migrated here. We did not migrate here. And we built this country.
Exactly.
And we need to be we have to have reparation for the work that our families did. It's not just education, giving us college, because they're taking that away from us, giving us voting rights. No, we deserve those rights. And we have to do better for one another. We are not combative. They say we are combatives. We have to be collaborators. What you did here is awesome. Whoever put this together, my hat's off to you. It's time that we come together and get what belongs to us. My grandfather bought his house, and then he bought a house in Freeport, and he opened his business in Freeport. It's time for us to stop coming against one another and come together. My philosophy is many hands make the load light. If we put our hands together and stop people from stepping on us, we can do what we need to get done. We need reparations. I need them for my grandchildren to pass it forward. It says a righteous man leaves a legacy for his children. And I want to be that righteous man and woman who can do that for our children. We deserve it. It's our right in this country. If they offered the Sioux Nation $500 million for their land, we need a piece of the land, our 40 acres and the mule.
Thank you. To my, and up front, are you ready to provide testimony at this time? That's okay. Is there anyone else that has come in and wants to provide testimony into the public record at this time? You would like to? Okay. If you could step up to the mic. Dim, is this microphone working now? Okay. If you just state your name for the record.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew Darchev. I'm from Westbury. I'm very happy that this meeting came together. I'm always happy to see the public and politicians coming together to have this tough but very necessary conversation about a very fraught topic, reparations. I want to say for the record that I absolutely support reparations. that I don't think we have a proper democracy in the United States until Black people are made whole and are able to fully participate in that democracy, in that society, for the record. Now, for the New York State Assembly, I want to add a little piece of information that I think is necessary for how we enact reparations in the state. We needn't forget, because the topic today is education, we needn't forget that, yes, there are all these slave plantations in the South. Was who was issuing the loans to build the plantations? Who was servicing the ships?
In the north.
Who was doing all of that? It was financial industries up here in the north. It was banks like JP Morgan Chase. Some reparations opponents, they say, oh, you Black people, that was in 1830. That was a long time ago, right? It's all over. Well, I mentioned 1830 because that's the year JP Morgan Chase took 12,500 slaves as collateral on a loan for the slave plantations that they were funding. And JP Morgan Chase is still around. Not in the beautiful balmy South, but right here in the industrial egalitarian North on Manhattan Island. And I think that if we're going to have a reparations program, they've got to take a haircut. They've got to fund the program. They were complicit in it.
Right.
They should fund it. Thank you.
I agree with that.
And if you can give me your last name and the correct spelling so I can put it down. We should just fill out one of the sheets. Fill out one of them.
Adarachev. ADARICHEV.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has not signed up that would like to provide public testimony at this time?
That's it.
All right, so I will. So we do thank each and every one of you for. Yeah. So we do thank each and every one of you for coming out today on a Saturday at Hempstead High School and providing rich comments and suggestions for us as we continue to do our work. And so now I want to give space to Commissioner Dr. Daniels to provide some comments and thoughts as we continue. So Dr. Daniels.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. And I too want to join in commending all who came out on a Memorial Day weekend for this rich conversation, a central conversation. I have a series of random comments actually, and the first one has to do with the fact that the last speaker, actually, I just wrote down my notes several minutes ago. The role of corporations is an area that I'm in because I also serve on the subject matter experts and theme subcommittee for the commission, and we've been flushing out these themes. And I was just thinking about, I know we've covered gentrification in a number of areas, but I don't think we actually have explored. We've alluded to it, but I'm not sure we've had a specific hearing on the role of corporations, financial institutions, colleges and universities in New York involved in the slave trade. For example, it's just recently come out that Harvard University was directly involved in the enslavement process. So that does need to be excavated, and that's something I think we should certainly do. I would like to also point to an area of, I don't want to say, well, in some ways, it is an area of contention. There was a reference made earlier, particularly to whether or not Haitian Americans and other immigrants or immigrant communities should be awarded reparations. And we have heard a great deal from our foundational Black Americans who have come and presented their position. I think I'm a foundational Black American by definition. And I do appreciate, it seems, some evolution and development in the position, because reparations is not only for enslavement, it is for all of its legacies. That's why the bill says reparations for enslavement and its effects, if I recall the way the language reads in the document. The debate has been over, however, who those effects apply to. And I do recall in one of our earlier hearings, and I wanted to pull it out for that reason, is that early on when there were assaults that took place in New York, early on in the colonial era, that not only were there persons who had been enslaved, recently enslaved, but also there were immigrants from Jamaica and Haiti who were assaulted and who were victimized by that racially exclusionary attacks in that period. And so the point is that reparations is yes for those who are foundational and who were enslaved, but if one looks at the effects of enslavement, if you come to someone like Abner Louima, who was brutalized here in the city of New York, or Amadou Diallo, they're not quote unquote foundational Americans, but there are people who are in the city and because of the color of their skin and their heritage were brutalized. And people who were affected by redlining or other racially exclusionary policies are impacted. And so it's a kind of a false dichotomy to sort of have this debate between who and when, I mean, particularly between the who. And so therefore, I really, really wanted to also commend the American Civil Liberties Union. The position that they outlined today was a comprehensive position. And they talked about the language being intentionally laid out so that nothing is left on the table. At one level, one would raise the question, well, why would we leave anything on the table in terms of the racially exclusionary policies that have affected we as Black people, foundational Americans, people of African descent, however you want to define it? To me, these are relatively synonymous terms. And so Shirley Chisholm, Harry Belafonte, Kwame Ture.
Tell us.
The Shirley Chisholm in particular and Harry Belafonte, who took up residence here in the state of New York. The point is, I do not believe we should be denying any of these people or their sons and daughters reparations. So I just wanted to make that, to make note of that. But I also, again, wanted to reference the American Civil Liberties Union because we also appreciate the fact that at almost every public hearing, you have come and you have contributed testimony that is different. I can recall the testimony on Staten Island that was presented. Almost every time the American Civil Liberties are doing serious study and are bringing different positions, different studied aspects. So that is not to say that others haven't, but certainly there are certain positions that have been well stated and well documented and well presented. We're looking for a diversity of ideas that can be presented, and the American Civil Liberties Union, in my opinion, has been very, very good at doing that. The final thing I'd like to say is there was reference made early on. Let me just say on the question of legality and whether or not which terms will or will not be accepted. First of all, we should not delude ourselves. The fact of the matter is the content and the composition of the judiciary matters, and who sits on the Supreme Court or the appellate division or the district division impacts how things are interpreted. So in what was in one era, the discriminatory effect or disparate impact, which said if it looked like a duck, walked like a duck, and sounded like a duck, it was a duck. Didn't matter about the intentionality of it. That was one court. Now we have a different court that has a different philosophy. And that philosophy is indeed correctly very adverse to anything that seems like and smacks of race. So the idea that we feel that we can somehow craft something that will not in some way look like it's racial is somewhat problematical. However, we do have a legal team. we have legal counsel, and there are a whole body of lawyers who in fact are dealing with an injury and harm based, let me say that again, an injury and harm based proposition in terms of how to present reparations. And the question is, will that survive this current Supreme Court and or the survive the current judiciary? We don't know. But what we know is that there is hostility towards anything that smacks of race, and however it's interpreted, we should not delude ourselves into feeling out that somehow this court will not, in fact, potentially be hostile. My final point is that there was a reference made to the federal legislation. I don't want people to think that somehow the federal legislation has not been a successful effort. It has been a very successful effort. In fact, under the leadership of the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee, with whom I had the privilege of working, and with the HR 40 Strategy Commission, we did have enough votes, both in the House and the Senate, under the Biden administration, to take it to actually pass the bill in the House. But given the nature of how the laws are set up, we would not have been able to get it done in the Senate. So the outlet is an executive order. But there's a huge amount of votes and co-sponsors that were amassed. That leadership is now being provided by Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley from Massachusetts. And it's really a matter of waiting sort of a shift in the composition of the Congress before another effort will be made. But it is more likely to be done by executive order, and it will happen. HR 40 is going to become the law of the land. But it may take us a moment to get it. But there's been very successful organizing leading us right to the prefaces of getting it done. So I just wanted to do.
This fool is still bringing up HR 40. Just lets you know how out of touch these goddamn Democrats, goddamn tethers are. Jesus Christ! All right, I'm about to end this.
For those observations, Commissioner Hogue, just in terms of having heard the very outstanding testimony of diverse points of view, all of which I think are worthy of consideration and deliberation by this body.
So thank you so much, Dr. Daniels, for. So thank you, Dr. Daniels, for. So thank you, Dr. Daniels, for your life's work and service to this, and your service and what you bring to the commission. Also want to give a wonderful round of applause to all of our participants that have taken place today. And we can't stress this enough, this rich conversation that has taken place. And so we know that this is a topic, a movement that people are excited and passionate about, but we appreciate how we conduct ourselves. And so for those of you that are watching, you may not have been able to see this restorative moment. And so there was some back and forth that took place earlier, but the brothers got together, shook hands, and agreed to move forward, whether they agreed to disagree or not. And so that is what we appreciate about our community and how we move forward in this aspect. So there is not so our public hearings is really not a forum for questions and answers and retorts and that type of stuff. So
ancestors.
I thank you for showing up. And once again, I want to encourage everyone that is able to make it and is willing, our next public hearing. And so once again, this is an opportunity for the public to provide testimony to the Reparations Commission. And we are really looking for recommendations as well as a historical standpoint of lived experience, but we're really looking for recommendations to our commission so that we can include it and it can help guide us in the work that we do. So that next public hearing is next week, May 30th, from 12 noon to 4 p.m. at the National Urban League Conference Center, and that's located at 117 West 125th Street in New York, New York. And that zip code is 10027. And so I'm going to ask one more time, is there anyone else that would like to provide public comments that have not provided it thus far? Scanning the room and seeing none, I'm going to ask our Assemblywoman. You don't want to close us out with any closing word? So we want to thank Assemblywoman Szilagyi and her team for bringing this together. Some doubted that individuals would come out on a Memorial Day weekend to participate in this necessary work, and so Hempstead, you have proved them wrong, and so we thank you for your participation, and we ask that you continue to stay involved in this work. For those of you that have family members or circles that may not be familiar with this work, we're asking that you help spread the word about what's going on in New York and the commission. So we thank you, and this will conclude our public hearing at the wonderful location of Hempstead High School. So thank you so much.
Please move item 7172 to the inactive file.
I just want to know, what did you know about bills not being brought to the floor? There were two critical reparation bills, Senate Bill 1403 and Senate Bill 13.
Forgive me because there's over 1,000. I'm not very good at the numeric, but
that it's gonna. The analysis said it's only a couple $1 million to stand it up. And his response was, we want to do it in a different way. We don't want to do it through creating a whole new bureau. We want to do it through the UC system.
So this is Assemblyman Mr. Bryan. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access to it.
Madam Speaker, I ask that we take up file item 71, SB 1331.
If you decide to start your family tree even without the DNA, 8 or 9 times out of 10, you're going to find your family.
A great number of African Americans can trace their lineage to the period of enslavement.
Lamert was developed by Walter H. Lamert, and in his designing this area, he actually had covenants to where they would not sell to black people.
I supported the bill all session.
Bring the bill.
Will you vote?
CLBC, can you give them a grade 1 to 10?
The current process as of now, it's a negative.
Vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it
I
up.
would love it.
Bring it up.
Let's vote for reparations
Bring
together.
It's a spirit of anti-blackness, and we must call it out. And so I'm going to call out on August 31st, 2024, that the California Legislative Black Caucus, the majority of them, and the governor allowed the enemy to use them to try to keep us down and keep us as bottom-class citizens.
Just think that all the other members have at least about 10 years left. So we're not going anywhere.
I've heard it slightly changed, and some of the advocates who were part of the coalition last go around are now expressing concerns of whether or not they'll still be able to stand behind it if those changes are not corrected.
In so many years, it won't hardly be no black folks left in California. We love y'all, we thank y'all, and we demanding reparations right now. First of all, America, from the evidence that they gave us, you're guilty.
What happened on August 31st, 2024 was a betrayal.
We know that if we don't have our hand in this process as much as we possibly can, it can't be corrected from the outside. So in terms of our role isn't done until they are issuing the checks for our reparations.
The time
for reparations is now.
Yeah, right now. What do we want? 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 That part. Yeah.
Who is this? Salsa Key?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Salsa Key.
Yeah, I heard you talking to the Colombian dude before,
Yes.
and you said how Africans are like tribalist, and I mean that is true, and you said Black Americans aren't, right?
No, we're not tribal. We're not tribal at all.
Okay, so what do you think of like gang culture? Is that not tribalist in a way?
Blood and Crips, yeah. You got Bloods and Crips having babies with each other. You got Bloods and Crips who run businesses. I live in LA. I was with some Crips earlier.
So why do they off each other?
Man, this is not 1988. They're really not doing that out here no more.
No, I'm not talking about those two specific gangs. I just mean in general, like that's still an issue in your community, right?
No, because you know what? A lot of these people are tethers. They're not even from here. They come from different lineages. And that's a problem. It is a problem. So why do so many people from immigrant lineages like you engage in so much gang violence?
Well, actually, I mean, that's true too, but it's mostly
Right.
Black
And
Americans.
now, are you from East Africa? You sound East African.
Yeah, how'd you know?
I can tell because y'all do a lot of projecting. You're some Somali?
Mm-hmm.
Where you living? Where you live?
America,
Where in America, ma'am?
Ohio,
Really? What part?
Columbus.
Really?
What are you in Ohio?
No, I got relatives. I got a lot of my family out there in Ohio.
Okay. So like also I've noticed your movement, like you guys have a lot of hostility towards Africans. And I know it's sometimes Caribbeans, but it's mostly Africans for some reason. People think I'm a kid and I'm 19, guys, calm down.
We have no hostility towards you. What for what?
I mean, there was a guy up in here and you were calling him a tether and musty, and he wasn't really being disrespectful.
Yes, he was, because he was just saying shit. He was saying shit as a way to waste time. And he had the nerve to ask what I've done, and he fled from his homeland. So that was very disrespectful to even fix your mouth to ask what I've done, and he's completely failed. So you're not at liberty to do that. How dare you? Then he tried to insult the intelligence of the good people in here. That's another no-no. You don't do that. I have a zero tolerance with tethers disrespecting my lineage. Anybody in my lineage, I have a zero tolerance for that. And y'all don't like to be held accountable. You see.
Held accountable for what?
Being disingenuous, undermining tethers.
Okay, why do you only call like African and Caribbean people tethers, not like the Hispanics or the Asians? It's like,
because the thing is, y'all come and try to cosplay as us while you're undermining us. See, that's the problem. Y'all try to blend in. That's what a tether is. Somebody who tries to blend in and then try to undermine us while you're trying to blend in. So y'all come among us and try to use your melanin. And when we try, for example, when we try to get reparations, it's always one of you damn melanated immigrants popping up talking about, hey, you know what? We don't need no reparations. Why we begging the white D-man? We don't need nothing. And then when we look in your background, you're not even qualified to get it. That is a problem. All right. That's not hostility. That's making sure people who come from different lineages don't come among us and try to undermine us the same way they undermine the different people from their homeland. It's just making people accountable, ma'am.
I mean, even if you take the Africans and the Caribbean people away who stand in the way of you guys getting reparations, the white people will still never give it to the Black Americans. So it's like you're blaming people who have no power.
What do you mean they'll never give it to us? What are you talking about?
like you want the U.S. government to give Black Americans reparations, but the U.S. government will never do that.
Yeah, they were never going to give us civil rights, but we got that. They were never going to get rid of slavery. We made them do that. There's a whole bunch of shit they said they were never going to do, and we made them do it. See, that's what not fleeing does. When you stand on business, you can get stuff done. You can make things happen. You think, okay, the colonizers won't let me get something, so let me just flee somewhere else. That's not how we think, beloved. We stand on business. We're not hopping on everybody's inner tube, running all over the place, and then trying to give advice. That's the thing. You can't give us advice, ma'am. You can't tell us what we're not going to get. You couldn't get nothing out of your homeland. Your homeland got decimated and you got kicked out of it. So you're over here with the foundationals, ma'am. So let us cook, okay?
There's like 48 million Black Americans, right?
Right.
And the U.S. is in debt, and you think they would like go further in debt to give Black Americans reparations?
Yeah.
I mean, I have nothing against it, but
yeah, but that's not your
unrealistic
problem.
at
But
this
yeah,
point.
ma'am, that's not you're not even qualified. So
I
why
know,
would you
I don't
why would
need
you even be
reparations.
concerned about it? Why would you be concerned? That's the problem. Y'all tethers are so concerned about our reparations. Y'all always want to interject about our reparations. We don't go over there telling you how to flip your bushmeat and season it. So why are you in our business all the time? That's what we're saying. Why are you even in our business? You're not qualified for the reparations in the first place.
See, you're just being xenophobic towards me. I'm not even coming from a place of malice.
Yeah, you are. You're being passive aggressive, beloved.
I mean, it's because you're insulting like African people.
Ma'am, you're insulting us, telling us what we ain't gonna get. That's an
Well, I
insult
never
to us
said.
because
I never
you're
technically. I never
projecting
said.
your failed mindset onto us. Don't do that. We don't want you projecting your failure onto us.
Okay, listen. Technically, I never said that. I said it's just unrealistic at this time. Did you not hear me when I said that?
You can't tell us what's realistic or not, ma'am. You're not at liberty to tell us that.
So
We're
you're
not you.
telling.
We're not you, ma'am.
Okay, so you're telling me the only thing standing between you, Black Americans, and reparations is African and Caribbean people. Is that what you're telling me?
That's you trying to make yourself more important than what you are. We don't care about you. We don't care.
But you just said we melanated immigrants stand in your way.
Ma'am, I said whenever we try to do something, we have a lot of you in our mix. This is why we delineate. But as far as standing in the way, it's like flicking off a gnat. Okay, get out of here, gnat.
Okay, if we're just in that, well, why do you have so much hate towards us, but not like the white Americans?
What you got to hate?
I mean, you come up with insulting terms like tether, bushmeat. Like,
What do
who
you
says
have
that?
to hate, ma'am? You hate up. You don't hate down.
Well, I don't think I'm below you.
Yeah, you had to flee, ma'am. You fled from a shanty town in bushmeat. You have nothing to hate, beloved.
See, you're just being xenophobic now.
Ma'am, did you not flee from shanty towns? That's not xenophobic. That's a reality.
Yeah, but what's with the bushmeat?
Y'all eat bushmeat over there. You eat it and you travel with it. That's a reality. I'm not making that up. Bushmeat is a delicacy over there. The hell are you talking about? That's not an insult. Y'all love bushmeat. You love it in the morning. You love it with Spam. You love bushmeat with green eggs and ham. That's what you like. Don't get mad at me because y'all eat bushmeat.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, speaking to you, like, you just sound very ignorant.
All right, that's the Tether Hour, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We have Abasola the Tether. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. Okay, that's enough tether babble. Okay, ma'am, stop trying to center yourself. You're not that important. You don't have anything to hate, ma'am. Ma'am, you have nothing to hate. And don't get insulted when we bring up bushmeat. Y'all eat bushmeat. You like bushmeat. Damn, when I was over there in Senegal, they had all types of bushmeat in their suitcases and shit at the airport. You can smell it. I mean, we're not making that up. The tethers like that, they want to make themselves more important than what they are. But why do you have so much disdain for us? We don't think about you. We don't even go in your spaces. Y'all always over here in our spaces. Y'all stay up in our mix. You all up in our reparations business. We don't be all up in the African Union's business. We don't give a shit. I love TikTok Shop. But y'all stay in our business telling us what reparations we ain't gonna get. Why are you in our mix? You're not even qualified to get it. Why the hell I'm not gonna talk about reparations with you. The hell am I gonna explain it to you for? Who are you? These people are obsessed. Good grief. Shout out to everybody in here. I love TikTok Shop. We got so many people in here. We got the most popping space on here. I love it. Man, who is that? Somebody said, I'm scared to bring them up. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Okay, so you got a troll account, huh? Yeah, brother, you got a troll account. Okay. Yeah, your account is a troll account, sir. All right, get you a regular account and talk to me. All right. Man, you got a troll account, sir. No, I'm not going to bring you up because you might spread your Bucci cat or some shit. So, yeah, I'm not bringing you up. Yeah, that sounds like some trick shit. It sounds like Rohan or something. Yeah, that sounds like Rohan. Man, yeah, use a regular account. Do that. Yeah, use a regular account. I love TikTok Shop. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to bring him up. Man, let me see. Shout out to everybody in here. But yeah, we are the secret sauce. This delineation is whooping ass out here. They want it to go away. I want y'all to understand, delineation is not going anywhere. This is not a fad. This is a renaissance. You understand that? Renaissance, when there's a renaissance, there's no going back from that. Renaissance, that creates a new trajectory. That creates a paradigm shift that cannot be reversed. Do y'all understand that? There's a paradigm shift that has happened. People are now, we're prioritizing our specific lineage. Okay? And that has created a spiritual awakening that cannot be reversed. That's why the tethers are scrambling, trying to compartmentalize it so that they can attack it and discredit it. You think if you attack me, I don't know what y'all think that's going to do. Attacking me, that's not going to make people forget about their specific lineage. So I don't know what you think that's going to do. It is clearly not working. There was a space, they had about 20 spaces about me today. I was going in just clowning these people. They had about 20 spaces whining about me. I mean, people just online for hours and hours and hours whining. That sounds like a job. That sounds like that dark DNC money, that dark money from the DNC. Oh yeah, they were tethers mad. Oh, I was spanking them and clowning them. Oh, I was spanking and clowning them. And who was that one hood rat broad? That bad built who was the bad built broad? I don't know her name. I just hopped in the room and some middle-aged hood rat started crying and whining. I don't even know her name. Oh, she was very, very mad. And yeah, this is the one with the Kenyan husband. She has a Kenyan husband, right? Yeah, with her little old bad built ass. And she thinks she's fly. I guess whatever city she's in, I guess she hangs out at juke joints or some shit. Yeah, she thinks she's fly. You were probably fly about 15 years ago. No, those days are over. You hit the wall, beloved. And I think she knows she hit the wall. Yeah. What's her name? Somebody sent the picture. Hold on. What's her name? Hold on. What is her name? This is the picture of her ass. Where is it? Hold on. Hold on one second. Let me find the image of her. Hold on. This broad. Oh, that one. Her and her Kenyan husband. Her, what's her name? Are you in here, broad? Are you in here? Her little funny shaped ass. Yeah, her Kenyan husband is holding her big ass gut. Yeah. Oh, she was real big mad. Yo, Kira, are you in here, dear? First, sweetie, I hate to break it to you. You were probably, she thinks she's fly than what she is because she's light skinned. Beloved, you were probably fine probably 15 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. Yeah, those days are over, sweetie. You didn't hit the wall now. You know, you were probably the shit around 2003. Yeah, you were probably the shit around 2003, but yeah, you hit the wall right when Chris Brown's first album came out. So yeah. Yeah, sweetie, you look like a little light-skinned troglodyte. Your big back, big thighs, and no ass. All right. Your ass look like a memory foam pillow. Yeah, and she has I don't know what her lineage is. I guess she claims to be of the lineage. I don't know. But she got a tether husband. All right. So she has a lot of disdain for foundational Black American men because she's like a middle-aged hood rat. She sounds very hood ratish. So, FBA brothers ain't trying to get with no middle-aged hood rat. So she had to become a 90-day fiance. She had to go get some refugee dick. I love TikTok shop. So she had to go get a refugee. So her husband is Kenyan. Yeah. And I know she's listening. I know you're listening with your wide back ass. Little funny shape. Your head all big and you ain't got no neck. This look like a leprechaun with a yeast infection. Yeah. You can't be talking crazy, ma'am. You dig? With your little janky shape. Bitch built like a panda cub. Just janky shape, wide back, little lamb neck. You and your musty ass tether husband, y'all look like a dusty rap group, Salt and Peppercorn. Look at you. And your dude hairline janky, the nigga hairline shaped like the side of a sheep's ass. Yeah, ma'am, you're not that, ma'am. You dig? You're not that. Don't get mad over here. Your coochie smell like Nissan Altima vinyl. All right, just stay in your lane. Just stay in your lane, beloved. All right. So yeah, whatever her name is, yeah, she was big mad, doing marathon spaces, whining about me. Yes, indeed. I don't know, is she in here? Miss Bad Built, are you in here? You can get up. I don't give a shit. If your bad built ass is up here, I don't know if she's up here now. All right. Yeah, salt and peppercorn. Man. Lord. Man. Yeah, so. Yeah, I know, she's listening. She's a fan. With a little bad built self. All right. Let me see. All right, let's get some folks in here. Let's get the family in here, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. All right. Well, chronologic, I don't know, something, they gave me a warning when you were up here. I don't know if you said something, but yeah, they made me take you down. I don't know why. I don't know. I love TikTok shop. But let me tell you something, like chicks like her and Miss Kira, whatever your name is, I don't know. Hold on, what is this? They asked me to do a puzzle. Hold on. A lot of these, because she was she was lying. She was just lying her ass off. And that's the thing. When people lie like that, you are a tether or either you're married to one. And that lying tether energy rubs off. You know what I'm saying? See, a lot of people, if you're supposed to be of our lineage, but you get triggered by us recognizing our lineage or us delineating. You know, there's something weird about that. And you're trying to be a proxy tether for your significant other. Yeah. And then you start acting. See, a lot of women will take on the characteristics of the men that they're with. A lot of women will start taking on the characteristics of the men. So if you got a thorough dude, you're going to be a thorough chick. If you got a lying tether or a dude from a lying tether culture, that shit rubs off on you. Yeah. It rubs off on you. You start acting like your lying tether scamming dude. Yeah. Man. Manuel. Well, Emmanuel, make a request, Manuel, if you want to get up. All right, Manuel, if you want to get up, hop on in. Let me see. I'm going to get a lot of people in here. Let me get a few people in here. We do have a lot of people in here. Hold on. Manuel, I don't see you. Manuel, I do not see you. All right, Manuel, make a request. I hope it ain't nothing funny style. We've got a lot of people requesting right now. Let me see. Let me see. Mark Willis. I'm going to just get random people in here. I'm going to get, okay, there you go, Manuel. I see you, Manuel. All right, Manuel, hop on. And I hope this ain't Rohan or somebody. What's up, Manuel?
What's good? What's good?
I'm good, Manuel. How are you, man?
I'm good. Yo, we got to talk.
Yo, didn't you call the other day? Didn't you call the other day?
No. It's my first time in.
Okay, you sound like that other dude who called up cursing and telling corny jokes and all that shit. You're like a Puerto Rican from New York, right?
No, I'm Dominican, but for me.
Okay, you're Dominican. So what's on your mind? What's up?
Yeah. I just don't like how you come from my African brothers and sisters. Like, you know, the disrespect for me. That shit gotta be talked about.
A Dominican saying they don't like the disrespect of Africans? Y'all the first ones to say you ain't black and you ain't got nothing to do with Africa. Y'all the main ones saying that.
Wait. Why you be generalizing people though? Like, why you love making generalizations? Like,
get your goofy ass up out of here. All right. I'm not going to even entertain this tether troll. Or you sound dumb as hell. How dare you even go there? All right. Let me see who we got. Yeah, y'all be the main ones delineating. The Black History. What's going on, the Black History?
Yo, what's going on?
I am good, Black History. How's everything in the UK?
Say what?
How is everything in the UK?
Yeah, same old. You know?
Why do you, the Black History, why do you always try to get me to come into your little struggle spaces? You're always sending me private messages trying to get me to come into your spaces to give you clout. I don't want to give you clout, sir.
Oh, we follow each other, don't we? So
yeah,
you know, I've seen you come in on my live a couple of times. I said, you know what, I might as well send you an invite. You like to listen. I don't blame you why you like to listen, you know?
I really don't, but
you get educated in my lives. You do get educated. So
I really don't. But yeah, you always trying to get me to come into your lives because you want some clout, because your pages are struggling, but it's okay.
No, I don't need any clout at all, because I've got listeners.
Yes, you do.
You know?
Yes, you do. You
definitely get more listeners than me, but
yes,
I've got you listening, so you know. So I think that's a win. It's a win for both of us, right?
Not really, sir, because you need to have me to give you clout. I don't need you for clout.
But I don't, because you've never stepped up on my panel, because you know that you're gonna get debunked.
You debunk me now. Here we go. Let's get to debunking.
What, again? For the
You've never debunked me. You've never debunked me. How are you going to debunk
the video that you uploaded of me in on your YouTube?
All right.
You certainly sound like you was debunked in that one.
Oh yeah. How can you debunk our lineage?
So I'll say this to you first then. So
where's the debunking? I'm just waiting on the debunking. How are you going to debunk our lineage?
Am I allowed to get into it? Am I allowed the same opportunity to speak?
Yeah, but you're not going to tether babble. We don't want to hear long, nonsensical babble.
Technically speaking, wouldn't FBAs be the biggest tethers, because you're tethering to the whitey man?
That's you, sir. You're the one. You fled from your homeland to a white nation.
Hold on, but you guys are the ones.
No. That's a projection. That's a projection. No.
Pete Hegseth,
that's
Marco
a projection.
Rubio,
We're not. No.
These are your.
No.
Why am I muted so quickly?
No. You don't project, sir.
Why am I
You
muted?
don't you don't project. You're projecting, sir. That's a projection. We're not tethering on to anybody. We are our own unique, distinctive culture. That is the
Why
dominant.
shouldn't I know that quick?
That is the dominant culture, sir. We don't tether to white tees. That would be you, because y'all the one who signed janky treaties with them. That's you and failed, and they turned on your goofy ass. That's you, sir.
How are we gonna discuss what I'm on mute? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Because you don't just say some bullshit and then just keep talking. No. You say some bullshit. I straighten it out, and then we move on.
Are you
All right?
emotionally injured?
That's a projection again, sir. You like to project a lot, sir.
So when will I get to speak? I don't understand. How are we gonna do this?
Okay, we're gonna have to let you go because you're not saying it. You're boring. You're just talking in circles. You're not really saying anything, and it's just boring already. I'm bored. I'm bored, sir. You don't have an argument. The name of the game is just to sit here and waste time. All right, and that's what you're not going to do. He has no argument whatsoever. You say some dumb shit, get debunked, and then try to talk in circles, and we're good. Ra, what's up, Ra, or somebody?
Yeah, Remind Riley Skincare, man. That's just the name that I had started with TikTok.
Yes,
I was
sir.
on that panel. I was on that panel earlier today when you came in there when I was getting jumped by Kira and them.
Yeah.
You know, I appreciate you having my back, man, because they really have been upset with me that I understand what lineage means. It really bothers them, and knowing that FBA is so strong, we got so many people. As we begin to delineate and make decisions behind the scenes with what we're going to do with our 1.72 trillion spending power every year, once we figure that out on our own and get these people these tethers out the way, because I noticed a lot of the Caribbeans, they don't try to back down, but we've been putting B to A to the Africans this week. So we've been putting B to A on the Africans this week. They just keep stepping up and getting smacked right down. I can't stand that it's that way. But that's just the way it's going to have to be.
Yes, it is. Yes, indeed. And thank you so much, brother. Yeah, man, look, people, they can get mad. That's not going to stop delineating. Delineation is here. That's the new norm. Them hopping in rooms, yelling like hood rats, that's not going to stop shit. That's not going to stop anything. And trying to frame our lineage into some political, no. You can't remix our lineage. You think, no, Black history, no, sir. You're not coming up here to waste time. You're too easy to debunk. And when I debunk you, I mean, you have no clout. You're like a nobody, and debunking you, all right, it doesn't even mean anything. You're too easy to debunk. You know? Y'all tethers you're like little monkeys. You just take crap out of your rectum and throw it. I love TikTok Shop. You're just throwing crap. You're throwing crap at the wall, sir. You don't have nothing sensical to say whatsoever. You just want to come around us and waste time. That's a form of control. Y'all come around us and try to control our time by just wasting our time. And we're not letting you do that. You're not going to do that, sir. All right. We're not going to let you do that at all, because then we end up third world like you. No. I love TikTok Shop. Man, let me see. Yeah, he's always trying to get me to come in his spaces. I'm not going into bad faith troll space, because it's basically trolling. Y'all ain't saying nothing. Y'all just lying and trolling. Nobody takes you seriously. Y'all don't have no listeners. You have 20, 30 people in there. Don't nobody listen to that bullshit. Yeah, that's why y'all can't get listeners. Nobody wants to hear a bunch of musty refugees lying. Good Lord. Man. All right. Let me see who we got. All right. Chill Will. Let's see Chill Will in the building. Chill Will, hop on in. Chill Will. Yeah, they have to use my name for views. Chill Will, what's up, brother? I love TikTok.
What's going on, Flex? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Chill. How you doing, brother?
And I'm chilling. You know what I mean? West Coast, we got to always represent.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to just come on and say one thing that, I don't mess with Myron Gaines. That's number one. But just trying to give you a quick little story about how you were talking about we all have our own experiences with these tethers. So I fly once a week from Las Vegas to Phoenix to see my girlfriend. So when I do that, you know, I'm a disabled veteran. I did a lot of years in the military. I usually slide through the little ADA line, right?
Yeah.
So like I said, this is every week. I get no issues when I see any, you know, of the brothers or the sisters. But every time I slide through the line and there's a tether there, I get questioned. So I be having to like let them have it. So my whole thing is just to kind of add to what you were saying, you know, they always think we're trying to get over or we're trying to, you know, push a benefit or something like that, not even knowing my whole circumstance. And I'll land on that.
Yes, indeed. Now, your girl, is she Latino or Latina, rather?
Actually, she's Thai.
Uh-oh. Well, you had to get you a Thai one. Okay. Where'd you meet her ass?
So we actually met here in Arizona.
Okay.
She had been here for a few years. During my military time, I had been over to Thailand. So I already knew once I found this one, I had to scoop her up. So, yeah.
There it is. Now, you going back and forth. When are y'all going to just get in the same state and just kick it?
Damn, Flex, she can hear you, dog.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Has she been saying, hey, she want to, because you said you're in Vegas, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Yeah, man, shit. If y'all doing all that, just, you know, make it official. Move in and get you some soul food and some sticky mango sticky rice and shit. Keep it pushing.
I appreciate you, dog.
All right, brother. You be good, man.
All right.
Man. Yeah, y'all get together and have y'all some little Tiger Woods. Have some little golf champions going on in that house. Come on. Man. And if she's tied, you better make sure there's not a little extra sushi roll down in them drawers. Make sure, I hope you made sure everything is cool down there. Because you never know what you're going to get out there. Yeah. Be very careful, though. All right. Please be careful. All right.
I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work. I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty.
Or less inclined toward peace.
Malcolm X opens this speech by confronting the false sense of peace in America. He questions who really benefits from the promises of freedom. His tone is sharp because the stakes are high. What he describes in 1965 still hits today: inequality, frustration, and the urgency to act. As the speech continues, he turns up the pressure. The next clips show him naming names, breaking down systems, and warning what's coming if things don't change.
So in discussing this topic tonight, prospects for freedom in 1965, I think we have to go back at least 12 years or 10 years to the time when the struggle of the black man in America began to be projected into the limelight, not only in this country, but throughout the world. It started primarily with the Supreme Court decision, so-called desegregation decision, and I should say so-called desegregation, so-called decision, because there has been some doubt as to what they really handed down. One of the main ingredients in the struggle of the black man in America for the past 12 years has been the Black Muslim movement. No one can deny the role that the Black Muslim movement has played in America during the past 12 years, has been one of the main ingredients in the stepped up militancy on the part of black people throughout this country. No matter what direction the Black Muslim movement itself was headed in, no matter what its own organizational philosophy was, and no matter what other people thought about it, no matter what their personal opinions were of the Black Muslim movement, still it cannot be denied that that movement, because of its uncompromising stand and uncompromisingly militant approach to things, forced other civil rights organizations to be more militant than they normally would have been, and forced many of the civil rights leaders definitely to be more militant than they ever would have thought of.
Definitely ending this now. 10 hours. Jesus Christ. All right, thank y'all for tapping in. Appreciate y'all joining us later on this evening for part 3. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations of separations and black empowerment. Chan Kuma signing off from the Mile High Income and the Legal Market Play Seat. Peace. Shout out to everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Val. Shout out to Black RU. Shout out to Stolen Ancestors. Shout out to Funky, Filthy, Crackanetta. Shout out to Chris. Shout out to Kurt. Shout out to Sister Val Hawkins. Shout out to all the people that tapped in via But yeah, y'all know who y'all are. Appreciate y'all. Peace.